Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Met Water Dragon Spirit. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. In the Uzumaki household, Minato and Kushina sat in the living room with their two children, Naruto and Menma. They were gathered together because Minato had exciting news to share. Menma, Naruto, your mother and I have been thinking for a while, and we believe you are ready to start your training, Minato announced. The children jumped with joy, their faces lighting up with excitement, while Minato and Kushina exchanged proud smiles. However, they had overlooked someone sitting quietly by the door, Naruto, their youngest son, who watched with tears in his eyes. Naruto often felt invisible, overlooked by his parents and siblings. Whenever he tried to join in their games or conversations, they would turn him away, leaving him feeling isolated. His parents would often say, "Not now, Naruto. I'm busy," while they seemed to have endless time for Menma and Naruto. The villagers also treated him differently, casting him strange looks as if he were a stranger. This behavior stemmed from the fact that he carried the nine-tailed fox within him, a truth he was unaware of, which made him feel uncomfortable and alone. Each day, he pondered the same questions. Why do the villagers look at me that way? Why do my parents pay more attention to Naruto and Menma? What is wrong with me? 3 months later, it was Naruto's and Menma's 6th birthday. The family celebrated with games, movies, and cake, while Naruto sat in his room, listening to the laughter echoing from the other room. "All right, you two sit down so you can open your gift," Minato said as the twins settled in their seats, and Kushina placed a box in front of them. "Dad, where are the rest of the gifts?" Naruto asked. "Your father and I prepared 2 special gifts, one physical and the other a surprise," Kushina replied with a bright smile, while the twins began to whine. "That's enough whining, let's open your gift." As they opened the box, they discovered 2 scrolls. One was Geratora, and the other was the Scroll of Sealing. "Wow. Thank you, Dad, you're the best," Menma exclaimed, hugging his father, who returned the embrace. "Wait a second, Daddy," Naruto interjected, drawing everyone's attention. "Isn't this scroll Uncle Jiraiya's? How did you get it?" "I'm glad you figured that out, Naruto, because it leads to the second gift we have for you," Minato said. "I spoke with Jiraiya, and he shared some wonderful news. Naruto, Menma, you are the children of prophecy." The twins erupted in joy, hugging their mother, who stood proudly beside Minato. While everyone celebrated, Naruto sat on the other side of the door, tears streaming down his face. Hearing the news shattered his heart. "Again? Why does everyone ignore me? They get to train, and I'm left out again. What have I done to deserve this?" Sadness and confusion washed over him as he knelt beside his bed, questioning himself. As he sat there, he noticed a glimmering object nearby. Curiosity drew him closer, and he discovered a knife. He stared at it, contemplating a desperate thought. "Just one cut," he whispered to himself, reaching for the knife. Suddenly, a voice interrupted him. "Hold yourself together, you brat." Startled, Naruto turned to see a massive fox with 9 tails, looming in a strange place. Fear coursed through him as he gazed up at the creature. Who are you?" he stammered. "Silence, human. I won't harm you, though I could. Speak to me when you've stopped crying," the 9-tailed fox replied coldly, sending shivers down Naruto's spine. They sat in silence, Naruto reflecting on what had just happened, while the 9-tailed fox rested with its eyes closed. Finally, Naruto broke the silence. "Who are you and where am I?" he asked, his voice trembling. "You are in your mindscape, and I am the 9-tailed fox," the beast responded. "Oh, okay," Naruto replied, still confused. The two remained silent until the fox stirred awake. "Are you the reason everyone ignores and is unkind to me?" Naruto asked hesitantly. "Unfortunately, it's not like I wanted to be here," the fox replied. Naruto looked puzzled. "What do you mean? Do you not know what happened 3 years ago?" the fox asked. When Naruto shook his head, the 9-tailed fox sighed. "Get comfortable, human. I will tell you what happened 3 years ago." The Nine Tails were attacking the Leaf Village, causing widespread devastation and loss of life. The shinobi were working tirelessly to evacuate the survivors while Minato and the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, stood their ground against the monstrous beast. Despite their efforts, many shinobi fell in the fierce battle. Inside a cave, 2-year-old Menma and Naruto were anxiously waiting as their mother, Kushina, was about to give birth. "Mommy, are you okay?" Menma asked, concern etched on his small face. "You look really pale. Do you need anything?" Naruto chimed in. "Will Dad be okay?" Kushina placed her hands gently on their heads, offering a reassuring smile. "I'm okay, and your dad will be fine," she said, her voice steady despite the pain she was feeling. The twins felt a little calmer, but soon, Kushina groaned again, and their worry returned. Before they could voice their concerns, 2 medical shinobi entered the cave, gently guiding the children to a safer part as Kushina prepared to bring new life into the world. Minato and Hiruzen stood before the chained nine-tailed beast, its roars echoing as it struggled against the chakra chains. "Hokage Hiruzen, what should we do?" "It will break free sooner or later," Minato said, concern etched on his face. Hiruzen remained silent, his gaze fixed on the beast, fully aware of the chaos that would ensue once it escaped. "Minato, you are the finest shinobi I have ever had. You are intelligent and unafraid to take risks for the sake of this village. You are a great leader, someone this world needs, especially now," Hiruzen stated. Minato looked at him, skepticism clouding his expression. "Hokage Hiruzen, I appreciate your words, but why are you saying this now?" "It feels like you're about to do something drastic," Minato replied, studying Hiruzen's unchanged demeanor. "Minato, what I am planning is necessary. I want you to become Hokage," Hiruzen declared. Minato's eyes widened in shock, struggling to find words. "I know what you are about to say. Why now, in this situation? But I have made my decision. I will begin the sealing jutsu." Anger surged within Minato. "What are you thinking? The village needs you more than anything. They need your guidance, your leadership. I need you." Minato's voice cracked, a tear escaping as he felt the weight of Hiruzen's words. To Minato, Hiruzen was a father figure, and the thought of losing him was unbearable. "I know this will hurt you, but it must be done. I am old and my time is limited. The last thing I want is to save this village one last time." Silence enveloped them, broken only by the beast's furious thrashing. Minato wanted to argue, but he knew Hiruzen's mind was made up. "Okay, what do you need?" Minato finally asked. "I need a newborn baby. It won't work on toddlers or infants who were just born." Minato's mind raced, and then he remembered his wife, Kushina, was in labor. "My wife is giving birth right now. Will that work?" "Yes, that would be perfect. But are you sure it's all right to seal the nine tails into your son?" Hiruzen's concern was evident. Suddenly, the ground shook, signaling that the beast was about to break free. "If we are going to do this, we need to act now," Hiruzen urged as they rushed toward the cave where Minato's wife and their newborn awaited. Upon entering the cave, they were greeted by Menma and Naruto, who jumped into their father's arms, relieved he was safe. "Kushina, we need to talk and quickly," Minato said, urgency in his voice as he handed Hiruzen his children. "What is the matter, Minato?" Kushina asked, worry etched on her face. "Kushina, this will be hard, but Hokage Hiruzen is going to perform the sealing jutsu and bind the nine tails to a person." "Wait, isn't that like trading a life for a life? He could die. And isn't that jutsu meant for a baby?" Kushina exclaimed, holding her sleeping newborn close. "Yes, it is," Minato admitted, his eyes downcast. "And it needs a newborn?" Kushina's voice trembled as she looked at her son, who was peacefully sleeping in her arms. "I know this is difficult, but it is the only way. I won't force you, but you must decide quickly. The beast is about to escape." They shared a moment of silence, glancing at their twins and then back at Minato, who was filled with regret for even suggesting this. Kushina sighed. "Okay." The room fell silent, everyone except the twins surprised by her acceptance. Are you sure?" "Yes, I am." Minato gently took the newborn, holding his tiny hand. "Hey buddy, I'm your daddy." The baby stirred, grasping Minato's finger, bringing a smile to his face. Suddenly, a loud boom echoed, and the ground shook violently. "The tailed beast is about to break free. We need to go now," Hiruzen shouted as he and Minato dashed outside the cave. Hiruzen took the baby from Minato, but then paused, turning back. Minato looked at him in confusion. Hiruzen draped his cloak over Minato's shoulders and smiled. "I will never forget you. Please don't forget me." Minato nodded, handing the baby back to Hiruzen. 2 hours later, the chaos subsided, and villagers began returning, surveying the damage. Minato returned to the cave, finding Menma, Naruto, and Kushina with their newborn son. The twins rushed to him, hugging his legs, while Kushina watched the joyful reunion. Minato approached his wife, giving her a gentle kiss and a reassuring smile. "So, what should we name our son?" Menma and Naruto exchanged excited glances. "We decided to name him Naruto," they exclaimed joyfully. "Naruto Uzumaki." "I like it," Minato said, smiling at his children as they all cheered. As they began to exit the cave, Minato and Kushina looked down at the baby in his arms, their expressions shifting to concern. Naruto sat in disbelief as he processed the events from 3 years ago. "You attacked the village, and my dad offered me to the third Hokage to use me as a host. And now, they are ignoring me. I can understand the villagers, but it doesn't explain why my own parents treated me like this. They knew what happened behind the scenes when you attacked the village, yet they act like they have no clue." The Nine-Tails listened as Naruto expressed his feelings, his voice rising in frustration. It was annoying, but he understood the source of the boy's pain. As time passed, Naruto began to calm down, though tears still streamed down his face. "Hey, human, you've been crying for an hour now. Do you feel better?" the Nine-Tails asked, his tone a mix of annoyance and concern. Naruto shook his head, which made the large fox sigh. "Oh my gosh, why are you such a baby? I'm still 3 years old, you know?" Naruto replied, irritation creeping into his voice. "Oh." Naruto sat silently, his head resting on his knees as he contemplated the Nine-Tails' words. His thoughts were interrupted when he suddenly felt himself being lifted, enveloped in warmth. The Nine-Tails had picked him up and cradled him like a child. Naruto opened his mouth to speak, but the fox interrupted him. "Don't talk, just relax." Obeying, Naruto settled into the fox's embrace, fighting against sleep. The Nine-Tails noticed his struggle. "Hey, human, I think it would be a good idea for you to leave this mindscape and sleep on a bed." Naruto didn't move but whispered, "Comfy," as he snuggled deeper into the fox's arm. The Nine-Tails sighed but allowed him to rest, closing his eyes as well. A few hours later, the Nine-Tails was the first to awaken. He heard soft snoring and looked down to see the small boy sleeping against his leg. Not wanting to disturb him but knowing he had to, he said, "Hey, human, it's time to get up and get ready for the academy." Naruto groaned and sat up, rubbing his eyes. "Good morning. You must have been really tired to forget my name." "It's Nine-Tails." Naruto groaned again. "No, I mean your real name." "I know Nine-Tails isn't your real name." The fox was taken aback. This was the first time anyone had asked him for his true name. "Kurama." "Okay, Kurama, my name is Naruto," he said with a bright smile. "All right, Kit, it's time for you to get ready." "Okay." Naruto replied, looking around for the exit. "Where exactly is the exit?" "Imagine yourself inside your room." "Oh, thank you, but I have one more question." The Nine-Tails sighed deeply. "What is it now?" "Why did you attack the village?" Naruto asked, his tone curious. "I attacked the village against my own will. I was being controlled by Madara Uchiha." "Madara Uchiha like the Madara Uchiha, the ghost Uchiha?" "I thought he died." "He did, but someone reincarnated him." Naruto sat in shock. "He did die, but someone brought him back to life." They fell into silence until Naruto broke it with a question. "Hey, Kurama, aren't you scared of me?" Naruto looked up, confused, and shook his head. "Why would I be scared of you? You're a monster," the one who caused so much pain in my village 3 years ago, the one who ruined my life. Why aren't you scared of me, or better yet, mad at me? Kurama's voice was strong but cold. Naruto looked at Kurama, surprised by the fox's vulnerability. Why would I be mad at you? You told me before that you were being controlled by Madara. You couldn't do anything. If anything, I should be mad at my family for ignoring me and treating me like a stranger in my own home, despising them for knowing I have you inside of me. Not that I don't want you here. It's actually nice having someone to talk to. I don't feel alone anymore. Naruto's smile shone brightly. Why would I be scared of you? Some people fear you because, in their eyes, you are a big, scary fox. But to me, you're just a big fox with a big heart that you don't show. As he spoke, Naruto was reminded of something important his father had once said to him. All of the tailed beasts sat in silence, knowing this was their last moment together with their father. Some felt sadness, while others remained stoic. Kurama was among those who felt a deep sorrow at the thought of being separated from their father, which weighed heavily on him. They exchanged heartfelt goodbyes and began to drift apart, some in pairs and others alone, leaving Kurama behind in quiet contemplation. His father approached him, concern etched on his face. Kurama, why are you still here? I don't want to leave you. I can't imagine exploring the world without you by my side, Kurama replied, tears streaming down his cheeks. Kurama, I can't stay with you forever. Believe me, I wish I could, but this is how life works. People meet, fall in love, have children, and eventually, they must part ways. You can't rely solely on me, you need to seek out others you can trust, his father explained gently. Kurama's heart ached as he absorbed his father's words that terrified him. He understood the truth in them but was reluctant to accept it. He took several shaky breaths. No one will ever trust me because... Who would trust a big, scary fox capable of destruction? People may see you as intimidating, but that's only because they don't know you. They misjudge you, and that's a common occurrence. I promise you, among everyone you meet, there will be someone who sees your true self. When you find that person, hold on to them tightly, his father encouraged, wiping away Kurama's tears. What if I never find them? Kurama asked, his voice trembling. Keep searching and don't give up, you will find them eventually. And a flashback. As Naruto began to fade back into consciousness, he reflected on the memory. Father, I think I have found the one you spoke of. He awoke, leaning against his dresser, a pounding headache greeting him. My apologies for bringing you into the mindscape without a soft landing, Kurama's voice echoed in his mind. Startled at first, Naruto quickly regained his composure. It's all right, you were just trying to help, he replied with a smile. You don't need to say it out loud, you can think it, Kurama advised. Naruto nodded in understanding as he prepared for the academy, feeling less than enthusiastic. It wasn't that he disliked school, it was the company he had to keep. The Uchiha twins, Sasuke and Kiyomi, were the only survivors of a tragic event from their past. They always claimed the front seats in class, convinced they were the best. Just behind them sat Sasuke's admirers, Sakura and Ino, who believed they had the perfect view of the board and their beloved Sasuke, much to Kiyomi's annoyance. In the same row were Hinata and Niji Hyuga. Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, Shikamaru Nara, Rock Lee, and Choji Akimichi occupied the third row. Kiba had his eye on Hinata, sitting right in front of him, while Niji kept a watchful eye, protective after an incident from the previous year. Naruto, preferring to avoid the spotlight, chose a seat at the back of the classroom, hoping to remain unnoticed and unbothered. After getting dressed, he made his way to the dining room, where laughter filled the air, a stark contrast to his feelings of exclusion. Approaching the table, he noticed there was no room for him. Dad, where's my seat? He asked, confusion evident on his face. Just go to school, his father replied dismissively. But what about my breakfast? Naruto began, only to be interrupted by a loud bang as his father slammed his hand on the table, startling everyone. I said go to school. Don't make me repeat myself, his father shouted, sending a chill down Naruto's spine. He glanced at his mother, who looked away, along with his two older siblings, who were grinning. Feeling a wave of shame wash over him, Naruto turned away from the table and headed for the door. Naruto is so ungrateful and weak. I don't want any of you to be around him and become like the weakling he is, Minato said seriously, addressing the twins. Don't worry, Dad, we'll never be like him, they replied, grinning widely, while Kushina remained silent, focused on her meal. As Naruto stepped outside, he felt heavier than before, burdened by their words. I'm only like this because of you, he whispered, though it was too quiet for anyone to hear. Naruto walked through the village, his stomach growling and feeling the weight of many curious gazes upon him. Hey, are you alright? I know those comments can be tough, Kurama said, sensing Naruto's sadness. Naruto nodded silently in response. Why not grab something to eat since you have some time? Kurama suggested. Naruto agreed and headed toward Ramen Ichiraku, a place he had always wanted to try. Excitement bubbled within him as he approached the shop. What are you waiting for? Go inside, Kurama urged, his tone slightly impatient. Naruto hesitated, staring at the sign before reaching into his pocket to check his wallet. He opened it, only to find it empty, which dampened his spirits. With a heavy heart, he turned to head to the academy. As he walked, he noticed the blank stares from the villagers, making him feel increasingly uneasy. Kurama could sense his discomfort. Why not take a route where no one can see you? I don't know any paths to the academy, Naruto replied, earning a deep sigh from Kurama. I'll guide you. Take a left. Naruto. Kurama noticed Naruto standing still, staring at something. What has caught your attention? He asked, annoyance creeping into his voice. Naruto didn't respond and began walking toward whatever had captivated him. You admire the Umbu? Didn't know that, Kurama remarked. Of course. Who wouldn't? They're fast, smart, strong, and have incredible stealth, Naruto said, his voice tinged with sadness. Why the downcast tone when you mentioned their stealth? Kurama inquired. Naruto fell silent, looking down at the ground. It's just that. They can go unnoticed, and I wish I could do the same. I hate feeling everyone's eyes on me, knowing they're judging me for what happened 3 years ago. I even feel ignored by my own family because of it. Suddenly, he was interrupted by a sharp slap to the face. He held his cheek and looked up to see the shop owner glaring at him. You've been ignoring me while I was talking to you. Wait a minute, you're that demon kid. Are you planning to steal from my shop? The man's loud voice drew a crowd of onlookers. Oh, sir. I was just looking. If you were just looking, then why are you stuttering? Only liars stutter. Panic surged through Naruto as he felt the weight of the accusations and the whispers of the crowd, labeling him a demon, a liar, a thief. His breathing quickened. Naruto! 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 Kurama called out, trying to reach him, but Naruto was overwhelmed by the noise. Get out of my shop, demon! The owner shouted, lifting his leg to kick Naruto. Suddenly, he felt something grip his leg. The crowd gasped in fear as they saw Naruto, trembling but resolute, holding the man's leg with one hand, his eyes glowing red. Touch him and you will regret it. Who are you? The shop owner stammered, fear evident in his voice. I am the Nine-Tails Beast. The villagers scattered in terror as Kurama held the man's leg firmly. Listen closely. The boy was merely looking at the mask. If you dare to touch Naruto or treat anyone else like you just did, I will not hesitate to end you. Do you understand? Kurama's voice was cold and commanding. The owner nodded quickly, understanding the gravity of the threat. Kurama released his leg and the man fled. Kurama then stood up and began to walk toward the woods. The shinobis at the gate noticed a boy with bright yellow hair walking toward them. They were about to stop him, but a strong sense of danger radiated from the child, causing them to hesitate. Instead of intervening, they allowed him to pass and exit the village. We should inform Minato Hokage-sama that a boy with yellow hair is leaving the village, and he seems dangerous, one guard suggested. The other guard agreed, and they quickly flickered away to deliver the message. Meanwhile, Kurama was guiding Naruto to a quiet spot in the woods where they could find some peace. On the surface, Naruto appeared calm as he walked through the forest, but inside, he was struggling. In his mindscape, he sat with his knees drawn to his chest, tears streaming down his face. Kurama had been encouraging him to calm down, but Naruto found it difficult. Eventually, Kurama paused his movement and returned to the mindscape, finding Naruto still crying. "Hey kid, we're in the woods now. You can relax," he said gently. Naruto remained unresponsive. Kurama felt a mix of emotions: sadness for how Naruto had been treated, anger toward the villagers for their cruelty to a young child, and guilt for being the reason behind Naruto's suffering. If only I hadn't let Madara control me, none of this would have happened, Kurama thought, lowering his head in regret. The silence lingered until Naruto broke it with a question. "Kurama, what time is it?" "I'm not sure, but it's probably time to head to the academy," Kurama replied. Naruto nodded and left the mindscape, returning to his body and starting his walk back to the village. Back in the village, Minato was busy with his work while speaking with his wife, Kushina, when a knock interrupted them. "Minato Hokage-sama, we have important information. It's about your youngest son, Naruto." Minato sighed, and Kushina shook her head in disappointment. Minato muttered under his breath, "What has that child done now?" Though Kushina heard him, she chose to ignore it and asked the shinobis what had happened. "It's not about what he did, it's about what happened to him," one of the shinobis explained. Kushina and Minato exchanged confused glances. "Please, continue," Minato urged. The shinobis nodded, acknowledging his command. "While we were at the gate, we saw your son walking past us. We intended to stop him and bring him back, but we felt an overwhelming sense of bloodlust coming from him, as if he was both angry and sad. We couldn't move, so we let him leave the village." Minato sat up straight, a serious expression on his face, while Kushina remained unfazed. "Did he return to the village?" "I'm not sure. As soon as we saw him leave, we came straight here," one shinobi replied. Minato sighed again. "Thank you for the information, you are dismissed." The shinobis bowed and exited the room. "What will we do now, Minato?" Kushina asked. "There's a strong possibility that the Ninetales is getting close to communicating with Naruto. I'll figure something out. For now, we will wait," Minato said, picking up his pen to continue his work. As Naruto walked through the woods, he suddenly felt a weight on his shoulders. Looking up, he saw a small orange fox with 9 tails perched there. "Kurama?" he asked. The fox made a soft noise in response. "When did you get on my shoulder?" "I've been here for the past 10 minutes. You were so lost in thought that you didn't notice me. I wanted to check on you, but it seemed like you needed some space," Kurama replied, hopping onto Naruto's head. While Naruto walked quietly, his head slightly bowed in disappointment and sadness, he heard a voice. "You can talk to me when you're ready. Until then, hold your head up straight unless you want me to fall and end up with bald spots." Naruto lifted his head, understanding the message. "I would say the same for you too." The fox on his head made a confused sound. "What do you mean?" When I was in your mind, I sensed you had a lot on your mind. You were quiet, and every step you took made an angry noise, almost like you were upset about something in the mindscape." Kurama hopped off his head and looked up at Naruto, who wore a puzzled expression. "Anytime one of us is in the mindscape, we can feel each other's emotions and their intensity. When we were in the village, I felt like I was suffocating because your fear, anxiety, and dark thoughts filled your mind. It was overwhelming and made me more upset. They aren't hurting you because of who you are, but because of who is inside you, which frustrates me. If it weren't for Madara, none of this would have happened. I wouldn't have attacked your village, no one would see you as a monster, and you wouldn't be neglected by your family. What makes me even angrier is that your father didn't tell the village what really happened. Instead of treating you kindly like a caring father should, he followed the crowd." As Kurama spoke, Naruto felt tears welling up. He realized Kurama was hurt too, and he could see the caring side of the Kyuubi, not the monster everyone believed him to be. Kurama was finally expressing the emotions he had held for so long. Naruto bent down to Kurama's level and hugged him tightly as he began to break down. He wanted to say something, but the words didn't come. 20 minutes later, Kurama had calmed down and seemed very tired. Naruto picked him up and continued walking. With an annoyed look on his face, he said, "Stupid fox. Why did you have to walk this far?" He glanced at his hand where the sleeping fox lay. Thank you for opening up to me. It means a lot, and don't worry about me, I'll be fine. Since I'm used to it. He said the last part with a hint of sadness. As they got closer to the village, Naruto felt more anxious, and Kurama noticed. Hey, relax, he said. Naruto looked down at the small fox in his hand. Remember, I'm here? Naruto smiled at him and nodded in response. Hey, can you please put me down? I feel like a baby being carried by their mother. No. This is what you get for walking 12 miles away from the village and making me walk back, Naruto retorted, feeling proud of his comeback, while Kurama sighed in annoyance. After a long walk, they finally reached the Leaf Village gate and passed the same shinobi Kurama had encountered earlier. One of the shinobi tapped the other on the shoulder and pointed. It's the same kid from before. You go ahead and let the Hokage know that he has returned to the village, the shinobi said, receiving a nod before flickering away. Naruto entered the village, shivers running down his spine. He was about to panic but remembered he had Kurama with him. Hey Naruto, do you want me to show you the way through the village without being noticed? Kurama asked, looking up at him. Yes, please, Naruto replied as Kurama hopped out of his hand and led him into one of the alleyways toward the academy. They reached the academy, and Naruto stood there with shaky hands. Kurama hopped onto Naruto's shoulders and whispered, You can hold me if you want, and you can communicate with me through our minds. Naruto looked at Kurama and smiled. Don't expect me to give you the answers. He giggled at his comment and walked into the academy. As Naruto entered the classroom, he was met with disgusted stares from every student while Iruka-sensei stood by the door. Naruto, you are 45 minutes late, Iruka said, hands on his hips, looking at the little boy who was holding a stuffed animal. Naruto bowed while holding Kurama. I'm sorry for being late. It's okay, Naruto. Just go to your seat. As Naruto walked up the stairs to his seat, he suddenly tripped. Kiba had put his foot out, causing Naruto to stumble. Laughter erupted in the classroom, but it was soon interrupted by an angry teacher yelling, Everyone, be quiet. Naruto quickly got up and walked to his seat. He shook off what had happened and looked at the fox on his desk. Hey Kurama, are you okay? He asked with concern, speaking in the mindscape. I am fine, Kit. You should focus on the teacher. Naruto nodded and turned his attention to Iruka-sensei, who was currently teaching a lesson. Iruka-sensei was trying to teach a lesson, but it was proving to be quite a challenge. Sakura and Ino were busy chatting about their crush on Sasuke, which annoyed Kiyomi, who exchanged a few sharp words with them. Despite Iruka-sensei's attempts to quiet them down, they continued their chatter, and he eventually gave up. In the back of the classroom, Shikamaru was dozing off, a behavior Iruka-sensei had come to expect. Meanwhile, Kiba was attempting to flirt with Hinata, making her uncomfortable, which triggered Niji's protective instincts as he kept confronting Kiba. Iruka-sensei, reaching his limit, finally raised his voice. Okay, that's it. The classroom fell silent as everyone turned to face him, noticing his frustration. Since none of you are paying attention, I will ask you some questions based on what I covered in class. I will call on someone to stand up and answer. If you don't answer correctly, you'll have detention. Is that clear? The students exchanged nervous glances but nodded in agreement. Iruka-sensei scanned the room for a volunteer. Naruto, can you tell me the last 3 Hokages in order? He asked. Laughter erupted from the class, leaving Iruka confused. What's so funny? He inquired. You're really going to ask Naruto, the one who struggles with answers, a question like that? Kiba laughed and the rest joined in. Yeah, and he even brought a stuffed animal. Who does that? Sakura added, prompting more laughter at Naruto's expense. Kurama, the fox spirit, encouraged him with a gentle nudge. I believe in you, he said. Taking a deep breath, Naruto stood up and confidently answered the question, leaving everyone in shock. Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, and Hiruzen Sarutobi. The classroom fell silent, all eyes on the boy with the stuffed fox, who was now looking down. That is correct, Naruto, Iruka-sensei said, clapping his hands in surprise. Wow. I guess that toy fox really helps him with his confidence. I'll allow him to bring it to school from now on, he thought, glancing at Naruto. There's no way he knew that. He must have cheated. Sakura shouted, with the class agreeing. Yeah, there's no way that he knew, Kiba chimed in. Kiba, who is known as the Yellow Flash? Irika asked, noticing Kiba's silence along with the rest of the class. Kiba, that's detention for you. You didn't stand up or answer my question. Kiba stared at him in disbelief. What? How was I supposed to know that? You never told us. Irika looked around, and the students averted their gazes, indicating they didn't know either. Even the Uchiha twins, who usually had the answers, were quiet. Naruto, who is known as the Yellow Flash? Irika prompted. Everyone turned to Naruto, who took another deep breath before answering, Hokage Minato-sama. Yes, that's correct. Our current Hokage is known as the Yellow Flash. How do you think he would feel knowing his future? Shinobis don't recognize him. The students lowered their heads in shame as Irika scolded them. What's surprising is that Naruto is the only one actually paying attention in class while you all were busy with your distractions. Everyone except Naruto has detention. The bell rang, signaling lunchtime, and everyone headed to the cafeteria. Naruto decided to step outside to enjoy his meal, taking in the beauty of nature, the birds chirping, the trees swaying, and the flowers blooming. You must really appreciate nature, Kurama remarked, observing Naruto as he gazed into the distance. Yeah, it makes me feel free. The breeze is refreshing, the air smells clean, and I feel like nothing can hold me back. For the first time, Kurama noticed a genuine smile on Naruto's face, which filled him with warmth. I understand how you feel. Before everything with Madara happened, I used to look up at the night sky and think about my father. Who was your father, if you don't mind me asking? Naruto inquired. Kurama replied, his name was Hagoromo Akatsuki. Naruto leaned back, closing his eyes, but suddenly found himself in complete darkness. When he opened them again, he was met with a swift kick to the face. Holding his nose, he looked up to see his classmates standing over him, grinning. Look what we have here, everyone. The demon who caused all of us to get detention, Kiba taunted, cracking his knuckles. Fear coursed through Naruto as he scrambled to his feet, picking up Kurama and attempting to leave, only to bump into Sakura, flanked by her friends. Where do you think you're going, demon? Ino glared at him. You came into class late, answered the questions correctly, and now we all have detention because of you. Someone needs to teach you a lesson, Sasuke added, as laughter erupted around them and they closed in. To everyone else, it looked like a group of kids surrounding Naruto, but to him, it felt like countless red eyes were fixated on him, paralyzing him with fear. Kiba threw the first punch, sending Naruto sprawling to the ground. This is for making me look foolish in front of everyone. And this is for getting us detention, Sakura added, delivering a kick to his stomach. The group continued to kick and punch him, and Naruto felt himself growing weaker. Kurama was about to intervene when Kiyomi picked him up. You won't be needing this stuffed animal anymore, she said, trying to tear him apart but failing. What is this? Why won't it break? Kurama escaped her grip and let out a fierce growl, causing everyone to halt. They stared in shock at what they thought was merely a stuffed animal now ready to defend its friend. What the Kiba started, but was cut off as Kurama leaped at him, knocking him down. You fools! How dare you hurt Naruto like that? Kurama's voice was deep and commanding as he stood protectively over Naruto, who lay unconscious. You have 5 seconds to get out of here before I make you regret it. 1. The classmates fled as soon as he began counting, leaving behind the small fox and the injured boy. Irika-sensei rushed outside. Hui, what is Naruto? He shouted, sprinting toward Naruto and assessing his condition. Your classmates attacked him, he said, startled, looking down at the fox that approached Naruto and sat beside him. You can talk, Irika began, but Kurama interrupted. Yes, I can talk. I'll explain everything, but first, we need to help him. With that, Irika picked up Naruto and carried him back to the classroom, Kurama perched on his shoulder. Naruto and Minato sat in the dining room across from each other in silence when Kushina entered with 2 glasses of water, taking a seat next to Minato, along with Naruto and Menma. So, Naruto, I heard from the shinobi guarding the gate that you left the village. May I ask why? I just needed to calm down, Naruto replied, his voice trembling. What made you so upset? He hesitated, about to respond, but was interrupted by a loud voice. Why are we even talking to him? Naruto, please be quiet. She huffed and crossed her arms. No, Naruto is right. Why are we trying to associate with him? He's just a dangerous creature who happens to have our DNA. It's obvious he doesn't want to talk, so why even try? That's enough, Menma. You didn't even give him a chance to speak, you just interrupted him. With that, all three of them turned to Naruto, waiting for his response. The villagers hurt me for something I didn't do. He's probably just saying that, Naruto muttered under her breath. Kushina shot a look at the twins, urging them to be quiet. What exactly happened? I was heading to the academy and passed by a shop that sells masks. One caught my eye and I guess I zoned out. The owner called my name and then kicked me. The twins erupted in laughter, clearly agreeing with the owner's actions, but a stern look from their mother silenced them. The owner said hurtful things, causing a scene that drew unwanted attention from villagers and tourists. I left because I was upset. Minato and Kushina exchanged glances before looking back at Naruto. Are you sure that's all that happened? Naruto nodded. Minato was about to ask another question but noticed something on Naruto's arm. Naruto, what happened to your arm? The others looked to see bandages wrapped around it. Oh, I heard he got into a fight with his classmates. The parents remained silent, while Naruto and Menma continued to laugh. Eventually, the parents decided to send the twins to their rooms. After some resistance, they complied. Now that it's just us three, I can finally ask the question I wanted to before we got sidetracked. Have you come into contact with the nine-tailed beast? Naruto fell silent, his heart racing. He knew that admitting to it could lead to trouble, but denying it might cause even more. He chose the safest route. Who's the nine-tailed fox? Minato could tell he was lying. Would you like to try again? Naruto stayed silent, trembling slightly. I don't know what you're talking about. Frustrated, Minato stood up and looked him in the eyes. Get out of my house and don't come back until you tell me the truth. Naruto stared at his father in disbelief. What? You can't do that to your own son. No son of mine will lie to my face and be a demon. You are leaving this house and that's final. Naruto looked at his father, shocked. You want to talk about truth? Why don't you tell everyone the truth? What are you talking about, demon? Naruto stood up, meeting his gaze. I'm talking about what happened 3 years ago when you followed them to sacrifice me as the host. How do you even know about that? Kushina asked. The Nine-Tails told me what happened. So you did talk to the nine-tailed beast. You lied to me. You see, Kushina, I will not have a liar living in my home, especially a demon. Minato shouted, raising his voice. The twins peeked out of their rooms, curious about the commotion. Naruto felt his blood boil, and Kurama stirred within him. Enough was enough. I've had enough. You call me a liar when you're the one who is lying. You told Naruto and Menma I was a demon when you put the nine-tailed beast inside me. Every day you told them not to be like me and encouraged them to call me a demon. You claim to be a good father, but a good father loves their children no matter what and takes responsibility for their actions. Tears streamed down Naruto's face as he spoke. You sure have the guts for a little boy to yell at their Hokage. I am 4 years old. How can you claim to be a good father when you don't even know your own son's birthday? Menma and Naruto watched the argument unfold, Naruto clearly enjoying the drama. For the last time, I am not your father. Then what am I to you? If I'm not your son, then what am I? Kushina said something that struck Naruto deeply. You are a child who was never planned. I don't like keeping things around that I never wanted, now get out of my house. Shocked by his mother's words, tears fell from Naruto's eyes. He looked down, then started to giggle, leaving the others confused. No wonder you put the nine-tails in me. You knew you wouldn't care for me, so you went ahead and did it. Wow. You're actually thinking for once. We put something that no one likes into someone we knew we wouldn't take care of. Now that's what I call killing two birds with one stone, Kushina said with a smirk, joined by Minato and the twins. Naruto stood up and walked toward the door. I'm not a monster. You are, he said, tears in his eyes as he left the house. After Naruto left the house, the four began celebrating, relieved that he was gone. Ever since Naruto was forced out of his home, he had been living in an abandoned apartment he found. He still attended the academy, but his confidence had waned significantly. Kurama felt a sense of failure, wishing he could have protected Naruto better. He wanted to help Naruto regain his confidence, but things had taken a turn for the worse. Whenever hunger struck, Naruto would venture into the forest to catch fish and cook them. Irika-sensei would occasionally check in on him, concerned after hearing about his situation. Naruto always insisted he was fine, but Irika could see through the facade. At night, Naruto sometimes faced bullying from kids his age. When he spotted his parents and siblings, he would quickly turn and walk the other way to avoid being seen. One day, as Naruto lay on the ground watching the sunset, a smile spread across his face. He felt light and free, as if all his troubles had melted away. Unfortunately, this moment of peace was interrupted by someone he dreaded seeing again. Naruto, come to my office, his father called, walking away. Reluctantly, Naruto got up and followed him to the Hokage's office. Inside, they found two villagers with their crying child. This family claims you injured their child. Is that correct? Minato asked. No, sir, Naruto replied. The child's mother chimed in. He's lying. My child came running home, crying about what happened. He wanted a toy, and when she said no, his eyes turned red, and he attacked her. The father added angrily, you better do something about this. Thank you, sir. We'll handle the situation now. You may leave, Minato said, dismissing them. As the villagers exited, the father grumbled, you better. Minato turned to Naruto, his expression serious, while his mother looked at him with disappointment. Naruto, this is the 20th complaint we've received about you injuring children, Minato said, pulling a folder from his cabinet. This contains all the complaints from the past 3 weeks. Naruto stood there, head bowed in shame. He knew he hadn't done any of the things he was accused of, but he was exhausted from the constant blame and accepted whatever punishment came his way. Naruto, you are banished from this village. Leave and never return. Minato shouted. Naruto looked up, his dull blue eyes heavy with fatigue, but they suddenly glowed red. Are you serious? You really believe all these villagers who are clearly exaggerating? It's obvious they're not telling the truth. Yes, I do. Why would I believe? Minato was cut off by a tap on his shoulder from his wife, who had a curious expression. Kushina leaned in closer, her eyes widening in realization. You're the nine-tailed beast, aren't you? Yes, I am, Kurama replied, his voice steady. Minato stood up, blocking Kushina. What do you want? Why are you only showing yourself now? I'm tired of you treating your son like he's worthless. He is your son and will always be. No son of mine is a demon. Minato shouted back. Who are you calling a demon? If anything, you're the one acting like one. You should love your children no matter what. Kurama and Minato exchanged heated words while Kushina remained silent, listening intently. Meanwhile, Naruto sat in the mindscape, feeling defeated. The day his father disowned him and forced him out was the day he lost hope, but he sensed Kurama still fighting for him. It was surprising. He never expected Kurama to care this much. Minutes passed as the argument continued. In the midst of it, Naruto asked Kurama to let him take control of his body again. Hesitant at first, Kurama eventually relented. Just as Minato was berating Naruto, he suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder. What is it, Kushina? Can't you see Minato, look at his eyes, she interrupted. They both turned to see Naruto's eyes shifting from red to a soft blue. Can I say one last thing before I leave the village? Go ahead. What could possibly be so important? Minato replied sarcastically. You are a bad person, Naruto said quietly as he exited the office. Naruto walked through the village, feeling the weight of the villagers' gazes upon him. Whispers filled the air about his banishment, and he caught snippets of insults that made his heart sink. "Hey, Kit, can we have a little talk?" Kurama's voice broke through his thoughts. "Sure, Kurama," Naruto replied, curious. "I wanted to tell you when you became a chunin, but it seems that won't be happening now. So, I'll tell you now." Naruto listened intently as he walked. "Why don't I train you?" Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. "Really? I would love that," he exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. Kurama smiled at his enthusiasm. "I'm glad to hear that. Go pack your things from your apartment." Naruto nodded eagerly and dashed off, but just as he began packing, a loud banging echoed from his door. He froze, uncertainty creeping in. "Should I answer?" he asked. "No, I sense danger on the other side," Kurama warned. Moments later, someone tried to force the door open. Naruto quickly hid in a secret room he had discovered in the walls of his apartment. The doorknob rattled, and then he heard a voice he would never forget. "Where are you, demon?" Kiba called out. Panic surged through Naruto as he realized Kiba was there, possibly with his entire group. Kiba began kicking things around, taunting him. "We know you're here. Your siblings told us your location." Sakura added, joining in the chaos. As the noise escalated, Naruto felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. But then he remembered the alternate escape route. He quietly moved to the side and lifted a false floor panel, revealing a small door. He opened it slowly, the creaking sound alerting the others. "What was that?" Ino asked nervously. "It's obviously a door. He's trying to escape. Quick, everyone look for a hidden exit." Shikamaru urged. The group began searching frantically. Soon, Sasuke and Choji uncovered a hole in the wall concealed by a poster. "Guys, look!" Choji shouted, drawing everyone's attention. They gathered around to see the opening, revealing wooden planks and an open door below. "He escaped. Let's catch him outside," Sasuke commanded, and they all rushed out of the abandoned apartment, determined to find him. "Come on, he can't have gone far," Kiyomi exclaimed as they ran. Once the coast was clear, Naruto peeked out cautiously. "I think they're gone," he whispered, crawling out of his hiding place. "Let's get out of here before they find us," Kurama urged. Naruto slipped out and made his way through the back. As he navigated the alleyways toward the gate, he reflected, "Wow. This is really happening. I knew it was coming, but I didn't expect it to be so soon." "I feel the same," Kurama replied. "Even though I don't want to leave, I will miss this place." Naruto nodded, his thoughts drifting to the memories he had, both good and bad. "True. They may not be the best, but they are still memories. My favorite ones are with you," he said, smiling. Suddenly, Kurama interrupted, "Duck?" Naruto instinctively dropped down just in time to avoid a fireball that soared overhead. "They found us," he thought, turning to see Kiba, Sasuke, Kiyomi, and Niji approaching. "You really thought you could leave without saying goodbye?" Kiba taunted. "Well, goodbye," Naruto said, attempting to flee, but Sakura, Ino, Choji, and Shikamaru blocked his path. "Where do you think you're going?" Ino asked as they closed in on him. "What do you want?" Naruto shouted. Sasuke laughed, a smirk on his face. "You really thought we would let you leave without a proper send-off? We should leave some marks to remember us by," he said, and they moved closer. "Let me take over," Kurama suggested, and Naruto felt himself slipping into the mindscape. His eyes suddenly glowed red. "It's the Nine Tails! Run!" Sakura screamed, and the others scattered, except for Sasuke and Kiba, who stood their ground. "Why are you still here?" Naruto asked, brushing dirt off his clothes. "We're not afraid of you," Sasuke replied confidently. "What are you going to do?" Naruto challenged. "We're going to take you down ourselves," Kiba declared, cracking his knuckles. Naruto braced himself as Kiba charged at him, throwing a punch. Naruto blocked it and tripped Kiba, causing him to stumble. Just then, Sasuke launched a kick at Naruto, who caught his foot and pulled him down. "Are you done?" Kiba asked, getting back up. "Not yet. We're just getting started," he replied, and together they lunged at Naruto. As they struck his back, he vanished in a puff of smoke. What the where did he go? Kiba shouted. It was a clone, you idiot. Sasuke snapped. Naruto sprinted through the alleyways, breathing heavily, with Kurama beside him. I think we're far enough, Kurama said, slowing down alongside Naruto. Thank you for teaching me that. It really comes in handy. No problem. Kurama replied to Naruto. I was really hoping to take one last stroll around the village without being noticed before I leave. There really aren't many good memories, only negative ones. Why do you want to look at everything? Kurama asked, a puzzled expression on his face. Yes, there are bad memories everywhere, but there are good ones too, like in my room. It's a place where I often cry, but it's also where I first met you. At the academy, Iruka-sensei is always there for me when I need him. The abandoned apartment holds some memories too, maybe the best. As Naruto spoke, a smile spread across his face. I never thought about those moments, Kurama admitted. Well, we are about to create more memories out there in the world where no one can tell us what we can and cannot do, Naruto declared proudly, with an annoyed fox beside him. Naruto walked to the academy, where he saw Iruka-sensei sitting on the ground, gazing up at the sky. Mind if I join you? Naruto asked. Iruka nodded in response. Naruto sat down beside him, and they both looked up at the sky in silence. I will miss you and Kurama. I wish I could do something to help you both, Iruka said softly. It's okay, Iruka-sensei. We all know that whatever you do, it won't change things, not with the mindset everyone in this village has. Like you always say, there are things that are in your league and things that aren't, Naruto replied, still gazing at the sky. Iruka felt a wave of sadness knowing his favorite student was being forced to leave the village for something he didn't do. Iruka-sensei, it will be okay. I may not be here, but I will never forget you for as long as I live, Naruto assured him with a smile. Suddenly, he felt something against his leg. We will never forget you, Kurama said as he settled onto Naruto's lap. Hey, Kurama. Please watch over him. He may seem tough, but he's still a child with struggles. He feels nervous around others and has his own doubts. So, please, protect him beyond these gates. It's more dangerous out there than it is here, and he will face challenges, Iruka said, looking down at Kurama, who met his gaze with understanding. Don't worry, Iruka. I will, Kurama promised with a reassuring smile. Naruto stood up and began to walk away but paused to look back at his teacher. Goodbye, Iruka-sensei, he said, turning away and continuing on his path. A sense of sadness washed over him, knowing he wouldn't see Iruka again. He was the only one who had ever cared for him, the only one who had shown him kindness, and the one he felt safe around. Iruka felt a deep sorrow, as if he had lost someone dear to him. Naruto was like a son to him, and it hurt to know he was leaving. Iruka wished for a reunion, but he also understood that Naruto would find happiness out there, which was all that mattered to him, his freedom. Naruto walked through the village toward the gate, where a crowd of villagers had gathered. None of them were paying attention until a sudden shout broke the silence, drawing everyone's gaze to Naruto. Look, everyone, it's the demon, a villager yelled, and the crowd erupted in excitement at his departure. As Naruto walked through the throng, he heard insults hurled at him from all sides. It triggered a moment of frustration, but he managed to keep his composure. He passed through the gate and entered the woods. After a while, he stopped and turned back to look at the village gate. We're not in the village anymore, Naruto said. No, we are not, and that's a good thing. We will face many challenges, but at least we'll be able to create new memories to replace the bad ones, Kurama replied. Iruka-sensei began bandaging him up while Kurama sat on the counter, observing every step Iruka took. Mind explaining this to me while I finish fixing him up? Kurama nodded and replied, My name is Kurama, and I am the nine-tailed fox. Iruka looked at him in shock, as if seeing one for the first time, but his expression soon turned serious. Why did you attack the village 3 years ago? So many lives were lost, so many lives were ruined because of you. What have we done to deserve this? Iruka's voice was filled with emotion as he looked at the fox, who hung his head in shame. Kurama opened his mouth to respond but was interrupted by a sudden voice. It wasn't his fault. They both turned to see Naruto approaching. "Naruto, are you okay?" Kurama asked, concern evident in his tone. "Yes, I am," Naruto replied, picking Kurama up and placing him on his lap. "Why should I believe you? He is one of the most dangerous creatures in the world. How do I know you're not like him?" Naruto shot a questioning look at Kurama, who nodded in response. Naruto then began to explain what happened 3 years ago. "Let me get this straight. You were being controlled by the ghost of Uchiha Madara, who died a long time ago. Hokage Hiruzen needed a newborn baby to seal the 9 tails, and Hokage Minato recommended putting you into Naruto's body." Both Kurama and Irika nodded in agreement with Naruto's summary. "I am so sorry, Kurama. I didn't know." "It's okay," Kurama said, hopping onto Irika's shoulder. Suddenly, Irika's eyes flashed white for a moment before returning to normal. Neither of them knew what had happened, but they shrugged it off. Irika then clutched his chest in pain. "Are you okay?" Naruto asked worriedly. "I'm fine, but I have a question. Did you tell Naruto the answer?" Kurama gasped dramatically. "How could you think that? I would never do such a thing." He jumped off Irika's shoulders, earning a giggle from both Naruto and Irika. On a serious note, no, I didn't tell him the answers. Believe it or not, Naruto is smarter than everyone thinks. People assume he's not because he often stutters or goes blank when asked educational questions. It's just nerves. Kurama glanced at Naruto, who had his head down. Irika was about to speak when the bell rang, signaling the end of class. "Well, Naruto, go ahead to your seat." Naruto nodded and took his place at the back of the classroom. A few minutes later, the other students arrived, and Irika began his lesson. When school ended, Naruto made his way home, feeling unwelcome. He walked into the house to find his father standing there with his arms crossed. "Naruto, we need to talk." It has been 2 years since Naruto was banished from the Leaf Village. He created a campsite where he could sleep, rest, eat, and train. With Kurama's help, Naruto improved his shadow clone and transformation jutsu. Over time, he became proficient with shadow techniques and chakra control. They were currently walking through the woods, engaged in conversation. "And that is why ramen is the best," Naruto declared. "Okay, Naruto, I get it. Ramen is better than any food in the world, but you need to understand that you can't have ramen for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. You need to eat appropriate food at those times," Kurama replied, a hint of annoyance in his voice. Naruto pouted, crossing his arms. "I'm going to keep eating ramen for every meal, and you can't stop me." Naruto insisted eagerly. "Yes, I will. If I have to come out and knock your ramen to the ground, I will." Kurama suddenly fell silent. "You're quiet now because you realize I'm right," Naruto teased. "No, I stopped talking because someone is nearby, and their aura is dangerous," Kurama said quickly, his tone shifting to one of concern. Naruto paused, straining to listen to his surroundings. "There are 3 people nearby, and they are radiating bloodlust. Coming from the right," Kurama whispered. "You know you're in my mind, right?" "You don't need to whisper," Naruto replied as he moved in the direction Kurama indicated, earning an exasperated sigh from his companion. As Naruto crept quietly through the underbrush, the sounds of a struggle grew louder. "It seems like they're fighting," he murmured. He peeked over the bush he was hiding behind and witnessed a 2-on-1 confrontation unfolding before him. 2 male shinobi from the Cloud Village faced off against a cloaked figure wielding a sword. "It's time for you to die," one of the Cloud Ninjas declared as they charged at the cloaked figure. The figure remained still, sword in hand. One of the shinobi halted, sensing something was off. "Wait," he shouted. "What?" the other shinobi replied, turning back. "They're not moving," the first shinobi said, his voice laced with uncertainty. "What is it?" "Are you scared?" the second shinobi taunted, but the tension in the air was palpable. As the taunting continued, Naruto and Kurama exchanged bored glances. "This was getting interesting," Kurama muttered. In an instant, the taunting shinobi's head fell to the ground, his body collapsing shortly after. Naruto watched in awe as the remaining shinobi stood frozen in shock. The cloaked figure turned to face him, revealing a woman in black attire, her sword stained. He shouldn't have talked during the fight. I hope you can provide a better challenge, she said, her gaze fixed on the remaining ninja. The shinobi quickly assumed a fighting stance, one hand gripping a kunai while the other was poised behind it. The cloaked woman removed her hood, revealing her determined expression. She took her position, and both fighters prepared for the clash. The cloud shinobi charged at her, throwing a kunai. The woman deflected it effortlessly with a swing of her sword, ready to counter. As the shinobi leaped into the air, she vanished in a puff of smoke, reappearing beneath him with a kunai in hand. She threw her kunai, but the shinobi blocked it with his own weapon. They both landed gracefully, facing each other, and then charged at full speed, engaging in close combat. Naruto was captivated by the fight, feeling both entertained and amazed. So this is what a fight looks like, he whispered. Yes, and one day, you'll fight like that fast, powerful, and strategic, Kurama replied, watching the battle unfold with keen interest. The shinobi aimed a punch at the opponent's face, only to have it blocked by a swift sword slash. Seizing the moment, he knocked the sword from her grasp, holding a kunai threateningly near her throat. This is the end for you, he declared. No, it's over for you, the female ninja retorted with a smirk. Suddenly, blood trickled from the shinobi's mouth as he stumbled forward, revealing a shadow clone that had been positioned behind him during the fight. The female ninja collected her cloak and sword, preparing to leave when she turned and hurled a kunai toward Naruto. Whoever is there, show yourself. You don't want to end up like these two, she shouted, her voice echoing in the stillness. Knowing he had no choice, Naruto stepped out with his hands raised. The female ninja was taken aback to see a young boy standing before her. Oh, are you lost? She asked. No, Naruto replied. Where are your parents? She inquired. At the village, he answered. Why aren't you with them? I was banished from my village. The ninja's expression shifted to one of surprise. What did you do? It's not about what I did, it's about what the villagers did to me. Confusion crossed her face as Naruto sat down to explain the events that led to his banishment. A silence fell between them. Unsure of what to do next, Naruto finally said, I'll be taking my leave. He stood up to walk away, but the ninja called out, Where do you think you're going? Just because you've been banished and abandoned doesn't mean you have to be alone. I don't care that you have the nine-tailed beast inside you. You're still a child and need someone to look after you. I'm searching for a successor who is willing to train and fight with purpose, not for revenge like you. You fit that description. Do you want to become my successor? She spoke while looking down, her voice softening. Naruto hesitated, wrestling with his trust issues. He had only spoken to her for a few minutes, making it hard to open up. You can trust her, Kurama's voice echoed in his mind, breaking his contemplation. Okay, Naruto finally replied. A small smile appeared on the female ninja's face, subtle yet noticeable. My name is Naruto, he introduced himself. All right, Naruto, let's head to my home, she said, leading the way with him following closely behind. As they walked through the woods, the only sounds were their footsteps, birds chirping, leaves rustling, and the soft clinking of the female ninja's sword. I can't believe they would do this to a child, a 4-year-old, just because of something they put inside him. His own father should have taken responsibility instead of treating him like trash. I swear, when I find him, I will make him pay. Her angry thoughts were interrupted by Naruto's voice. Ma'am, where are we going? We've passed 2 villages now. Without turning around, she replied, We're heading to my home, which is a couple of miles away. Naruto acknowledged her with a sound. Kurama chimed in, She probably has been banished like you, Naruto. What do you mean? Naruto asked. The direction we're going doesn't lead to any villages, it leads to an area of woods that hasn't been claimed due to an incident long ago, Kurama explained seriously. Interesting. What happened? If you don't mind me asking, Naruto probed. Given that we don't know much about the female ninja, I suspect she might be connected to that incident. It's probably not my place to say, Kurama replied, leaving Naruto curious. After a while, they arrived at a large house that was partially in ruins. Vines crept up the brick walls, and the grass around it appeared freshly cut. They approached the door and opened it, revealing a first floor that was mostly destroyed, with the sky visible through the gaps. The furniture lay broken and scattered, wrapped in black cloth. Feeling a mix of nervousness and unease, Naruto followed the female ninja's call. This way. He hurried to catch up with her. Entering a room that was completely empty, devoid of any furniture, the female ninja raised her hand to the wall, causing a glowing circle to appear, inscribed with symbols unfamiliar to Naruto. She touched some of them, and suddenly, a hole opened up beneath him, making him jump back in surprise. The female ninja approached the hole, drew her sword, and turned it clockwise into the ground. A hidden passageway opened behind Naruto, leaving him speechless as she walked past him. "Aren't you coming?" she asked, and he nodded, following her into the secret door. They descended a staircase that led to a black-painted door with a pin combination. The female ninja approached the door and entered the code. It swung open to reveal a spacious room with a kitchen in one corner, a bed on the right side, and a dining table on the left. Turning to face him with her arms wide open, she declared, "This is where I live, sleep, and train. From now on, you'll be training, sleeping, and eating here until you're ready for the final test." Ever since Naruto met the female ninja, she has been teaching him her specialized techniques while leaving all the chakra and jutsus to Kurama. With her guidance, Naruto has become stronger, faster, and his thought process has improved. She even taught him how to wield a katana. Outside of her training, Naruto has also enhanced his taijutsu and ninjutsu skills. In his free time, he practices his shadow clones and sword techniques. Both Kurama and the female ninja can see the progress Naruto is making. Kurama feels proud of Naruto for his perseverance, while the ninja appears to carry a hint of sadness. Kurama notices it but chooses to remain silent. Currently, Naruto is training outside in the woods near their home. 998999100. Naruto said as he sheathed his katana. "That's enough for today. Kurama, what do you want me to do for training?" Kurama? He waited for a response. When he entered the mindscape, he found Kurama asleep. An idea struck him, and he tiptoed closer to Kurama's ears and shouted, "Kurama!" Kurama jumped up, glaring at him. "Why did you do that?" "I was calling you, but you wouldn't answer," Naruto replied, crossing his arms. "You have 5 seconds to tell me what you want before I kick you out of here." "I finished my push-ups. What should I do now?" Naruto asked quickly. "You can take the rest of the day off. You haven't had a break in a while, and I think it would be best for you to take one. Remember, you're still a kid," Kurama said sincerely. "Okay," Naruto replied, starting to fade away, but then he paused. "Wait, Kurama, why haven't you come out yet? Is it because you don't want to, or because you don't want her to see you?" "It's both, actually. I don't feel like coming out, and I don't think it's a good idea when she's around, especially since she hasn't shared anything about herself. Why should I reveal more about us if she isn't willing to tell us about her? We've been here for 6 months, and we still don't know her name," Kurama explained. "So what you're saying is, until she opens up to us, we won't share more about ourselves, including meeting you," Naruto concluded, and Kurama nodded in agreement. They sat in silence until Naruto suddenly felt something cold on his forehead. "Why does my forehead feel cold?" he asked, touching his head. "You can feel things outside of your body too, so it's probably that," Kurama suggested. Naruto faded back into reality to find the female ninja sitting next to him. She looked up, concerned. "Oh my gosh. Naruto, are you okay? I found you lying on the ground. I told you to relax and take breaks," she said hurriedly. "Don't worry, I'm fine. I just went into my mindscape." "Your mindscape?" she questioned. "Yeah, it's a Jinchuriki thing. I can enter my mind and talk to the Nine Tails," Naruto explained with a smile. "Just be careful next time." "I will." With that, Naruto stood up and left the female ninja alone in the base. She sat in silence until she suddenly heard a deep voice. "You should tell him now. You never know if he will change his mind and leave. We need someone to pass it down to." "I know. I will tell him at the right time," the female ninja replied, and the voice faded away, saying, "Do it before it's too late." Naruto stepped outside and looked up at the sky. Today is a beautiful day, isn't it, Kurama? He asked. Yeah, you got that right, Naruto, Kurama replied. They stood together for a moment until Naruto's stomach growled. Looks like someone is hungry, Kurama remarked, and Naruto nodded. He looked away from the sky and started walking in the opposite direction from the village. Naruto, where are you going? Kurama asked. I'm going to the Leaf Village, Naruto said calmly. Kurama appeared in front of him, concerned. Wait, did you say you're going back to the village where everyone neglected, bullied, and traumatized you all your life? Not to mention your family? Yeah. What's wrong with that? Naruto asked, trying to walk around Kurama. Are you insane? Are you really going back to that village after everything they've done to you? Did you hit your head too hard when you entered the mindscape? Kurama, I'm fine. I just want to know what they've done while I was gone. How much progress they've made, how much the village has changed, and how much happier they are, Naruto said, his tone tinged with sadness. Kurama could see Naruto struggling to hold back tears. Sit down for a second, Naruto, he said. Naruto sat on a nearby log. Look, going back to a place where you've experienced trauma isn't good for your mental health. The best thing for someone who has been through that is to get away from it. You've only been away from the village for a couple of months, and you want to go back? I don't think your mental state can handle that, and you still look the same, which means there's a high chance they will recognize you, Kurama said, his voice filled with concern. Naruto moved closer to Kurama and said, Don't worry, Kurama. I'll wear a mask so they won't be able to tell it's me. Kurama sighed deeply, remaining silent for a moment. Fine, but we will need to change your hair color, he said as he returned to Naruto, leaving him smiling. Okay, let's go to one of the villages. Naruto stood up and walked toward the village they usually visited. As Naruto walked through the village gates, he was greeted with cheerful hellos from the townsfolk. He looked around, searching for a hair salon, and soon found one. Naruto walked into the room, greeted by the cheerful owner of the shop. Hello, Naruto. It's been a while. What brings you here? She asked happily. Hi, Mrs. Chu. I actually came here to get my hair dyed, Naruto replied. Really? That's cool. What color do you want your hair to be? The owner inquired. Surprise me, Naruto said, earning a wide grin from her. Okay, come this way, she said, leading him into the back. Mrs. Chu opened the door and let Naruto enter first. Just sit tight, sweetie, and I'll be back with the hair products, she said as she stepped out and closed the door behind her. I'm starting to regret this, Naruto exclaimed. Don't worry, kid, you'll be just fine, Kurama assured him with a grin. Mrs. Chu returned with a crate and 2 assistants. Okay, Naruto. I've got the supplies and the staff we'll need, she announced, placing the items down by the chair. A girl with caramel skin and blonde hair, dressed in a skirt and a button-up shirt with an apron featuring their village's symbol, approached Naruto and bowed. Hello, Naruto. My name is Chitakio, but you can call me Cheta for short. Nice to meet you, she said. A boy with brown hair and caramel skin, wearing black pants and a similar outfit, stood next to her and bowed as well. And I'm Chitakio, but you can call me Chata. It's a pleasure to meet you, he added. It's nice to meet you both too, Naruto replied. All right, Naruto, we've decided what we'll do with your hair, and it's going to be fantastic. Just sit back, relax, and let us do our job, Mrs. Chu said. After 5 hours of work, they finally finished. Okay, Naruto, we're done. What do you think? Chitakio asked, holding up a mirror. Naruto gazed at his reflection, seeing a boy with whiskers on his cheeks and black hair featuring a streak of orange. Wow, thank you. It looks great, he said happily. You're welcome. I chose black because I always see you in black clothes, and I thought it would suit you. The orange streak represents your favorite color. Mrs. Chu said, leaving Naruto smiling as he admired his new look. Wow, you're really observant. But why are Chata and Cheta here? Not that I mind, Naruto said. No, it's fine. We're here to take you to our clothing area, where we'll help you find something that fits your style. This part is just for fun and won't cost you anything, Chitakio said cheerfully as Chitakio gently pulled Naruto toward the clothing section. Naruto glanced back at Mrs. Chu, who mouthed, "Have fun," They entered a room filled with clothes. On one side, there was a desk with various fabrics, a sewing machine, and a chair, while the other side mirrored it, including a couch and a changing room in between. You can sit on the couch while we discuss what would look best on you, Chitakio suggested. Naruto nodded and took a seat as the two began brainstorming. Hey, are you okay? Kurama asked. I'm fine, it's just, I'm not used to this much attention. I'm so accustomed to being overlooked that it makes me feel anxious, Naruto admitted. Get used to it. You'll meet more people like them in the future, Kurama replied, and Naruto nodded in agreement. The two assistants continued discussing designs, but soon their conversation turned into a spirited debate. Let's go with black ripped jeans instead of regular pants. They would look amazing with a white t-shirt and a jacket. Chitakio exclaimed. No way. The kid shouldn't wear ripped pants. That's unprofessional. He's too young for that. He should have something comfortable for moving around, not tight pants that expose his knees. Chitakio countered passionately. Turning to Naruto, Chitakio asked, which do you prefer, ripped jeans or sweatpants? Chitakio also looked at him, eager for his input. Why don't we combine the two? You could make sweatpants with some stylish cuts in them, Naruto suggested. The two assistants exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, heading to their stations to work in silence. This made them quiet, Naruto remarked. Nichim, Kurama replied. After some time, they finished the outfit and handed it to Naruto to try on. He walked to the fitting room and changed into the new clothes. I wonder how he'll look in it, Chitakio said, while Chitakio nodded, starting a conversation with her that was soon interrupted by the sound of the door unlocking. The door opened to reveal Naruto, now wearing orange ripped sweatpants, a t-shirt, and a black jacket. Chitakio gasped, and Chitakio looked on in surprise at how good he looked. Chitakio rushed over to Naruto, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she praised him. Chitakio gently grabbed her shoulder and said, Hey, calm down. Can't you see he's a bit uncomfortable? Chitakio paused, noticing Naruto fidgeting with his fingers and looking down. Sorry, Naruto, she said softly. It's okay, he replied, looking up at her with a smile. What do you think, Naruto? Do you like it? Chitakio asked eagerly. I really like it, Naruto admitted. I'm glad you like it. Would you like us to make your clothes now? Chitakio asked with a big smile. If it isn't too much, Naruto replied, watching as Chitakio beamed with joy, bowing and exclaiming, We are honored. Their moment of excitement was soon interrupted by someone opening the door. All three of them turned around and saw Mrs. Chu standing at the door. Wow, Naruto. You look great. Chitakio, you both did an outstanding job. I knew I could count on you guys. Mrs. Chu exclaimed. Thank you, Mrs. Chu, Chitakio replied while bowing. Amid all the praise, they fell silent and looked back at the boy with tears in his eyes. Chitakio approached Naruto and asked, Naruto, are you okay? Why are you crying? Naruto looked up at the three concerned adults and said, I'm sorry for worrying you. No one has ever cared about me this much, and I feel like I've taken advantage of that. Mrs. Chu walked closer, her expression filled with concern. What do you mean you've taken advantage of it? Chitakio inquired. You've shared so much about yourselves and I haven't said anything about me. You don't know anything about my life, yet you're willing to treat me with kindness, Naruto said, tears streaming down his cheeks. Hey, you aren't taking advantage of us. Just because you don't share everything doesn't mean you're exploiting our kindness. It simply means you're not ready to open up yet. It takes time for some people to share their stories, especially if they've faced difficult experiences, Mrs. Chu reassured him. Yeah, Naruto. You can talk to us whenever you feel ready, Chitakio added. Naruto looked at them, guilt evident in his eyes. He wanted to share his feelings, but fear held him back. He had already lost his family and the entire Leaf Village. He didn't want to lose them too, yet he longed to connect. Hey, Kit, I can tell you want to share your story. Would you like me to help? Kurama's voice echoed in his mind. Naruto simply nodded, and in an instant his demeanor shifted. The others were startled. Don't worry, I won't hurt you, Kurama assured them. Who are you? And don't you dare say you're Naruto because we know you aren't. Chitakio shouted, positioning himself protectively in front of Mrs. Chu and Chitakio. Let me introduce myself. My name is Kurama, and I am the nine-tailed fox. What are you doing here? Chitakio yelled while standing protectively in front of Mrs. Chu and Chitako. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. Naruto feels bad for hiding something, and you told him he could share it when he was ready. He's ready to tell you, and I am what he wanted to tell you about. He is a Jinchuriki and holds the 9 tails, which is me. If you're uncomfortable around us, we can leave and never come back, Kurama said. Chitakio remained in a defensive stance. Chitakio looked nervous, and Mrs. Chu simply stared at Kurama. She pushed down Chitakio's arm and walked forward. Mrs. Chu, what are you doing? Don't get close to him, Chitakio warned. Mrs. Chu ignored him and continued approaching Kurama, kneeling in front of him. 9 tails, can you please let me see Naruto? She asked, and with that, Naruto's eyes shifted from red to blue. Now in control of his body, Naruto felt nervous, tears welling up in his eyes as he feared they would treat him like his village had. Mrs. Chu gently lifted his chin, meeting his gaze. They won't hurt us, she assured him. What do you mean they won't hurt us? Chitakio questioned. I can see the terror, pain, and suffering in Naruto's eyes, and I see protectiveness in Kurama's. They won't hurt us, Mrs. Chu explained. Fine, I'll take your word for it, Mrs. Chu, but if they hurt my sister, I won't hesitate to defend her, Chitakio said, and Chitakio nodded in agreement. Naruto looked at Mrs. Chu with fear in his eyes, worried they wouldn't accept him, but their trust began to lift a weight off his chest. Suddenly, tears streamed down his face. Chitakio and Mrs. Chu embraced him, and after a moment, Chitakio joined the group hug. Once they broke apart, Naruto looked up at them with red, puffy eyes and asked, Why did you accept me so easily? I thought you would hate me like the others did. I thought you wouldn't want anything to do with me, he whimpered. Naruto, just because you have a tailed beast inside you doesn't make you a bad person. Yes, some are known for manipulating their hosts, but I could tell when the 9-tailed beast spoke, he sounded sincere, kind, and worried. That's all I need to know whether or not I can trust you, Mrs. Chu said, leaving Naruto in disbelief. Chitakio placed a hand on her shoulder and said, She isn't called Wise Chu for nothing. Mrs. Chu chuckled at his remark. Naruto, what did you mean by hated me like the others did and not wanting anything to do with you? Chitakio asked. They all looked at Chitakio, then back at Naruto, who fell silent, indicating it was a topic he didn't want to discuss. A lot has been shared today, so we should revisit this topic another day, Mrs. Chu suggested. The siblings dropped the subject, and Naruto exhaled, feeling relaxed again. He mouthed, Thank you, to Mrs. Chu, who replied with a silent, You're welcome. The 4 of them walked to the village gate. Well, it's time for me to leave, Naruto announced. The others nodded, reminding him, Don't forget to come back later to pick up the other clothes we made for you. Naruto nodded in agreement. He walked through the village gates, waving goodbye. Now that we have a disguise, we can go to the Leaf Village, Naruto said excitedly. After hours of walking, Naruto finally reached the hidden leaf. He stood before the gate, hands shaking and sweating, unsure if his disguise would hold. Fear gripped him at the thought of being recognized and harmed. Sensing his anxiety, Kurama reassured him, You don't have to go. Naruto remained silent but took a deep breath and stepped through the gate. He scanned the area, relieved to see no one preparing to attack him. Exhaling the tension he held, he continued walking. As Naruto wandered through the village, he noticed new buildings, more land being utilized, and families happily together. The sight made him sad, realizing everyone was enjoying their lives without him. Meanwhile, Kurama grew increasingly agitated, upset that everyone had outcast a young boy for their own happiness, acting as if nothing had happened. Kurama's anger surged, and Naruto felt his aura intensifying, threatening to take control and unleash chaos. However, Kurama respected Naruto's wishes and gradually calmed down. As the tension eased, Naruto felt inspired and suddenly began running at full speed. Naruto, where are you going in such a hurry? Kurama asked. I want to visit someone before we get some ramen, Naruto replied eagerly. He ran until he reached his destination, the school. Entering the school building, Naruto found the hallways empty. I guess class is still in session, he said. I guess so, Kurama agreed. Just then, the bell rang, and a flood of children burst from the doors, rushing toward the playground to play. Some swung on swings, climbed monkey bars, and slid down slides, while others chatted and laughed together. Watching them bond made Naruto tear up, not from jealousy, but from happiness that none of them were being tormented like he had been at their age. He wiped away his tears and continued toward the classroom where the children had come from. Naruto looked into the room to see Irika-sensei sitting there with his head on the desk. Gosh, why are they so hard-headed? He said. You've dealt with my classmates and still can't handle them? I'm surprised you're still even here. Irika-sensei shot his head up, recognizing the voice. He turned to the door and saw a black-haired boy. What do you mean, with my classmates? Do I know you? Irika asked. Yes, in fact you do. Maybe this will bring back some memories, Naruto replied. At that moment, Kurama emerged from the mindscape and perched on Naruto's head. Hey Irika, it's been a while. Irika-sensei was at a loss for words. He couldn't believe he was talking to his favorite student, the same boy who had been exiled from the village Naruto Uzumaki. Overcome with emotion, Irika-sensei burst into tears and hugged Naruto tightly, as if it were their last moment together. Nice to see you too, Naruto said, returning the embrace. What are you doing here? You can't be here. If they find out, they will hurt you, Irika said, concern lacing his tone. Don't worry, Irika-sensei. I dyed my hair, and Kurama agreed to stay hidden until we leave, Naruto assured him with a smile. Okay, if you say so, Irika-sensei replied. Hey Irika-sensei, how much longer do you have before school ends? Naruto asked. Only 4 hours. Why? Irika-sensei replied. Okay, I will meet you at the front door, Naruto said, leaving Irika-sensei confused. As Naruto made his way to the front of the school, he was approached by a group of kids. One of them asked, Hey mister, you came out of our classroom. Do you know our teacher? Naruto bent down to their level and said, Yeah, I do know him. He used to be my teacher 2 years ago. Isn't that the same time when the old Konohas were being taught? One of the kids asked, and the others nodded in agreement. Yes, that's the same time they were Konohas, Naruto confirmed. The kids awed except for one, who said, If you were with them, then that means you graduated and became a genin, but you don't have a headband on. Why not? I don't have one because I had to move, Naruto explained. The kids were about to ask more questions when the bell rang. Looks like it's time for you guys to head back to class, Naruto said. The kids whined but started heading to the classroom. One of them turned back and asked, Hey, why don't you come with us? Even though you technically graduated, why not join us for class? The others agreed, hoping Naruto would say yes. With a sigh, Naruto nodded, making the kids cheer as they led him to the classroom. Irika-sensei looked up and instructed the kids to sit down while glancing at Naruto. What are you doing here again? I thought you said you were going to wait for me at the front. I was planning to, but they wanted me to come in here and assist you, Naruto replied. Irika-sensei smiled and said, What are you waiting for? Grab the papers and pass them around, please. Naruto beamed and grabbed the stack of papers, distributing them to the kids. As Irika-sensei began the lesson, Naruto sat in the corner, bonding with the students. He helped them, shared stories, and assisted Irika-sensei throughout the lesson. When the bell rang, signaling the end of class, the kids rushed out, leaving Naruto and Irika-sensei alone. Are you ready to grab some ramen? Naruto asked. Irika nodded, and they left the classroom. They walked in silence, unsure of what to say. It had been a long time since they last saw each other. Irika-sensei was happy to see Naruto again but felt uncertain about how to converse with him, as he no longer knew the shy, quiet boy he once taught. Naruto seemed much stronger now, and Irika was eager to learn about his growth. They arrived at Ichiraku Ramen and approached the counter where Tuchi was. Hello, Irika. I see you brought a friend. What's his name? Tuchi asked. I'm surprised you don't recognize him. He used to roam the village, Irika-sensei replied. Tucci looked between Irika and Naruto. I'm sorry, Irika, but I don't think I've seen him before. You know I'm getting old, Tucci said. True, this kid is N. Nahama, my name is Nahama, Naruto interrupted, speaking quickly. Nahama? I haven't seen anyone named Nahama around here, Tucci said. I don't come here often, this is only my second time, Naruto explained. Oh, what can I get for you too? Tucci asked. I would like a chashu miso ramen, please, Irika said. Make that too, Naruto added. Tucci nodded and went to the kitchen, leaving Naruto and Irika alone at the counter. Naruto, why didn't you want me to tell him your name? Irika asked. Naruto looked up and replied, I am banned from this village, meaning I'm not supposed to be here. Plus, we didn't quite get along in the past. Irika raised an eyebrow. What do you mean you didn't get along? He is the nicest person in this whole village, probably the only one. Don't tell me I hurt you just like the villagers did. Kind of like that, but different, Naruto replied. What do you mean? Irika asked. When I was younger, I came here to get some noodles when I finally had enough money. I found Hokage Minato talking to Tucci. He told him that any time I came here, he wasn't allowed to serve me food, with or without money, and threatened to banish him and his family if he didn't comply, Naruto explained. He really did that? Irika asked, receiving a nod from Naruto. If you had told him I was Naruto, not only would he not give me food, but he would probably have told the Hokage I was here. He's starting to get on my nerves, Irika said. Naruto hummed in agreement as he looked up to see Tucci returning with their food. Irika and Naruto stepped back to place the food on their table. Enjoy your meal, Tetsuya said before leaving the two alone. Naruto and Irika expressed their gratitude for the food and began to eat. The two enjoyed their meal while catching up. Naruto, you should be cautious around the lady you're living with. You don't know much about her, but she knows a lot about you, including your fighting skills and karma, Irika said. Don't worry, Irika-sensei. I'll be careful, and please call me Nahama while we're in public, Naruto replied. I'll make sure to remember that. Irika was interrupted by a cheerful voice. Hey, Irika-sensei, it's been a while. Naruto looked up from his food and saw someone he wished to avoid during his visit. Sakura, Ino, Kiba, Niji, Hinata, Choji, Shikamaru, Naruto, Menma, Sasuke, and Kyumi. What are you all doing here? We came here for lunch, Niji said. Sasuke glanced to the left and noticed a mysterious boy with black hair and orange stripes. Hey, Irika-sensei, who's this? Sasuke asked. A lump formed in Naruto's throat. His hands grew sweaty, and anxiety washed over him. He hoped they wouldn't notice him, but luck was not on his side. This is Nahama, my friend's son. He came to visit and see the place. He hasn't been here since he was 3, Irika-sensei explained. That's cool, Sakura said as she approached Naruto. Hey, Nahama, I'm Sakura, she said, extending her hand for a handshake. Nice to meet you too, Sakura, Naruto stammered, shaking her hand. The rest of the group introduced themselves, and he responded with a shaky voice. Hey, Nahama, you don't need to be nervous around us. We won't hurt you, Rock Lee assured him. The others nodded in agreement. Irika-sensei noticed Naruto looking down at the ground. He understood that Naruto preferred not to have an audience, as it often made him uncomfortable. Nahama has social anxiety and doesn't like large crowds, Irika explained. Oh, that makes sense, Kiba said. Mind if we tag along? Ino asked. Irika glanced at Naruto, sensing his discomfort. He opened his mouth to respond but was interrupted by Naruto's voice. Yeah, you guys can come, he said. Are you sure? You don't sound sure, Hinata said. Naruto nodded without saying anything. Okay, you all can eat. We'll wait for you at the playground, Irika-sensei said. The others agreed and headed out. Irika-sensei and Naruto left the restaurant for the playground. Why did you let them come with us? I thought you didn't feel comfortable around them, Irika-sensei asked. I am uncomfortable, but there's no point in denying them. They'll follow us whether we see them or not. Even though I've only been around them for 5 years, I know what they'll do, Naruto replied. That's true, Irika-sensei said. Naruto, Irika-sensei, and Kurama. sat in the playground, talking while waiting for the others. They caught up on what they had missed in each other's lives. Naruto shared his training routine, his free time activities, and the mysterious ninja he was living with. I know you're strong and have made great progress, but you need to be careful around her. Even if she's been nice, we don't know her intentions, Iruka warned. Naruto nodded in agreement as Kurama retreated into his mindscape, leaving the two confused until a high-pitched voice broke the silence. Hey guys. Sorry for the wait. We had to wait for someone who ordered 2 more bowls, Ino said, glancing at Choji. What? I was hungry, and the ramen was delicious. Choji protested. Everyone gave him a blank stare before turning back to the others. Where are we going first? Kyumi asked. We could visit the Hokage headquarters, Sakura suggested. Yeah, that's a great idea. You can also meet our Hokage, Kiba added. Ideas flew around until Naruto began to feel overwhelmed. The noise and overlapping conversations made it worse. Shikamaru noticed Naruto's discomfort and shouted, "Everyone be quiet." The group fell silent and turned to him. You guys are making him uncomfortable, Shikamaru said. Everyone looked at Naruto, who was staring down, covering his ears. Iruka-sensei tapped his shoulder to let him know they had stopped. Naruto lowered his hands and looked at the concerned group. I'm okay, don't worry, he said, scratching the back of his head. No, it's not okay. We made you uncomfortable, Niji said. Where do you want to go, Nahama? Rock Lee asked. Everyone turned to Naruto, awaiting his response. I don't really know this village well. Why don't you show me around? Naruto suggested. Everyone agreed, and they took him all around the village. The Hokage heads on the mountain, the Hokage headquarters, houses, and training grounds. Do you like the place, Nahama? Kiba asked. Naruto nodded, taking in the sights. Rock Lee rushed over, panting. Wow, are you okay? Choji asked. Yeah, I just ran over to see if Nahama wants to meet the Hokage and his family, Rock Lee said. The group buzzed with excitement at the prospect, while Naruto felt his heart sink. He hoped to avoid them entirely. Say no, Kit, Kurama urged. Naruto considered it but ultimately replied, Sure, lead the way. Okay, Rock Lee said, leading the group in that direction. Why didn't you say no? Kurama asked. It would seem suspicious, Naruto explained. What do you mean? Kurama inquired. Think about it. If I agree to everything else and suddenly say no, it would raise questions. Iruka-sensei already told them I haven't been here since I was 3. Not meeting the Hokage would make them think I have a grudge against him, Naruto reasoned. Kurama sighed, acknowledging the truth in his words. The next morning, Naruto and Iruka-sensei woke up early so Iruka could get Naruto some breakfast before heading to work. As they ate, Iruka pondered why Naruto was willing to take such risks. Kurama sensed Iruka's concern. Hey, Kit, I need to talk to Iruka for a moment, Kurama said. Okay, Naruto replied. Kurama emerged from Naruto's mindscape and approached Iruka. Feeling a presence at his feet, Iruka looked down to see Kurama. What is it? He whispered. Let's step outside to talk, Kurama suggested. Iruka nodded, stood up, and followed Kurama outside the restaurant. I wonder what's so important, Naruto thought. In the alley, Iruka crouched down to Kurama's level. What's on your mind? Iruka asked. You seem uneasy, Kurama observed. I'm not uneasy, just confused, Iruka replied. What do you mean? Kurama inquired. None of this makes sense. Naruto was uncomfortable around the villagers yesterday while we were eating. We visited his family, who invited him to hang out today, and he accepted. If he was nervous around the villagers, how will he act around his family, who don't know it's him? He's not supposed to be here, so why is he getting close to the people who banished him? Iruka paced back and forth. I used to think like you, but I trust him, Kurama said. What do you mean he has this? Iruka asked. Naruto and I have been together for almost 7 years. If anyone knows him, it's me. He doesn't act without a reason, Kurama explained. So, you're saying he has a plan? Iruka asked. Or he's trying to uncover information his family has kept from him, Kurama replied. Iruka sighed in frustration, wishing he could stop Naruto, but knowing he wouldn't. There's no point in trying to stop him, is there? Iruka asked. I'm afraid not, Kurama replied. We should head back inside. Naruto is probably wondering where we are, Iruka said as he turned to go back. I can see you really care for him, Kurama noted. Iruka paused and looked back at Kurama. I care about him a lot, Iruka admitted. You want to know something? Naruto sees you as a father, Kurama revealed. Iruka was taken aback. Me as his father? He thought. Even though he never had a father, he knows one when he sees one. Thank you for watching over him and caring for him as if he were your own, Kurama said. You're welcome, Iruka replied. Okay, we really need to go now. It's been 30 minutes, Iruka said, glancing at his watch. Kurama nodded, and they headed back inside together. As they entered, they found Naruto waiting at the front. Sorry for keeping you waiting, Iruka chuckled. Why aren't you inside, Naruto? Kurama asked. The villagers came in a few minutes ago. I didn't want to talk to them, so I left before they noticed I was there, Naruto explained. Ah, I see. They're skipping morning training. I'll have a word with them later, but for now, let's get you to the training area, Iruka said. Both Kurama and Naruto nodded and started walking. Halfway there, Kurama returned to Naruto's mindscape to avoid drawing attention to him. They arrived at the training area to find Naruto's family gathered in the middle of the field, chatting. Iruka called out to get their attention, and they waved for him to come down. Once they reached the family, Minato said, Thanks for letting us hang out with Nahama. No problem. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to talk to some kids about skipping morning training. Nahama, behave, Iruka said as he walked off. Kurama chuckled. He really does act like a father. Well, Naruto, we're excited to have you with us, Minato said. Same for you too, Naruto stammered. If I'm going to do this right, I have to keep acting, Naruto thought. You don't need to be nervous around us, Naruko said cheerfully, placing her hand on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto flinched at the contact, and the others noticed his reaction. Hey Naruko, let's avoid physical contact for now, okay? Minato suggested. Naruko looked puzzled but agreed. You really don't need to be nervous around us, Kushina added. Okay, Naruto replied. What should we do first? Minato asked. Let's get ice cream, Menma suggested. We can go for ice cream if Nahama is up for it, Minato said, looking at Naruto for his response. I don't see why not, Naruto said. The two cheered and headed toward the ice cream shop. When they arrived, Menma and Naruko rushed to the front to order. Hello, what flavor would you like? The ice cream man asked. I'd like chocolate, Naruto said. Me too, Menma and Naruko chimed in with smiles. Okay, 2 chocolate ice creams coming right up. What about you, young man? The ice cream man asked. Naruto looked uncertain, and Minato noticed. He would like vanilla, Minato said. The ice cream man nodded and went to prepare their order. They took a seat at an empty table. Nahama, I noticed you looked confused when he asked for your flavor. What was that about? Menma asked. Menma, Kushina interjected. What? I'm just curious and I know you all are too. No one was going to ask, so someone had to say something, Menma replied. He's right, Mom, Naruko added. Naruto sensed Kushina's disappointment at the question. It's okay, Mississippi. I can share if you want, Naruto said. Only if you're comfortable, Kushina assured him. With me moving around at a young age, I never had many things because they were always kept from me. They always favored their first 2 children. Because of that, I never got the same things they had. I have never eaten ice cream before, had friends, or experienced love from my siblings or parents. It made me feel like an outcast. It even influenced how everyone else acted around me. Even though we moved away, they would still travel to all the villages to buy things for themselves, introduce new experiences, and train together. They celebrated birthdays, but mine was always overlooked. They had movie nights and shared dinners while I had to stay in my own room, or else I would face consequences. Sometimes they even didn't let me eat. As Naruto shared these thoughts, he felt a tear rolling down his face. They thought he was talking about his family, but in reality he was speaking about them. He could sense their pity, their desire to protect him. Instead of feeling cared for, he felt more alone than ever because they were only feeling sorry for Nahama, not for him. "Oh Nahama, I'm so sorry," Kushina began, but was interrupted by the man delivering their ice cream. "2 chocolates and 1 vanilla," he announced. "Thank you, sir." "You can place it down," Minato replied. The man bowed, set the ice creams on their table and left. "It's okay, you don't have to be sorry for me," Naruto said. "If you insist," Kushina replied. Menma and Naruto began enjoying their ice cream while Naruto just stared at his. "Are you going to eat that?" Menma asked with his mouth full. Naruto opened his mouth to respond but was startled by a sudden slap. He turned to see Menma holding his cheek. "What was that for?" Menma yelled. "You know what you did wrong," Kushina replied. "Well, that's new," Kurama chimed in. Naruto agreed. Naruto leaned over and whispered, "Ignore Menma, he always thinks highly of himself and has a smart mouth." "I can tell, and it's kind of funny," Naruto chuckled. "Try your ice cream," Naruto encouraged. "Yeah, I promise it's good," Kushina added. "Okay," Naruto said. He picked up his spoon and took a scoop of ice cream. As he brought the spoon close to his mouth, he felt a cold breeze and instinctively pulled it away. Hearing Minato chuckle, he looked up. "Sorry for not warning you, but ice cream is cold," Minato said. "Oh," Naruto replied. "Idiot," Kurama teased. "Be quiet," Naruto responded in his mind. He brought the ice cream close again, opened his mouth, and was surprised by the cold sweetness. "Wow, it's really cold but sweet," he exclaimed, taking scoop after scoop. Minato and Kushina laughed at his enthusiasm. "I'm glad you're enjoying it, but slow down before you get Minato started, but was interrupted by Naruto's groan. "Brain freeze," Minato said. "I'll remember that," Naruto replied, holding his head. The others chuckled and continued their ice cream, chatting happily. After finishing their treats, they stepped out of the ice cream shop. "What do you guys want to do next?" Kushina asked. "Can we go to the aquarium?" Naruto suggested. Kushina was about to agree but Minato stopped her. "We can't go to the aquarium today because you still have school," he said. Menma and Naruto exchanged annoyed glances with their parents. "Don't give me that look. You know you have to be with your team for your mission in the next 2 hours," Minato reminded them. They nodded and said goodbye to Naruto before leaving. "What do you want to do while they're gone?" Kushina asked. "I can help Iriko with the kids." "I'm sure he wouldn't mind," Naruto offered. "Okay, come over with Naruto and Menma when you finish," Kushina replied. "I will," Naruto assured her. "Mind if we drop you off?" Minato asked. Naruto nodded, indicating they could walk with him. The walk was mostly quiet until Minato broke the silence. "Do you know any jutsus?" he asked. "Yeah, I do," Naruto replied. "Which one do you specialize in?" Minato inquired. "I don't really know because I don't use it much," Naruto admitted. "Really? What do you usually use when fighting?" Kushina asked. "A katana," Naruto said. "Oh, you're a swordsman?" Kushina responded. "What's a swordsman?" Naruto asked. "A swordsman is someone who uses a sword to fight enemies," Kushina explained. "Then yes, I am a swordsman," Naruto confirmed. "Cool," Minato said. "Even if you don't use jutsus much, if you were in a tight spot, which jutsu would you use?" Minato asked. "I would have to say ninjutsu," Naruto replied. "That's cool," Kushina said. "Thank you," Naruto said. "Once the two are done with their missions, would you like to come and train with them?" Minato asked. "Sure, but it will be tricky for me since I don't have my katana," Naruto replied. "That's okay, I can lend you one," Minato offered. "Okay," Naruto agreed. "You're welcome," Minato replied. By the time they finished talking, they had arrived at the academy. "Thank you for walking with me," Naruto said, bowing slightly. "You're welcome. Have fun," Kushina said as she and Minato waved goodbye. Naruto entered the classroom where Iriko was teaching. "Hey guys, look, it's Nahama," one of the kids exclaimed. All the children jumped from their seats and rushed to Naruto at the doorway. "Glad to see you guys too," Naruto replied. "Are you going to stay and help like last time?" a little girl asked. I can if it's okay with your teacher, Naruto responded. The kids turned to Iruka with hopeful eyes. Iruka sighed and said, yes, he can stay and help if you all return to your seats. Without hesitation, the kids dashed back to their seats and sat quietly. Well, that was fast, Iruka remarked, chuckling along with Naruto. Let's continue with the lesson, Iruka announced. Iruka resumed the lesson he was conducting before Naruto arrived. All right, everyone. You're going to work on this packet until recess, which is in the next hour, Iruka said as he handed a stack of papers to Naruto to distribute. Naruto walked around, handing out packets to each student. The students engaged in side conversations and worked on their packets while Iruka and Naruto chatted. How did it go between you and? Iruka asked. It was fine. They asked a couple of questions about my training and more about my family. I also tried ice cream for the first time, Naruto said excitedly. Did you like it? Iruka inquired. It was good. It was really sweet and cold, Naruto replied. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Iruka said. What did you and Kurama talk about? Naruto asked. Oh, Kurama and I discussed the questionable choices you've made and how you might be searching for something, Iruka said. Wow, you didn't even try to soften the blow, Naruto remarked. Iruka chuckled. Nope. Well, I noticed something while we were with the villagers yesterday. They were acting strangely, Naruto said. What do you mean? Iruka asked. When we were walking around the village, the villagers were whispering behind me. I couldn't catch everything they were saying, but I picked up some words, Naruto explained. What did they say? Iruka prompted. Something about why I hold a grudge against him, Naruto replied. That's odd. You didn't give them any indication that you're Naruto? Iruka asked. Nope, Naruto said. That's strange, Iruka noted. Yeah, it is. That's why I'm investigating. I want to see if Minato or Kushina feels the same way, Naruto said. You know you're playing a risky game, Iruka warned. I know, Naruto replied. The bell rang, signaling recess. All the kids stood up and rushed out of the room except for two girls. They approached Naruto and asked, Can you come outside to play with us or teach us some moves? Sure, why not? Naruto replied with a smile. The girls walked outside, waiting for him to follow. We'll finish this conversation another time, Iruka said. Naruto nodded and followed the girls, who led him to the playground. Naruto and the group walked over to one of the training grounds to see Hokage Minato, Kushina, Naruto, and Menma. Naruto and Menma were engaged in a fierce sparring match while Minato and Kushina watched. The group was captivated by their display of skill, with powerful attacks clashing, impressive hand-to-hand combat, and precise kunai throws. However, Naruto felt a bit underwhelmed. He knew they had the potential for even greater feats, especially with the Hokage as their father, known as the Yellow Flash. On the field, Menma charged at Naruto, kunai in hand, while Naruto assumed a defensive stance. Menma attempted an uppercut, but Naruto blocked it with her arm. As Menma struck again, she deftly dodged and landed a punch to his face, sending him stumbling back. Menma paused for a moment, clutching his hand. He's about to form a Rasengan, Naruto thought. In response, she began to form her own Rasengan. Both charged at each other with full speed, arms extended, resulting in a massive explosion that sent a shockwave rippling toward the onlookers. As the dust settled, Naruto lay on the ground, seemingly defeated. Yes, I win. Menma cheered, but the group shook their heads in disappointment. Hey Nahama, here's a little tip about Menma. He can be quite cocky, Shikamaru remarked, and the others nodded in agreement. Noted, Naruto replied. From what I'm seeing, he hasn't changed at all, Kurama commented. Naruto hummed in agreement. I told you you're weak, Menma began, but he was interrupted when he noticed Naruto lying on the ground had transformed into a log. Realizing his mistake, he turned to find Naruto standing behind him, kunai poised at his throat. That's the end of the match. Naruto wins, Minato declared. Menma groaned in disappointment. He tossed his kunai to the ground, only to receive a light slap to the back of his head from his mother. I told you to stop celebrating early. You need to ensure your victory first, Kushina chided. And I also told you to tone down the cockiness, Minato added. Sorry, Menma mumbled. Minato then noticed the group watching from a distance and called them over. The group approached the field and bowed, greeting. Hello, Hokage Minato. Minato smiled and asked, Did you all enjoy the duel? The group nodded enthusiastically. Minato's smile faded slightly when he noticed a boy he didn't recognize. Hey there, what's your name? He asked. Naruto felt a wave of pressure wash over him as he stood before Minato. His name is Nahama, Irika said. Really? I've never met a kid named Nahama, Minato replied. He's one of my friend's kids. They moved away when he was 3 and he's come to visit, Irika explained. Oh, I see, Minato said. Hello, I'm Menma. Menma introduced himself. I'm Naruto, Naruto added. And I'm Kushina, Kushina said. Nice to meet you all, Naruto said quietly. Minato glanced up at the sky and noticed the sun setting. All right, everyone, it's getting late. You should head home, he advised, prompting some groans from the group. The Konoha members bid their goodbyes, leaving Naruto, Minato, Kushina, Naruto, Menma, and Irika behind. Well, it's time for us to go, Nahama, Irika said. Naruto nodded and began walking with Irika when he heard Minato call out to him. Hey Nahama, why don't we talk tomorrow? Or do you need to head home? Minato asked. Irika looked down at Naruto, giving him the go-ahead. Sure thing, he'll be staying the night at my house, Irika replied. Okay, see you tomorrow, Nahama, Minato said. Naruto didn't respond but waved goodbye along with the others. Tomorrow will surely be an interesting day, Naruto thought. Naruto and the 2 little girls stepped outside to be greeted by a group of excited children. All the kids rushed to Naruto and enveloped him in a big hug. What should we do first? A little boy asked. I don't know, what do you all want to do? Naruto replied. The kids huddled together, whispering among themselves about their plans. Some of them peeked out to ensure Naruto couldn't overhear their discussion, as if they were holding a secret meeting. What do you think they're talking about, Kurama? Naruto asked. I'm not sure, but you might want to be worried, Kurama answered. Worried about what? Naruto wondered. He watched as the kids broke from their huddle, all wearing mischievous grins. Okay, I see what you mean, Naruto said, bracing himself. We have come up with a decision, one of the boys shouted. We have decided to. All the kids paused dramatically, clearly enjoying the suspense, while Naruto felt a lump in his throat. He was nervous, frozen in place, feeling as if he might burst if he moved a muscle. Play hide and seek, they all exclaimed in unison. Naruto let out a relieved sigh, having held his breath for too long. Why do I feel like there's a catch? He thought. But we're doing it our way, one of the girls added. And there it is, Naruto thought, earning a chuckle from Kurama. Who are you laughing at, mister? I'm sleepy all the time? Naruto said, slightly annoyed. I'm laughing at a boy who's about to be outsmarted by a group of kids, Kurama replied with a grin. Naruto made a loud, annoyed sound that caught the kids' attention. You don't have to play if you don't want to, a little girl said, clutching his shirt. Naruto snapped out of his thoughts and looked down at her. He crouched to her level and said, Don't worry, I'll play with you all. I was just thinking. His reassurance brought smiles to the kids' faces. Let's go to our secret place, one of them shouted. The rest eagerly agreed and led Naruto to their secret place. When they arrived, the secret place turned out to be a spacious area filled with trees and a shimmering lake reminiscent of Naruto's training grounds. All right, here's how we play, one of the girls explained. One person hides while everyone else seeks. If you're found, you have to run away from the seekers and try not to get tagged. Naruto thought, okay, this doesn't sound too bad. But there's a catch, one of the boys added. I should have known, Naruto thought. The seekers can use their abilities to find the hider, but the hider can't use theirs. The only thing allowed is shadow clones, one of the little girls clarified. Who's going to be the hider? Naruto asked. The kids all looked at him expectantly. I'm the hider, aren't I? He realized, and all the kids nodded enthusiastically. With a sigh, Naruto agreed to the game, which made the kids cheer with joy. This is going to be interesting, Kurama thought. As the kids began counting, Naruto searched for a hiding spot. He scanned the area, but none seemed suitable. Hey, you just passed a good spot, why? Kurama asked. The kids call this their secret place. They probably know it better than I do, including all the best hiding spots, Naruto explained. In that case, there really isn't anywhere to hide, Kurama noted. I guess I'll just have to run, Naruto said. You know, for someone playing a game, you're taking this pretty seriously, Kurama remarked. Really? Naruto replied. Yes, you're thinking of all the worst-case scenarios as if someone's out to get you. Maybe you should take a break from training, Kurama suggested. I might be overthinking it, but I don't know their abilities or fighting styles. I have to be cautious instead of blindly charging in, Naruto replied. If that's the case, then why are you running around looking for a hiding spot? Kurama asked. I'm just familiarizing myself with the area so I know where to go if things get tricky, Naruto explained. You're going to lose, Kurama said. Why do you think that? Naruto asked. If you can't remember where you put your sword, how do you expect to remember this place? Kurama countered. Hey, that was one time. Naruto protested. What about when you got lost in the village just a mile from home? Kurama continued. Okay, I get it. I can be forgetful, Naruto admitted. You forget all the important things but never your ramen, Kurama quipped. Naruto was interrupted by the fading shout of the kids. Looks like they're coming, he said, readying himself. The kids began exploring the woods, splitting into two groups, one taking the high ground and the other the low. What in the world? These kids are wild, Naruto remarked. One of the kids used her ability to detect heat emanating from the tree below. 3B, she shouted, catching everyone's attention, including Naruto's. Confused, he soon heard rattling noises all around him. Peeking from his hiding spot, he saw the kids on the low ground searching for him. Interesting, they have code names for each area, Kurama observed. Yeah, and I'm surrounded, Naruto thought. Looks like you're in a tricky situation, Kurama teased. More like a sticky one, Naruto replied, quickly realizing how that sounded. Never mind, forget I said that, he thought, feeling embarrassed. Hey, do you hear that? Kurama asked. Naruto focused on his surroundings, noticing an eerie silence. Where could they have gone? He wondered. Cautiously, he peeked out again but saw no one. Just then, a kunai whizzed past his face, barely missing him. More followed, and he dodged them skillfully, thinking, they're around me, but why haven't they come for me yet? Suddenly, he heard a stick snap. Behind, he thought, leaping onto a branch above. Looking down, he spotted a girl on the ground. Dang it, she exclaimed. Naruto felt a sudden weight on the branch and looked up to see the other kids approaching. He tried to let go but found his hands stuck to the branch by a sticky substance. A boy stood nearby, smirking at him. Okay, now you're really in a sticky situation, Kurama chuckled. You're not helping, Kurama, Naruto thought, squirming to break free. The kids drew closer, and the boy at the end of the branch reached out, touching Naruto's head. We got you, he declared cheerfully. The kids cheered, but Naruto chuckled in response, drawing their attention. Are you sure about that? He said, and in an instant he transformed into a puff of smoke, leaving the kids in shock. It was a shadow clone, one of the girls exclaimed. They began searching frantically, but not behind them. Naruto chuckled to himself and took off. That was a close one, he said. Sure was, Kurama replied. As he ran, he spotted a puddle ahead. Just as he reached it, a hand shot out from the water. Shoot, he thought, quickly changing direction. A burning smell wafted toward him. Naruto behind. Kurama shouted. Naruto jumped onto a branch just as a fireball soared past him. Turning around, he saw 3 girls staring at him. We found you, one of them said. Naruto began jumping from tree to tree, pursued by the girls. They're fast, he thought. He continued until he noticed 2 of the girls flanking him. Looking back, he saw the same girl who had shot the fireball behind him. They split up, Kurama noted. I wonder what they're planning, Naruto thought. They had been leaping through the trees for a while, and while Naruto felt fine, he could tell the girls were tiring. Looks like they're getting worn out, he thought. Suddenly, he noticed shadows above him and looked up to see some kids soaring through the air. Since when can shinobi fly? He wondered. Look up ahead. Kurama yelled. Naruto focused forward, spotting the rest of the kids ahead. He sprinted toward them as the girls closed in, including those above. They're getting closer, Kurama warned. I know, Naruto replied. Some kids hurled kunai while others prepared their jutsus. Now, a boy shouted, and all the kids launched their attacks at Naruto. He dropped down, skillfully dodging their onslaught, which resulted in a massive explosion. As the smoke cleared, the kids found no trace of the black-haired boy. "Aw man, we lost him again," one girl complained. "Come on, he couldn't have gone far," the boy said. The kids split up, continuing their search. Once they were gone, Naruto emerged from a hollow log on the ground. "I told you exploring would pay off," he said. "I'm impressed." "You remembered the spot," Kurama admitted. Naruto growled in annoyance. "Hey, don't growl at me. Keep moving. If they found you once, they'll find you again soon," Kurama urged. Naruto climbed out of the log and ran off. Naruto was sprinting through the woods, staying hidden whenever he spotted any of the kids. Eventually, he found a decent hiding spot, albeit temporarily. "We can't stay here much longer," Kurama said. "I know that. I'm just catching my breath and reflecting on the information we have so far," Naruto replied. "All right, let's quickly go over what we know," Kurama suggested. Naruto nodded and began to speak. "For the flying group, it seems like one of them can levitate others," Naruto said. "But we don't know if they can control them from the ground or while in the air," Kurama replied. "Exactly. The only way to find out is to locate one of the groups that consistently follows the airborne group. If we don't see them, then we can be sure it's one of the kids with them," Naruto explained. "Okay, what's next?" Kurama asked. "We have an Uchiha among them," Naruto said. "Is it because of the fireball?" Kurama inquired. "Yeah," Naruto confirmed. "What about the Senju?" "They can also use fireball jutsu," Kurama suggested. "That's possible, but remember, they fought in many wars, leading to a significant decline in their numbers. If I recall correctly, there are only 2 members of the Senju clan left. I doubt they would come out of hiding if they are," Naruto said. "That's true." "Next," Kurama prompted. "They have 9 different groups, 4 on the ground, 4 in the trees, and 1 in the sky," Naruto reported. "They're also using code for each area of the woods," Kurama added. "If I remember correctly, this is the code for each area," Naruto said, picking up a stick and sketching on the ground. It looks like they've created a whole layout, and 2 teams are keeping watch over each area while 1 group monitors everything," Kurama observed. "Yep, their job is to be the eagle eye for the other groups. This is actually clever. Splitting into teams allows them to cover more ground and makes their enemy feel trapped," Naruto noted. "And they can use code to communicate secretly, so they know exactly where their enemy is," Kurama said. Naruto replied. "These kids are going to be really dangerous in the future if they keep this up," Naruto remarked. "They will," Kurama agreed. "And we are currently in Area B2, Naruto said, pointing with the stick. "What's the plan now?" Kurama asked. "We need to move to a more open area, one that allows us to maneuver," Naruto replied. "Are you suggesting we should get all of them in the same spot to face them at once?" "Yes," Naruto confirmed. "You can only use your shadow clone jutsu," Kurama reminded him. "But they never said I couldn't use a weapon," Naruto countered. "You're right. Well, have fun. I'm going to take a nap. Wake me up when things start to get interesting," Kurama said as he settled down. "Don't worry, I will," Naruto replied. Naruto moved through the woods, searching for the groups but failing to spot any. "This is strange. Is their recess time over?" Naruto wondered. He landed on the ground from the trees and began walking. "It's too quiet," he whispered. Just then, he felt something tugging at his foot. Looking down, he saw a vine wrapping around his leg. "It's a trap," Naruto thought. He glanced up to see kunais flying toward him. He managed to dodge them, but one grazed his cheek. He heard more movement than before. "They're coming," he thought. Quickly, he grabbed the nearest kunai and cut the vine. Just as he did, another kunai flew toward him. He jumped up and landed in the trees. They're here, he thought. Naruto scanned the area, trying to spot any of them. Where are they? He wondered. He stood still for a moment, waiting to see if any of them would reveal themselves. I guess it was a trap, he concluded. Jumping down from the trees, he began walking again. Where could they have gone? Naruto was interrupted by a sudden immobilizing sensation. What the why can't I move? He thought, struggling to break free. He heard footsteps approaching from all directions and saw figures emerging from the shadows. As they got closer, he recognized the kids, all of them. So it was a trap, he realized. The kids grinned at him. We got you now, one of the boys declared. You're not getting away this time, the girl added. They all charged at Naruto, and as they touched him, he vanished in a puff of smoke. What? The kids exclaimed. Naruto whistled to catch their attention. Sorry. I'm not that easy to catch, he said, sticking his tongue out at them. Get him, one of the boys shouted. The kids charged after Naruto, and he took off running. Hey, Kurama, wake up. It's time, Naruto called out. At the academy, 10 minutes after the explosion. Irika-sensei stood at the doorway of the school, glancing at the clock. Where are they? They should have been here 10 minutes ago, he muttered. Normally, he would be worried, but knowing they were with Naruto eased his mind. I guess it won't hurt for them to have a little fun, he thought. Just as he turned to head back inside, a sudden shout interrupted him. Irika-sensei! He turned to see Minato and his family, along with others from the village. What is it? Irika asked. There was an explosion. Sakura said urgently. Okay, I'll call Kakashi and Asuma over to the area, Irika replied. No, you don't understand. It happened near the playground. Sasuke yelled. Oh no! Irika exclaimed. What are you all waiting for? Let's go, he shouted. They all started running toward the site of the explosion. I hope they are okay, Minato said. Me too, Kushina agreed. Naruto, please tell me you are safe, Irika thought anxiously. They reached the playground, scanning the area but finding no sign of the kids. Does anyone see them? Minato asked, but everyone shook their heads. Wait, Dad, didn't Nahama come here too? Menma asked. That's right, Irika replied. I hope they are okay, Kushina said. They continued searching until they heard a noise coming from the woods. Something is coming, Ino shouted. They all turned to see what it was, ready for anything. Suddenly, Nahama emerged from the trees, stopping in front of them. Nahama, are you okay? Kushina asked, relief washing over her. Don't worry, I'm fine, Naruto replied. Where are the kids? Irika asked. Oh, they are. Naruto started, but was interrupted by a kunai flying toward him. He quickly dodged and blocked it with his own kunai. What is going on? Irika demanded. Before Naruto could explain, he leaped into the air, narrowly avoiding a hand that shot up from the ground. It was one of the kids. Guys now, the boy yelled. All the kids emerged from their hiding spots, surrounding Naruto. No one moved. The kids stared him down while he scanned his surroundings, waiting for their next move. The adults watched in confusion. Can someone explain what's happening? Irika asked. We're playing hide and seek our way, one of the girls said. Their way, Irika echoed, puzzled. Just then, a girl began performing a jutsu. Rock stick, one of the boys shouted, causing rocks to rise from the ground toward Naruto. He dodged just in time, but another kunai came flying at him. Hey Naruto, don't you think you're going easy on them? Kurama asked. Are you seriously suggesting I use my sword against a group of kids? Naruto replied incredulously. After a moment's thought, he sheathed his kunai. Are you really surrendering now? The girl asked. No, I'm just taking this up a notch, Naruto said, pulling a small device from behind his shirt. He pressed a button, and it extended into a bow staff. This is getting interesting, Kurama thought. The kids charged at Naruto, using their jutsus and trying to close in for close combat. The adults watched, worried but also impressed. Wow, Nahama is really fast and agile. I wonder what kind of training he does, Minato thought. How is he moving like that? It's almost as if he has a Sharingan, Kyomi pondered. Naruto, I can see you've improved a lot over the past 2 years. Keep it up, Irika thought. He's moving that staff so fluidly, almost like a dance. I wonder if he can teach me how to use a katana, Sasuke mused. He's stealing all the girls. I'll make him pay for that, Kiba said, scowling. Before they knew it, the fight was over. All the kids lay on the ground, panting from exhaustion. Are you guys done? Naruto asked, a grin on his face. Don't worry. Nahama. We'll get you. Next time, one of the boys panted. I'll be waiting. You all did a great job. You worked together and fell into your traps 3 times. You're all strong individuals and will become strong shinobi in the future, Naruto encouraged. The kids smiled at his words and shouted in unison, believe it. Let's get you all back to the academy, Irika said. The kids groaned but got up and started heading back. Hey Nahama. Menma called out. They all turned to see Menma standing there, looking determined. I want to spar with you right now, Menma exclaimed. You've got to be kidding me, Naruto thought. Okay, now this is getting really interesting, Kurama said eagerly. Everyone stood there with expressions of disbelief. Are you serious? Sasuke asked. Yeah, are you really asking him to spar with you? We barely know the guy, and you want to fight already, Choji added, munching on a piece of chips. Come on, don't you have a mission in 2 hours? Irika-sensei questioned. Like you said, it's in 2 hours. I have time to spar, Menma replied with a grin. Everyone turned to Naruto, waiting for his response. Menma looked at Naruto with a wide smile, while Naruto remained expressionless, as if he were tired of Menma's antics. You're really considering fighting him? Kiba asked. Naruto stood silently, not answering either Menma or Kiba. Are you going to fight Naruto? Kurama inquired. Sure, I'll fight, Naruto declared, loud enough for everyone to hear. Great, let's go, Menma said. He turned and walked to the center of the field, followed by Naruto and Minato. This is really happening. I hope he will be okay, Kushina began, but was suddenly interrupted by a sharp pain in her chest. It felt like a dagger had pierced her heart, igniting a fire within. She clutched her chest and fell to her knees. Concerned, everyone around her looked on with worry. Are you okay, Lady Kushina? Choji asked, dropping his bag of chips. Irika-sensei and Shikamaru rushed to her side, steadying her shoulders to prevent her from falling forward. I'm okay now. I don't know what just happened, but I felt a sharp pain in my chest out of nowhere, Kushina said, breathing heavily. Did you eat something bad, Mom? Naruto asked. No, it started after I thought about Nahama, Kushina replied. Just then the pain returned, more intense than before. Does it still hurt now? Irika asked. No. It just hurts worse after saying what I just said, Kushina said, a tear rolling down her face. The group exchanged worried glances, unsure of what to do. Let me use my medical ninjutsu to try to soothe the pain, Sakura suggested, kneeling beside her. That's not a good idea. We don't know what's going on with her body. It would be best not to intervene, Irika said urgently. We should call Hokage Minato over here. He probably knows what to do, Ino said, turning to shout for him, but was stopped by Sasuke. Wait, Ino. Lady Kushina, you said it started as soon as you thought about Nahama, correct? Sasuke asked. Kushina nodded without speaking. Okay, try to stop thinking about him. Focus on something else, Sasuke instructed. Kushina closed her eyes and shifted her thoughts. Suddenly, the pain subsided. How do you feel now? Shikamaru asked. I feel better, Kushina replied. With Shikamaru and Irika's help, she stood up. I don't understand what happened, Kushina said. But we do. The same thing that happened to you happened to all of us. We felt a similar pain, but it was more like a pinch. It started after we met Nahama and left the restaurant yesterday, Niji explained. As soon as we stopped talking about him, the pain went away, Kiba added. That's the same thing Naruto told me, Irika thought. Hey, Irika-sensei, did you feel the same sensation too? Sakura asked. No, I haven't, Iruka replied. That's strange, Sasuke remarked. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed, and they turned to see where the sound had come from. They rushed to the scene and waited for the smoke to clear. As the haze dissipated, they saw Naruto standing tall while Menma lay on the ground, unconscious. What happened? Kushina yelled, rushing to Menma's side. I don't know what he did, but somehow he countered Menma's Rasengan back at him, Minato said, his face a mix of shock and disbelief. He did what? Everyone exclaimed. What happened 15 minutes ago? Minato, Naruto, and Menma had reached the center of the field. Menma and Naruto stood ready to fight. Okay, Menma, I know you know the rules, but I will repeat them for Naruto. The only rule for this spar is to not harm each other seriously. If one of you is down, don't continue. When you're ready, perform your seal, and when I say go, you shall begin, Minato instructed. Naruto looked at Minato, confused. Are you confused, Naruto? Minato asked. What is the seal? Naruto inquired. It's what you do before sparring. You fight with everything you have, but you remain comrades until the end, Minato explained. I don't want to be comrades with a spoiled brat, Naruto thought. He nodded and raised his hand, mirroring Menma. I'm going to crush this little troublemaker, Menma thought with a grin. Ready? Go! Minato shouted. Menma and Naruto charged at each other. Menma aimed a punch at Naruto's face, but Naruto dodged and swept his leg, causing Menma to fall. Menma caught himself with his hand, and Naruto went for a punch. Menma grabbed a handful of dirt and threw it into Naruto's face. Startled, Naruto hit the ground. I can't do anything, Naruto thought. Duck! Kurama shouted. Naruto ducked just in time to feel something brush past his hair. Left! Kurama yelled. Naruto moved to the left. He's really good with his senses, Minato thought. Kurama continued guiding Naruto, as his vision was compromised. As the fight progressed, Menma's anger intensified. Wow, I haven't felt this mad since that demon left, Menma said. This struck a nerve, causing him to lose focus on Kurama's guidance. Noticing Naruto's guard was down, Menma lunged for a punch. Naruto! Duck! Kurama yelled, trying to get his attention. But Naruto didn't hear him and took the hit, stumbling back. Naruto, are you okay? Kurama asked. Yeah, I'm fine, Naruto replied, brushing the dirt off his face. The first thing he saw was Menma grinning widely. Anger surged through Naruto. Usually, when someone called him a demon, he felt scared or sad, but this time he felt a fierce determination. An aura of yellow enveloped him. He finally lost it, Kurama thought. This is getting more interesting, Menma thought. Naruto walked towards Menma with an angry expression. Menma looked at Naruto with a mischievous smile, one that seemed familiar. He extended his hand, beginning to form a Rasengan. Menma charged at Naruto, the large Rasengan glowing in his hand. You might have dodged my other attacks, but you won't dodge this one, Menma declared. Naruto remained silent, not making a move. Menma, stop. You could hurt him. Minato shouted. He won't get hurt if he dodges. Menma retorted. In a sudden burst of determination, Naruto swung a punch at Menma. Menma dodged, leaping into the air and launching his Rasengan towards Naruto. Naruto caught the Rasengan, spun around, and sent it back at Menma, resulting in a powerful explosion. Present time. Minato rushed to Menma, checking his pulse. He'll be okay, Minato reassured everyone, calming their nerves. The group turned to Naruto, who stood with his gaze fixed on the ground, seemingly lost in thought. Hey, Naruto, how did you do that? Sasuke asked, but Naruto remained motionless. Iruka cautiously approached him. Hey Naruto, are you alright? Iruka asked softly. He bent down to see Naruto's face, which was filled with distress. Hey Naruto, can you hear me? Iruka placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto didn't respond but shook his head. Iruka stood up and wrapped his arms around Naruto, offering comfort. Unable to hold back any longer, Naruto began to cry, tears streaming down his face. They embraced, and in that moment, they heard footsteps approaching. They released each other and saw Kushina walking towards them. Hey, Lady Kushina, are you— Oh, Irika started, but was interrupted by a sudden slap to the face, shocking Naruto but leaving the others unfazed. Why did you do that? Naruto stammered. Because this kid is comforting you when he should be helping my son. You're over here crying as if you lost someone important. Kushina shouted. Lady Kushina, he was just upset. He needed comfort, and I was there for him, Irika defended, stepping between Naruto and Kushina. Why am I? My son is the one hurt, not him. You should be helping my son, not him. He's not injured. Kushina yelled, getting in Irika's face. I'm sorry I didn't help your son. I was trying to make sure Naruto was okay because none of you checked on him. Just like you treat anyone who doesn't help your children. Irika snapped back. Hey, don't bring that up. Minato shouted, standing up from Menma's side and confronting Irika. That demon is not my child. He is not human, he is a demon. Minato yelled. How can you say that about your own child? Kushina, you gave birth to him. He came from you, Irika argued. He may have come from my body, but he is no son of mine. He is the son of the devil, Kushina replied. The others, except for Sakura, gathered around Kushina and Minato, showing their support for their words. Are you all serious right now? You're siding with them? Irika questioned the group. What they're saying is true. He was born with a demon inside him, Kiba added. Irika chuckled, surprising everyone. It's amusing how you all speak, as if he was born with a tailed beast inside him. You have no idea of the real story behind Naruto's life. Menma and Naruto were too young to remember what really happened, Irika explained. So what if we were too young? It doesn't change the fact that he was born with a demon, Naruto said. The group nodded in agreement until a sudden voice interrupted them. Guys, Menma is awake. Sakura shouted. Everyone turned and rushed to Menma, who was sitting up. Hey Menma, are you okay? Does anything hurt? Do you need anything? Kushina asked, her concern evident. Mom, I'm fine, Menma replied with a smile. I'm glad to hear that, Minato said, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Irika stood there in disbelief, unable to comprehend how the villagers, including the Hokage, could treat Naruto this way. Come on, Naruto, let's go, Irika said. Wait, Naruto replied, walking over to Menma despite the disapproving stares. He extended his hand, mimicking the gesture he had made earlier. You fought well. I'm sorry for hurting your son. I promise it won't happen again, Naruto said, bowing slightly towards Kushina and Minato. He looked back at Menma, hoping for a similar gesture in return. Menma glanced at Naruto's hand and then back at him, slapping it away. I will not be your ally and never will be. Since you arrived, I've felt uneasy around you. Whenever I'm near you, I sense anger, like when that demon was here. My instincts tell me you know about demons or have encountered one. I trust my gut, and it hasn't failed me yet, Menma declared. The others regarded Naruto with suspicion. I think it's best for you to leave, Kiyomi suggested. Yeah, don't come around us again, Kiba added. Naruto nodded silently and walked away. Are you okay? Irika asked, but Naruto didn't respond, simply walking past him. Irika sighed and followed Naruto. Kid. Naruto and Irika-sensei returned to his house after a long night filled with negativity, which had dampened their spirits. Naruto's main reason for visiting was not just for the ramen. He wanted to see his favorite teacher, the only one who treated him kindly. Irika also wanted to spend time with Naruto, but things had taken a turn for the worse. Irika-sensei. I'm sorry for putting you through this. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to see you again, but everything went wrong, Naruto said quietly, hoping Irika hadn't heard him. Naruto, it's okay. You didn't know this was going to happen, and I know you didn't intend for it to, Irika reassured him. You don't have to say that just to make me feel better, Naruto replied. Irika moved closer and crouched down in front of him. I'm not just saying that to comfort you, it's the truth. You couldn't have foreseen this, and neither could anyone else. Life has a way of throwing us curveballs, Irika explained. Okay, Naruto said softly. Can I ask you something, Naruto? Irika inquired. Naruto nodded in response. What happened back there? Irika asked. Just then, Kurama emerged from the mindscape and landed on the table. Menma allied Naruto with a demon, which stirred up some painful memories, Kurama stated. Irika's eyes widened in understanding, and a heavy silence fell over the room. It felt as if everyone was grappling with shame until Naruto finally broke the quiet. I just don't understand, he said, capturing the attention of both Kurama and Irika. Menma spoke as if he knew it was me. He said those harsh things like he was aware of my identity. Why do I feel like I've been played? First, everyone was kind to me, and then they started asking questions as if they knew. It's so frustrating, Naruto exclaimed, his voice rising in distress. Naruto, I understand you're upset, but it's over now. You can relax, Kurama said gently. No, it's only over when I'm gone, Naruto replied, his tone darkening. Hey, don't think like that. We will figure this out without it costing your life, Irika said firmly, stepping closer to Naruto, who was sitting across the room. Do you trust me enough to help you? Naruto sat in silence, causing concern for both Irika and Kurama. But why should I trust you? Naruto finally asked, his voice trembling. Both Irika and Kurama were taken aback by his question. Naruto, are you hearing yourself? How could you ask such a thing? He has helped you, guided you, and been a father figure when you needed one, Kurama urged. But how do I know it's not an act? How do we know he isn't sharing information that could expose me? How can I trust him? Or you? Naruto challenged, his eyes filled with doubt. Kurama was stunned by Naruto's words, realizing the depth of his mistrust. Irika, too, was left speechless. He reached out to touch Naruto's shoulder, but Naruto instinctively recoiled, swatting Irika's hand away. Please, don't touch me, Naruto said, his voice strained. He turned and walked out the front door without looking back. What just happened? Irika asked, bewildered. That he's hurting, Kurama replied softly. Naruto was wandering through the village, passing by various shops, restaurants, and people, but he was lost in his thoughts. With his head down, he barely noticed his surroundings. A mix of sadness and anger clouded his mind, making it difficult for him to think clearly after everything that had happened. Trust was a fragile thing for him now. He felt he couldn't rely on anyone, strangers, his family, the villagers, or even the mysterious ninja he was living with. Not even Kurama or Irika seemed trustworthy anymore. Eventually, Naruto reached the village gate, where a couple of shinobi were stationed. One of them called out, Hey kid, where are you going at this time? I'm just going for a walk, Naruto replied, keeping his tone flat. Would you like one of us to walk with you? It's dangerous out there, especially at night, the other shinobi suggested. No thanks, I can handle myself, Naruto said, stepping through the gate. Hey kid, I just told you it's not safe, one of the shinobi yelled, grabbing Naruto's arm. Reacting instinctively, Naruto turned and pushed the shinobi away. All right, that is it, brat, the shinobi shouted, preparing to use a jutsu. He began forming hand signs when suddenly, someone grabbed his wrist from behind. Hey there guys. Since when do we attack kids just for being stubborn? The voice belonged to Kakashi, the famed copy ninja. Naruto's eyes widened. He had heard stories about him from other villages and in the books he read. Kakashi, I was just trying to, the shinobi started. Tell the kid what kind of danger is outside the village. Do you think there's a better way to communicate that than by hurting him? Kakashi interrupted. But how do you think the Hokage will feel if he finds out you've been hurting kids? Kakashi pressed, his tone firm. The shinobi fell silent, and Kakashi added, Why don't you leave before I change my mind? The shinobi quickly retreated to his companion. Thank you, Naruto said quietly. No problem, Kakashi replied, about to ask Naruto something when they heard someone rushing toward them. They turned to see Irika running with Kurama in his hand. Hey, Nahama, Irika called out. Irika reached them, slightly out of breath. I wanted to talk to you, please, he said earnestly. Please, you and Irika should talk, Kurama whispered, audible only to Naruto. Oh hey Irika. I didn't know you knew him, Kakashi remarked. Yeah, I'm his legal guardian while he's here, Irika explained. In that case, Nahama, I think it's best if I leave you with him. He's responsible for you while your parents aren't around, Kakashi said. Naruto remained silent and walked past Iruka without a word. Iruka tried to engage him, but Naruto didn't respond. Have a good night, Kakashi, Iruka said, quickly turning to follow Naruto. Something strange is happening, Kakashi thought. Naruto. Wait, Iruka called softly, just loud enough for Naruto to hear. Leave me alone, Naruto replied, not wanting to hear anything Iruka had to say. He felt betrayed, as if everyone had been pretending all along, just like when he was younger. They would act as if nothing was wrong while whispering behind his back. Eventually, his family distanced themselves, allowing the village to treat him poorly, neglecting him and hurling hurtful words that no child should ever hear. Naruto! Iruka shouted, grabbing his arm. Naruto turned to see Iruka's eyes red and puffy from crying. He has been crying, Naruto thought. Naruto, I know you're going through a tough time, and I'm sorry if I've hurt you or made you feel like you can't trust me. If I did anything wrong, I apologize, Iruka said quickly. Where is all of this coming from? Naruto asked, confused. I told him what you were thinking when you didn't move earlier during the fight, Kurama explained. A couple of hours earlier, after the confrontation. Outside of Naruto's mind, smoke enveloped him, and there was no sign of Menma. While the outside appeared calm, the inside of Naruto's mind was far from peaceful. It was dark and gloomy, with water pooling beneath him and smoke swirling around. Kurama stood before him, concern etched on his face. Naruto, are you okay? He asked, but Naruto remained silent. I need you to calm down, Kurama urged, but Naruto did not respond. Please, look up at me, Kurama requested. Slowly, Naruto lifted his gaze, and his eyes widened in shock. His right eye was normal, but the left was black with a red pupil. No, he's here, Kurama realized, recognizing the transformation that signaled the presence of Naruto's darker self. The clouds around them began to swirl ominously, forming a sphere. No, Kurama thought, panic rising. Naruto! Naruto! He shouted, but it was too late. The connection was severed, and Kurama could no longer reach him. Please, Naruto. Don't listen to anything he says. Naruto soon regained awareness, surrounded by darkness. Where am I? He wondered. You are in our mindscape, a voice responded. Naruto scanned the area for the source. Who are you? Where are you? Show yourself, he demanded. Relax, you're safe, the voice replied. I'll relax once I see you, Naruto insisted. Fine, the mysterious figure said, footsteps echoing behind him. Naruto turned quickly to find someone who looked exactly like him. Who are you, and why do you look like me? He stammered. Isn't it obvious? I am you but different, the figure explained. Naruto remained silent, waiting for a name. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, also known as Dark Naruto. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. You can trust me, Dark Naruto assured him. Why should I trust you? Naruto asked skeptically. Because I am a part of you. The one who has been hiding in the shadows. I know you better than anyone else. I can help you through whatever you're facing, Dark Naruto replied. I still don't trust you, Naruto said firmly. Why don't you trust me? I just told you who I am, Dark Naruto pressed. Look, I don't trust people I just met. If you know me like you claim, then you know that, Naruto countered. Dark Naruto studied him, then smirked. You don't trust me, yet you trusted Kurama right away. Why is that? He challenged. Naruto chose not to answer. If I remember correctly, wasn't Kurama rude to you, just like the villagers? Dark Naruto continued. Naruto stayed silent again. You know I'm right because you're not responding, Dark Naruto said. I trusted Kurama because he was there for me. You, on the other hand, seem too nice for someone who is supposed to be my dark side, Naruto replied. I was trying to make a good impression. What's wrong with that? Dark Naruto asked. Everything. I've never trusted anyone who is this nice to me. It's unsettling, Naruto said. Not even if they're from the village? Dark Naruto inquired. Correct, Naruto affirmed. So you don't trust Iruka? Dark Naruto pressed. No, I trust him. Naruto exclaimed. Really? You just said you don't trust anyone from the village and Irika is part of it. So, do you trust him or not? Dark Naruto challenged. I really do trust Irika. He is like a father to me. Naruto shouted. So he reminds you of Minato? Dark Naruto asked. No, not like him. Naruto retorted. But you just said you don't trust anyone in the village, yet you trust Irika. Which is it, Naruto? Dark Naruto stepped closer, his presence imposing. I do. Naruto insisted. So, you know him? Dark Naruto asked. What kind of question is that? Of course I do, Naruto replied. Other than him being your teacher, Dark Naruto pointed out, leaving Naruto speechless. Dark Naruto stood directly in front of him. You know what's funny? I am literally a part of you. I know what's going on in your head all the time. I know how you feel. You don't truly know him beyond being your teacher and occasional help, Dark Naruto said. Naruto fell silent, feeling a pang of shame for not knowing his own mentor better. You only trust those you know well, not someone unfamiliar. Let me ask you this. Why do you trust someone if you don't know them? Dark Naruto asked. In a dark area devoid of light, Kurama lay chained to the ground, unable to free himself from the tight restraints. The oppressive atmosphere filled him with loneliness and simmering rage. The Leaf Village had imprisoned him out of fear. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Kurama roared a warning, but the footsteps continued to draw nearer. Easy there, buddy, a mysterious voice said. Who are you? Kurama shouted. You don't need to know my name. Just know that I'm here to help you, the man replied, stepping closer and reaching out to touch one of Kurama's tails. In response, Kurama swung his tail, sending the man crashing against the wall with a loud thud. That was a good hit, the man said, brushing off the dirt as he stood up. Kurama was taken aback. Who was this person? The echoes of the man's footsteps filled the room, making it hard for Kurama to pinpoint his location. After a moment, the man stopped, and Kurama wondered what he was up to. Then, he heard a loud ticking sound beside him. Looking down, he saw sparks falling to the ground as the man lit a torch. The flickering light revealed the man's identity, Obito Uchiha. What? Kurama exclaimed. I know, shocking, right? I was supposed to be dead, but someone saved me, Obito explained. What do you want? Kurama asked, suspicious. Why would you assume I want something? Obito countered. If you didn't want anything, why would you come here? Kurama pressed. Obito chuckled softly. You're right. So, how does it feel to finally see after all these years? It's alright, I guess. I can only see a little bit around you, Kurama replied, still wary of Obito's intentions. How are you feeling right now? Obito asked. I am feeling angry. Obito interrupted. Why would I be angry? Kurama shot back. Who wouldn't be? You've been locked up here against your will for years, chained and sealed so you can't escape. If I were in your position, I'd be furious, Obito said. You're not wrong. I am angry about what they did to me, but what does that have to do with you? Kurama questioned. What if I could free you? Obito asked with a grin. I would be happy. But based on your demeanor, I can tell you want something in return, Kurama replied. You're quite perceptive, Obito said. When Kurama remained silent, Obito sighed. All right, I'll be straightforward. I'll get you out of here if you let me borrow your body. Over my dead body. I won't let anyone control me for their own purposes, Kurama declared. What makes you think I'm a villain? Obito asked. What else would you use me for? Kurama retorted. You're right, Obito admitted. But if you want out, that's the price. Are you planning to use my body against the village? Kurama asked. Yes, I am, Obito replied. After a moment of silence, Kurama finally said, okay. Obito removed the chains and the sealing paper that kept Kurama confined. All right, how do we get out? Kurama began, but was suddenly pulled from the void. Oh, Kurama said, adjusting to his surroundings. Now it's time for you to meet him, Obito said. Who's him? Kurama asked. Obito pointed behind them to a figure perched on a rock. Madara Uchiha. Hello, 9 tails, Madara greeted, jumping down and approaching them. Good job, Obito, Madara said as he walked past him and toward Kurama. He reached out, attempting to touch Kurama's arm. What are you doing? Kurama demanded. I just want to feel your fur. I've never touched a tailed beast before, Madara replied. Kurama swung his tail in warning, making it clear he wasn't comfortable with the intrusion. Alright then, I see we need to get to business. You probably want to know what will happen next, Madara said. I already know, Kurama replied, rolling his eyes. You told him already? Madara asked Obito, who looked away, rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment. Since you already know, let's get this over with, Madara said, stepping back into a fighting stance. He charged at Kurama, but Kurama shouted, Stop! Madara halted. What is it now? He asked. Why should I let you control me when I can do what you want? Kurama questioned. Oh, you're really willing to do that for me? Surprised. Kurama nodded silently. How do I know you're not lying? Why should I trust you? Madara pressed. This village locked me up in that dark void for years, with no light or freedom. They chained me and sealed my chakra to prevent my escape. My willingness to come out without attacking you or Obito shows I could destroy this village without hesitation. So why shouldn't I? Kurama explained. Madara paused, glancing at Obito, who shrugged, unsure of how to proceed. Madara sighed and looked back at Kurama. Your words resonate with me. I believe you. I won't control you as long as you follow my orders. If you don't, I won't hesitate to take you by force, Madara warned. Kurama nodded in agreement. It's time, Obito said, and Madara stepped forward. Go ahead and don't make me regret this, Madara instructed. Kurama stood atop a mountain, gazing down at the village below. Hello, Leaf Village, I have returned, he declared. With a burst of energy, he leaped into the village, unleashing powerful waves of energy that rippled through the landscape, shaking the ground and altering everything in his path. Naruto wanted to respond to what Dark Naruto was saying. He disliked being told he was wrong and having it proven to him. He wanted to say something he really did, but he struggled to find the right words. How do you know if I need to know that person in order to trust them? I can easily trust someone, Naruto asked. Take the mysterious ninja you're living with as a prime example. You have no clue who she is, yet you let her train you as her successor. You're learning from her along with Kurama. But you don't fully trust her because she hasn't shared any details about her life, unlike when you opened up to her about your experiences in this village, Dark Naruto replied. That's understandable, she hasn't given me any information about herself, Naruto said. And I support your decision on that one. Another example is Mrs. Chu, Chitakio, and Chitako. You only knew Mrs. Chu because you got a haircut from her, while you met the twins when you needed a disguise. As soon as you revealed the truth about yourself, Chitakio lost trust in you just like that. Do you know why? Dark Naruto asked, pacing around Naruto. It's because I never told him I was a Jinchuriki, Naruto admitted, sounding downcast. Exactly. He lost trust in you because of that. People often fear what they don't understand, Dark Naruto said. That's not true. Naruto yelled. Oh really? Then who is the one being feared in this situation? Dark Naruto challenged. It's you. Naruto shot back. Wow, pointing fingers already, huh? I was created from your anger. I've been here with you all along, and just now, your brother called you a demon. Just like the rest of the village and your family. You're so strong in ninjutsu, yet so weak in spirit, Dark Naruto remarked, raising his hands. What are you getting at? Naruto asked. I'm just trying to say that you can't trust everyone based on what they say, Dark Naruto explained. What do you mean? Naruto inquired. Just as I said, you can't trust people based on their words. This world is filled with greed, selfishness, and deception, Dark Naruto stated. There are good people in this world too, Naruto countered. Really? Name them, other than the ones you consider trustworthy, Dark Naruto challenged. Kakashi, Naruto replied. You just met him. You said you don't trust people you've just met, Dark Naruto pointed out. Naruto felt a lump in his throat as he reflected on everything he had just said. See, you can't even name another person to add to your list because there isn't anyone else who trusts you, given the monster inside you, Dark Naruto said. Kurama is not a monster. I don't care what you say about me, but don't bring him up. He did nothing wrong. Naruto yelled, frustration boiling over. He was tired of Dark Naruto's taunts. Wow, you're quite protective over someone who has deceived you, Dark Naruto said. What are you talking about? Kurama has never lied to me, Naruto insisted. The two stared at each other until Dark Naruto suddenly burst into laughter, leaving Naruto confused. Wow, this is really funny. He never told you? Dark Naruto said. He didn't tell me what? Naruto asked, bewildered. Remember how he explained how Madara took control of him? Dark Naruto asked. Naruto didn't respond but nodded in agreement. He told you about the aftermath of what happened when he was controlled, but he never explained what led to that control, Dark Naruto said. What? Naruto thought, feeling a sense of unease. Sit down for me, and I'll tell you what exactly happened on that day before the village was attacked, Dark Naruto said. An hour before the attack on the village. After the flashback, Dark Naruto looked down at Naruto, who sat in the water, disbelief etched on his face. Bippity-bop-pity-boo, he was sealed inside of you. He has been living within you without your knowledge. You two met, and now here we are, Dark Naruto said with a slight smile. No. That can't be true. Kurama would never do this, Naruto protested. But it is true. He told you he was controlled by Madara when, in reality, he wasn't, Dark Naruto replied. No. You're lying. He would never deceive me. Yes, he is the strongest-tailed beast, but that doesn't make him a monster. Naruto shouted, struggling to accept the possibility that Kurama could betray him. It's hard for you to believe, but it is true. You need to understand that not everyone is who they appear to be. They may tell you one thing, but there's always more to the story, Dark Naruto said. I can't believe Kurama would lie to me, Naruto murmured. Well, you better believe it because he didn't tell you the whole truth. He misled you while you were at your most vulnerable. It seems your friend is not as trustworthy as you thought, Dark Naruto said. Naruto looked down, hurt, in denial, and filled with anger. Dark Naruto turned and began walking back into the shadows. Now that I've revealed the truth, I'll ask you again. Why do you trust someone if you don't truly know them? He said as he vanished into the darkness. The clouds around them began to dissipate. Moments later, they fully cleared, revealing a worried fox. Naruto, are you okay? Did he hurt you in any way? Is it true? Naruto interrupted Kurama. What? Kurama asked, confused. Is it true that you weren't being controlled during the attack 6 years ago at the Leaf Village? Naruto pressed. Kurama remained silent, and Naruto's heart raced. Kurama, please say no, please. Answer me. Why aren't you saying no? Naruto yelled, desperation in his voice. Why didn't you tell me the truth? Why did you say you were controlled by Madara? Naruto demanded, tears streaming down his face. I don't know, Kurama replied, his heart heavy. He couldn't believe he had betrayed his friend, his ally, the one he cared for deeply. Was everything else a lie? Naruto asked, his voice trembling. Kurama looked up, confused. What other stuff? Don't act like you don't know. I'm talking about what you told me in the forest, when you were upset about not being strong enough to fight against Madara's control. Naruto shouted, receiving no response. What about the time you blamed Madara for everything when, in reality, you acted willingly? Naruto yelled again, but Kurama remained silent. What about how angry you are about how everyone treats me? Naruto shouted. Okay, that one I didn't lie about. Oh wow. At least one thing you said wasn't a lie. Naruto interrupted, falling to his knees, staring at the ground. You lied to me. I can't believe you. Were you at least planning to tell me? Naruto asked, his voice breaking. No, Kurama admitted, looking down in shame. Naruto looked up at Kurama, anger and sadness etched on his face. I trusted you, and you failed me. Kit, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for keeping this from you, Kurama pleaded. First of all, don't call me Kit. Second, how do I know you're really sorry? How can I trust you? Naruto asked. You can't. You just have to see me act on it, Kurama replied. Naruto looked down, feeling himself fade away. Kurama called out, Wait, Naruto. No. You lied to me. Most of what you said was a lie. Everything I thought was true turned out to be false. I don't trust you anymore, so please, leave. Me alone, Naruto said as he vanished from the mindscape. What have I done? Kurama thought, filled with regret. Naruto emerged from the mindscape, finding himself in Iruka's arms. It's okay, Naruto, Iruka whispered. Hearing his name from Iruka made all the tears he had been holding back flow freely. I'm here, Iruka said. Those words echoed in Naruto's mind, reminding him of Dark Naruto's voice. Why do you trust them if you don't know them? The thought filled Naruto with anxiety, making him question everything. No. Iruka couldn't be hiding something from me. Could he wondered. Back into the present. Naruto stood there, feeling the raindrops on his head. Naruto, I know you're upset with me for what I've done. You can be angry, ignore me, or even wish me harm, but please don't take it out on Iruka. He hasn't done anything to hurt you. He cares about you, and so do I. I'm begging you. Don't let what Dark said affect your relationship with him, Kurama pleaded, tears streaming down his face. He understood Naruto's feelings. He would feel the same way in his position, but he couldn't let Iruka suffer because of his mistakes. I'm sorry, but I don't know if I can, Naruto replied. Kurama and Iruka were taken aback. What do you mean? Kurama asked. I don't know if I can trust either of you. Dark Naruto helped me see things I was blind to. I tend to trust people too easily, and I can't let that happen again, Naruto said, turning away from Kurama and Iruka. But I am willing to try to trust you again, Kurama, he added. Hearing those words lifted Kurama's spirits. I don't fully trust or forgive you yet, which means you have to earn it, Naruto stated. Okay, Kurama replied. As for you, Iruka-sensei, I don't know you well, even though I should. Talking to Dark Naruto showed me how I've neglected to understand the important people in my life. I'll keep my guard up while getting to know you better, Naruto said. Iruka felt a wave of relief. He was glad Naruto was willing to give him a chance. I will do my best, Iruka promised. What do you mean, I will do my best? Kurama asked. Just as I said, Iruka replied. Wow, old age is catching up to you. You need to tell Naruto more about yourself, Kurama teased with a smirk. You little. Iruka began, but their playful banter was interrupted by Naruto's laughter. They turned to see him chuckling at their exchange, and soon they joined in. Okay, I think it's time we head back home, Kurama suggested. The others nodded, and they walked toward Iruka's house. Everything went smoothly, but little did they know someone was watching them. On top of a nearby building, a masked figure observed them closely. So, this is the so-called demon of the village, he murmured. Iruka, Naruto, and Kurama arrived at Iruka's house, all soaked from the rain. They took showers, had dinner, chatted for a while, and then went to sleep. The next morning, Naruto was the first to wake up. He got out of bed and headed to the kitchen to grab something to eat. As he reached for a banana, he heard footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw Kurama. Morning, Naruto, Kurama greeted. Morning, Naruto replied. Kurama jumped onto the table and lounged there for a moment. Hey Naruto, I want to apologize for not being honest with you. I was nervous about how you would react, Kurama said. It's fine, Kurama. You didn't mean to hurt me. I understand how you felt. You don't need to keep apologizing, Naruto reassured him. Okay, Kurama said. Oh, and Kurama, you can call me Kit, Naruto added. Kurama perked up, sitting up straight. Are you sure? He asked, receiving a nod in response. Kurama smiled, but then his expression turned serious again. Hey Naruto, did you feel like we were being watched? Kurama asked. So I wasn't the only one who thought that, Naruto replied. Who do you think it was? Kurama inquired. I have no idea, but we need to find out quickly before they use that information against us, Naruto said. Use what information against you? Kurama and Naruto turned to see Iruka walking down the hallway. Someone was watching us last night, Kurama explained. What? Do you think they know who you are? Iruka asked. How could they not? You both said my name out loud so many times that even a neighbor might have heard, Naruto replied. Do you have any ideas about who it could be? Iruka asked. We were hoping you might know, Kurama said. Iruka sighed and glanced at the clock. Well, I have a class to teach in an hour. We can discuss this more later, or you can come with me to the academy, Iruka suggested. I can come, Naruto replied. Alright, get ready. We'll be leaving in 20 minutes, Iruka said. Naruto nodded and headed to the guest room, with Kurama following closely behind. They made it to the school, where all the children were gathered. Excitedly, they ran to Naruto, giving him the warmest welcome he could ever ask for. Alright, everyone, go back to your seats and we will start the lesson, Iruka said. The kids returned to their seats, eager for class to begin. Naruto took his usual spot in the corner and waited for the lesson to start. He passed out some assignments to the children and helped them with anything they needed. Nahama, can you help me with this question? One of the little boys asked. Okay, Naruto replied, walking over to the boy. What's up? I'm confused about this question. It says, true or false, Tobirama and Hashirama are not brothers, but Tobirama made the clan the most valued in the village. Tobirama and Hashirama are brothers, and Tobirama did make their clan the most valued, so which one do I put? The boy asked. To be honest with you, kid, I don't know. Let me ask Iruka-sensei, Naruto said as he turned to walk over to Iruka. Hey Iruka, question 10 is really confusing. It says something about how Hashirama and Tobirama aren't brothers, but Tobirama made their clan the most valued. The first part isn't true, but the second part is true. Which one should he put? I guess I messed up on that question. Everyone, skip question 10. Iruka yelled. The kids all responded with okay, and continued with their work. Naruto walked back to the boy he had been helping. You heard him, just skip that question, Naruto said. Okay, the boy replied. As Naruto turned to walk to the back, the boy stopped him. What is it? Naruto asked. Are you okay, Nahama? You seem a bit down lately, the boy said. Yeah. You don't seem as energetic as you were before, a girl added. The other kids chimed in, expressing concern over his unusual behavior. Guys, I am okay. I just have a lot on my mind right now, Naruto replied. Okay, let us know when you need us. We are willing to help you, the little girl said. Yeah, all the kids cheered. Hearing their words brought joy to his eyes, lifting his spirits. I will, Naruto replied. Everyone went back to their work while Naruto continued to walk around, assisting everyone. A few minutes passed and the bell rang, signaling that it was time for recess. The children rushed out of the classroom, eager to play outside. Nahama, are you coming? The little girl asked. No, I'm going to clean around the classroom and talk to Iruka-sensei, Naruto replied. Okay, the little girl said, running out with her friends. You could have gone with them, Iruka remarked. I know, but I felt like staying in this time. Plus, we still have some things to discuss, Naruto replied. You really want to get to know me, Iruka said, placing a stack of papers on the desk. No, I meant about yesterday, before I went outside to play with the kids, Naruto clarified. His words shifted Iruka's mindset completely. He put his pen down and gestured for Naruto to sit in front of him. Naruto moved to the corner of the classroom, grabbed a chair, and pulled it up to the desk. Not only did we notice what they said, but we also felt how everyone is experiencing a strong sensation in their chests, Naruto explained. While you were fighting Menma yesterday, Kushina felt a painful sensation in her chest. She described it as someone constantly pressing on her heart. At that moment, I think Sasuke told her to think about you not in a nice way, but negatively. When she did, the pain stopped. No wonder they were giving us those looks earlier, Naruto said. And started being rude out of nowhere, Kurama added, sitting on the desk. So anytime they think of me, the pain goes away? Iruka asked. Not exactly. When we were at the restaurant, I noticed some of them were holding their chests, and when we left, they started breathing normally and the pain stopped, Naruto explained. In any case, whenever they are around you, they feel a sharp pain. When they think about you with anger, it stops, Iruka said. Or, if they or we get away from them, Kurama added. That doesn't make any sense. If everyone is feeling sharp pains in their hearts, wouldn't that mean I would feel it too? Iruka questioned. That's what we're trying to figure out. It's strange how they're hurting but you're not, Naruto said. Do you think it has to do with how he treated you in the past? Iruka asked. We don't know the answer to that either, Naruto admitted. Is this where you went, Naruto? The three of them turned to see Kakashi leaning against the doorway. How much did you hear? Iruka asked. Enough to confirm my suspicions, Kakashi replied. So you were the one watching us? Naruto asked. Yes, indeed it was me. So, mind filling me in on what's going on? Kakashi inquired. Iruka, Kurama, and Naruto exchanged glances, signaling their hesitation to trust him. Come on, guys, I want to be in on this mystery, Kakashi urged. Why should we trust you? Naruto challenged. I knew who you were ever since we first met. With you all not realizing it was me, I had enough time to go to Minato Hokage and tell him everything. I could have been at the Hokage office right now, but here I am, Kakashi explained. Iruka and Kurama looked at Naruto, waiting for him to decide. He wanted to say yes but feared making the same mistake as before. Reflecting on what Dark Naruto had told him, he realized he didn't know much about Kakashi or his motives. We won't tell you the full story, but we can share what's going on around the village, Naruto finally said. Hey, it's better than nothing, Kakashi replied. Are you sure? Kurama asked quietly. I don't know. I won't give him the backstory behind everything, but we can tell him what's happening in the village. He is a shinobi and one of the protectors of this village after all. It's best for him to at least know what's going on, Naruto reasoned. Kakashi grabbed a chair and pulled it up to Iruka's desk. So, what's going on around the village? Kakashi asked. Apparently, everyone is experiencing a sharp pain in their chest whenever they are near Naruto, Kurama replied. And the only way it will disappear is if they think about Naruto negatively or distance themselves from him, Iruka added. If everyone feels a heaviness in their chest whenever they're around you, why don't the kids feel the same way? Kakashi asked. Now that I think about it, they don't experience the same sensation as the others, Naruto said. Not just the kids in here, but all the children seem unaffected, Kurama noted. So it only impacts the adults, Iruka concluded. Then wouldn't that mean I would feel the same sensation too? Kakashi inquired. That's another mystery we haven't unraveled yet, Iruka replied. And you're not alone in this. Iruka here doesn't feel the same sensation as everyone else, Kurama added. We have a theory that it depends on how they treated me before I was exiled from the village, Naruto explained. Which still doesn't clarify your situation, Kurama said. I never met you until last night, Naruto replied. It could be a curse, Kakashi suggested. A curse? Naruto echoed. I mean it could be, Kurama said. Kakashi was interrupted by the sound of the bell. Class is about to start, Iruka announced. All right, Kakashi said as he walked toward the window. Wait! Naruto yelled. Kakashi turned to Naruto with a questioning expression. Don't tell anyone about me or what we just discussed, Naruto urged. Don't worry, I never planned on doing that, Kakashi assured him. Kakashi turned around and exited through the window in the back of the classroom. Naruto gazed at the window Kakashi had just walked through before making his way to the chair next to it. He climbed the stairs between the desks and approached the seat. He looked at it, touched it, and finally mustered the courage to sit down. That's the seat you occupied when you were here before. Everything changed, Iruka said. Yeah, I kind of missed this seat. It's the best spot in the whole classroom. Do you know who usually sits here? Naruto asked. That would be Konohamaru, Iruka replied. Wait a second, isn't he the grandson of the third Hokage? Naruto asked. That's correct, Iruka confirmed. Do you think he would let me teach him a thing or two? Naruto inquired. I highly doubt it. He's already receiving some training from the twins and the current Hokage. Plus, in his eyes, they're stronger than anyone else. If you try to teach him anything, he might just be a brat about it and call you names, Iruka explained. Wow, doesn't sound like someone I know, Naruto said. Hey, don't bring him up. I'm still steaming from that, Iruka replied. Naruto chuckled and got out of the seat, walking down to where Iruka was. Kurama jumped back into Naruto's mindscape while Iruka began organizing the classroom. The kids entered and took their seats. A curse? Now that's a new thought, Dark Naruto mused. Naruto found himself alone in the classroom, pacing up and down the stairs as he picked up and disposed of the trash. The only sounds were the crinkling of the trash and the soft thud of his sandals against the floor. As he cleaned, his mind wandered back to the conversation they had earlier. What if it is a curse? The thought echoed in his mind, relentless. Could it be a curse? If it is, does that mean I am the curse? Every time someone gets close to me, they end up hurt. Could it? No, it couldn't. Naruto pondered. He continued to wrestle with his thoughts, questioning whether he truly was a curse. You're not a curse, Kurama interjected. How can you be so sure? Naruto replied. No one has experienced this pain when you weren't around, Kurama explained. That's because they've always seen me as a monster. I was the demon of the village. It's understandable why they think of me that way, Naruto said. Don't think like that, Kurama urged. How can I not? They've seen me like that since I was a child. It's nothing new. It will always happen, Naruto replied. Stop thinking like that, Kurama insisted. What? Stop being negative or stop considering the possibilities? Naruto asked. Both. The situation is already bad enough. We don't need more negativity, Kurama said. Okay, Naruto responded, his voice tinged with sadness. Deep down, Naruto knew Kurama was right, but he couldn't shake his worries. They were discussing a potential curse that could spiral out of control if not addressed soon. That thought weighed heavily on him. Kurama sensed Naruto's anxiety but wanted him to focus on the present, especially with tensions running high. A few minutes later, Iruka walked into the room and noticed it was spotless. Thanks, Naruto, and sorry I was gone for so long, Iruka said. It's okay, you're welcome, Naruto replied. Ugh, I should have considered how much work I had to grade before assigning it. I thought it would take them at least 3 days to finish, Iruka lamented. Well, it seems they proved you wrong, Naruto chuckled. Iruka smirked at him as he settled into his chair, preparing to grade the papers. All right, Naruto, get comfortable. This will take a while, Iruka paused, glancing at the stack of papers. Huh, he said, flipping through them and noticing that half had already been graded. Did you grade these? Iruka asked. Yeah, I thought I'd help you out since you take your time with grading, Naruto replied with a grin. Very funny, Iruka said sarcastically, earning a smile from Naruto. I'll finish these up and then we can leave, Iruka said. Mind if I go outside? Naruto asked. Sure, but be careful, Iruka replied. Okay. Naruto called out as he headed into the hallway. Outside, Naruto made his way to the secret hideout the kids had shown him. He spotted a large rock and climbed to the top. What a wonderful breeze, he said, enjoying the moment. It sure is, came a voice from below. Startled, Naruto looked down to see a little boy lying on the rock, gazing up at him. What are you doing here alone? Naruto asked. The real question is, why are you at my hiding spot? The boy replied. Did you just answer my question with another question? Naruto asked, amused. Did you just answer my question with another question? The boy shot back. A brief silence followed before one of them spoke again. I came here to relax and maybe train a bit, Naruto admitted. No matter how much you train, you won't be stronger than me, the boy whispered confidently. Naruto recognized the boy. You must be Konohamaru, he said. How do you know my name? Konohamaru asked, surprised. I heard about you from someone else, and their description fits you well, Naruto replied. What did they say about me? Konohamaru inquired. That I won't tell unless you admit I'm stronger than you, Naruto teased. Absolutely not. I refuse to say such a lie, Konohamaru said, turning away. All right, I won't tell you, Naruto said, looking up at the sky. Irritated, Konohamaru muttered, you are stronger than me, but Naruto didn't catch it. What did you say? Naruto asked. You are stronger than me, Konohamaru repeated, a bit louder. I can't hear you, Naruto said, cupping his ear. You are stronger than me. Konohamaru yelled. Okay. No need to yell, Naruto said, covering his ears. You were asking for it, Konohamaru replied. True, Naruto admitted. Now, why are you here by yourself? He asked. Konohamaru glared at Naruto for a moment before responding. I usually come here alone, he said. Why? Naruto pressed. I need to get away from them sometimes, Konohamaru explained. What do they do? Naruto asked. They always ask me so many questions and they can be really strict. They constantly remind me that I'm the third Hokage's grandson, saying I have to be respectful and live up to his legacy, Konohamaru said. What are your parents like? He then asked. Naruto was taken aback by the question but maintained his composure. They weren't the best. People see my family as perfect, but there's a darker side. They're often mean, rude, and sometimes even harsh, depending on their mood, Naruto replied. Really? Konohamaru asked, intrigued. Yeah, and I'm the black sheep of the family. I get punished for things my siblings did, and I'm often called names that hurt. Even our peers treat me the same way because my parents allow it, Naruto shared. I'm sorry for asking. If I had known, I wouldn't have, Konohamaru apologized. It's okay, you didn't know, Naruto replied. I can't imagine what I would do in your position, Konohamaru said. And I don't want you to ever be in that position. You should appreciate what you have now. You think they're the worst parents anyone could have, but many kids like me would wish for parents like yours. They want to protect you and guide you on the path they believe is best. I never had that kind of guidance, so you should take advantage of it instead of seeing it as a punishment. Yes, they may be annoying, but their guidance will help you reach places you never thought possible. You may not see it now, but they are preparing you for adulthood, Naruto said. I never thought about it that way, Konohamaru replied. Well, now you do, Naruto said. As Naruto looked out at the horizon, he noticed the sun setting. It's getting late. You should head home, he said as he stood up from the rock and started walking toward Irika. Goodbye, Konohamaru called out. Naruto waved his hand in acknowledgement. I should head back too, Konohamaru said as he got up and walked in the opposite direction toward his house. I can tell you changed his perspective, Kurama commented. Do you really think so? Naruto asked. Of course. You're more mature for your age than many others, Kurama replied. I guess Naruto paused when he heard voices coming from the classroom where Irika was. He crept around the corner to see Irika talking to some of the villagers. What are they doing here? Naruto wondered. I don't know, Kurama replied. Irika sat at his desk, grading papers while listening to the conversation between the Hokage and the Uzumaki family. We just want to know more about Nahama, Minato requested. Why should I share that information with you? Irika replied, focused on his work. I am the Hokage of this village, Minato asserted. And what authority does that give you to demand personal information about a child who is the same age as the Uzumakis? Irika countered. I'm asking you nicely, Irika. Don't make me resort to other means, Minato warned. Irika dismissed the threat, continuing to write until someone slammed a fist on his desk. How dare you speak to him like that? Sakura shouted. That's no way to treat someone who is the strongest in this village, Naruto added. You can call him Hokage all you want, but that doesn't change how I view the authority he's trying to wield. Besides, why do you need that information so badly? Irika asked. We want to use it for personal reasons, Kushina replied. Shouldn't you already have that information? Irika inquired. We've searched through everything from the time you said he lived here until he moved away, and we found no trace of Nahama. That's why we need you to tell us. Minato insisted. Are you sure you haven't misplaced it? You do have a history of losing things, Irika suggested. Minato was growing frustrated with Irika's defiance. He was trying to maintain professionalism, but Irika wouldn't budge. In a moment of anger, Minato leaned over the desk, pulling Irika closer, their breaths mingling in the tense air. You're asking more questions than you're answering. If I were you, I would start talking respectfully, Minato said. Why should I? Irika replied defiantly. Look, I'm being civil here. This is your last chance, Minato warned. I'm answering your question. You never specified how you wanted me to respond, so take it or leave it, Irika shot back. Minato clenched his fist and swung it toward Irika's face, stopping just inches away. Let go of my arm, Kakashi, Minato ordered. Only if you let him go, Kakashi replied calmly. Are you really defying my orders? Minato asked, incredulous. Yes, because you're in the wrong here. You claim to be polite, but all I see is you abusing your power to get what you want. Based on what I just witnessed, you're threatening him to achieve your goals. If you want me to step back, I suggest you change your approach, Kakashi stated firmly. Minato wanted to retort but ultimately relented, loosening his grip. Kakashi released Minato's arm, and Minato rubbed his wrist, still feeling the tension. I don't understand why you're defending him, Irika-sensei, Niji said, puzzled. What do you mean? Irika asked. Hokage Minato just asked, threatened, and ordered you to share intel about Nahama, and you refused each time, despite the potential consequences, Niji explained. My father is the Hokage of this village, and you live here, not in charge of anything beyond this classroom. How can you disobey your leader? Menma added. You say that as if you have any right to lecture me about disobedience. Why should I provide information about a child? Irika asked. We think you're hiding something. If Nahama lived here and moved away as you said, there should be a record of it. If he lived in an area with no other villages, he wouldn't be this strong, as research shows those areas are the weakest. None of your claims add up, which suggests you're not being truthful, Ino said. I have nothing to hide, Irika insisted. That's clearly not true, Sasuke replied. How am I lying? Irika asked, confused. We all thought you would be honest if we asked. Your behavior now suggests otherwise. If you weren't hiding anything, you would have shared what we wanted from the start. Instead, you've been dodging our questions, Kyumi added. Naruto sensed Irika was in a tough spot, feeling guilty for the chaos unfolding. What should we do? He wondered. I don't know, but for now, the best course of action is to listen and intervene if things escalate while Kakashi is here, Kurama advised. Why are you suspicious of him? Is it because you can't accept that he defeated your son, or is it because he's outshining him? Irika asked, intentionally provoking them. He knew they wouldn't reveal the information he sought if he didn't play his part. Why are you trying to provoke me? Menma asked, irritated. Last I checked, I said, son, not Menma. Even if it refers to you, I was addressing Minato, not you. Stay out of adult matters, Irika replied. You mispronounced my father's name, it's Hokage Minato-sama to you, Naruto corrected. I'll use Hokage-sama when he acts like one, Irika retorted. How dare you speak to me like that? Minato exclaimed. How dare you come in here and harass me for information? Irika shot back. Hey Irika, I think you should see, I am your Hokage, so show some respect. Minato interrupted, raising his voice. Here we go again with the Hokage title. I am your Hokage, you should respect me, Hokage, Hokage, Hokage. Is that all you know how to say? Irika asked, irritation creeping into his tone. I know many things you don't, and I am wise and respectful, Minato replied. Debatable, Naruto, Irika, Kakashi, and Kurama thought simultaneously. I don't care what you say, so get out of my classroom, Irika demanded. Only if you give me the information I want. Minato shouted, slamming his hands on the desk. Only if you tell me the real reason why you want to know. Irika retorted, rising from his chair and leaning over the desk. Are you implying that I'm lying? Minato asked, his voice tense. It certainly seems that way, Irika replied. The situation was escalating rapidly. Kakashi, Naruto, the rest of the village, and Kurama could sense the tension. It was clear that Irika wasn't going to yield, and Naruto felt a surge of gratitude for his resolve, but the atmosphere was growing increasingly dangerous. Kakashi was trying to defuse the situation, but nothing seemed to work. He felt helpless, a feeling he detested. Surprisingly, even Kakashi, who usually maintained his composure, was feeling the weight of stress. He wanted to intervene, but every attempt only made the confrontation louder. I don't have to tell you anything. Minato shouted again. The same goes for me. Iruka fired back. You better give me the information now, or I will take you off this job. Minato threatened. Isn't that a bit extreme? Kakashi interjected. Go ahead, be my guest. Iruka yelled defiantly. Ugh. Why are you being so difficult? Just give me the information I want and we can go our separate ways. Minato's frustration boiled over. He was so desperate for the information that he was willing to jeopardize Iruka's job, which meant so much to him. I will never do such a thing. It is my duty to protect the children under my care, including keeping their information safe from those who would use it against them. Iruka yelled back. This isn't a school policy matter. This is about a mysterious child who appears out of nowhere and causes chaos. So give me the information now. Minato demanded. Only if you bring Naruto back. Iruka shouted. The room fell silent at those words. It took a moment for Iruka to realize the weight of his statement. That I will never bring that chaotic force back into My village, Minato said firmly. That I guess you won't be getting the information you want, Iruka replied, his voice steady. Iruka grabbed a paper from his desk and walked toward the door. Kakashi reached out to grab Iruka's arm, but he shook it off and stepped outside. Turning the corner, he found Naruto sitting on the floor against the wall. Iruka sighed and nodded toward the door, signaling it was time to leave. Naruto stood up and walked outside with Iruka. Kakashi soon followed them out of the classroom and through the academy doors. I don't understand why Iruka cares about that child so much, Naruto said. I don't know, but if he wants to bring him back so badly, he can take the same risks, Minato replied. Iruka, Naruto, and Kakashi made their way back to Iruka's home. You know you didn't have to walk with us, Iruka said. I know, I just felt like it, Kakashi replied. Kakashi sat at the dining table while Naruto settled on one end of the couch and Iruka took the other, grading papers. The mood was somber. No one felt like smiling or engaging in conversation after the earlier confrontation. Kakashi wanted to lift their spirits but was at a loss for how to do so. I can't focus on grading these papers. I'm going to bed. Kakashi, if you want to stay the night, the guest room is down the hallway to your right, Iruka said. Kakashi got up and followed Iruka to the room, and they both closed the door behind them. Kurama, I think it's time. I've gathered everything I needed, and we need to go back, Naruto whispered. You're right, this is getting out of hand, Kurama replied. Naruto stood up and walked out the door without looking back. A few minutes later, Naruto slipped through the gate unnoticed by the shinobi. He began his journey back to the hideout. Iruka, I hope you caught on, Naruto thought. The two got ready, and Kurama returned to the mindscape before leaving the house. They decided to head over to the Uruchiku place for breakfast. As they walked through the door, they were suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of intense hostility. Where is that coming from? Kurama asked. Iruka and Naruto exchanged glances, both unsure. Over there, Iruka said, tapping Naruto's shoulder. Naruto glanced in the direction Iruka indicated and saw the villagers, including his family, staring at them. Some wore wide grins, while others looked at them with disdain. Why are they staring at us? Naruto asked quietly. I don't know, but we should ignore them, Iruka replied. They approached Tetsuya and ordered their noodles, but the uncomfortable glares from the villagers continued. Each time Naruto looked out the window, he noticed people clutching their chests as if in distress. What is going on? Naruto wondered. He scanned the room and saw others inside doing the same. I think we should leave, he whispered. Iruka looked around and nodded in agreement. They thanked Tetsuya for the food and left. As they walked past the window, Naruto glanced back and saw everyone inside releasing their grips on their shirts, taking deep breaths as if they had been under pressure. What is happening? Naruto thought. Once the students entered the classroom, Iruka began his lesson on the history of the Senju and Uchiha clans. Yes. Iruka called on one of the students. Wouldn't that mean all of us are descendants of the Uchiha and Senju clans? The girl asked. Yes and no. The Senju clan shared kinship with other clans from different villages, leading to the creation of new clans we have today, like the Aburame and Akimichi. The Uchiha clan, however, was very strict about their relationships, which limited their kinship to themselves, Irika explained. Another girl raised her hand. Did they do that to prevent others from holding their power, or was it just about not sharing their blood? The boy asked. I can't really answer that. No one knows why they were so exclusive. All we know is that they were very particular about their relationships and clan affiliations, Irika replied. These kids are way more engaged than the others, Naruto thought. You got that right, Kurama replied. I guess you could say this generation is improving by the second. Yup, Kurama agreed. Irika continued with the lesson until the bell rang. All the kids jumped from their chairs and rushed to the door. Make sure you study for your test tomorrow and complete your homework. Irika called after them. He followed the last student out, but then noticed Naruto wasn't with him. He turned to see Naruto picking up the trash left behind by the students. Are you coming? Irika asked. I think it's best if I stay behind. I don't want their parents to feel upset, Naruto replied. Okay, Irika said, turning to lead the kids outside and ensure they reached their families safely. Naruto walked several miles until he reached the hideout. He entered the abandoned room to find the ninja waiting for him. Where have you been? I was worried sick about you, the female ninja exclaimed. Relax, I just went to pay someone a little visit, Naruto replied. Oh really? Who? She asked. Why should I tell you? Naruto countered. Because I'm the one feeding you, providing you with clothes, and you're living under my roof, she replied. Ugh, whatever, Naruto said. Anyway, have you been training while you were on your vacation? Yes, I have, Naruto answered. Good, she said, her mood shifting from angry to serious. Are you okay? Naruto asked. Yes, it's just. I'm having second thoughts about everything right now, she admitted. Really? Naruto asked. Yeah. I have something to tell you. The reason I want you to become my successor, she said. Okay, I'm all ears, Naruto replied. First, my name is Harana Shinobu, she introduced. Wait, you mean you're part of that clan that was supposed to be extinct? Naruto asked, surprised. Yes, I am, Harana confirmed. Okay, this is getting interesting, Naruto thought. It sure is, Kurama said. I'm going to share a brief story about why I want you as my successor. As you know, my clan were swordsmen who perished in a war long ago. I survived the attack, but none of my friends or family did. My time is running short, and I need to pass down my power to someone I trust will use it wisely. I believe you are that person. So, what do you say? Will you accept my offer? Harana asked. I'll take the offer, Naruto said. Okay, in 6 months, you'll need to train harder than ever before, Harana instructed. Okay, Naruto agreed, smiling at her before turning to leave. Where are you going? Harana asked. I'll be back, Naruto replied. But you, Jay, Harana started, but the door closed behind him. Kids these days, she thought. Naruto left the house and headed away from all the other villages. He walked many miles until he reached a cave. Inside, he found someone in a black robe sitting on a rock by a campfire. It took you long enough, Naruto, the man said. It took me a while to get away from Irika. You never gave me a time limit, so everything that happened was unexpected, Naruto replied. You're right, the man acknowledged. Did you get what I asked for? It's right here, Naruto said, reaching into his pocket to pull out an ordinary ring and hand it over. Yup, you got it, the man confirmed. What's so special about this ordinary ring? Naruto asked. This isn't just any ring. It can hold any chakra and jutsu attacks directed at it. It can contain endless amounts of power and release it whenever I want, the man explained. Sounds like some strong jewelry, Naruto remarked. It is, and now it is in my possession, the man said. Well, have fun with your jewelry. I'm heading back before she gets upset like she did when I left for 3 days, Naruto said. All right, see you later, Naruto, the man replied. See you later too. Obito, Naruto said as he turned to leave. At the ice cream shop with the Uzumaki family, after a whirlwind of emotions, they finally finished their ice cream. They left the shop to drop Menma and Naruto at the gate. Alright, you two stay safe, Minato said. We will. Menma and Naruto shouted in unison. The two ran to their parents and hugged them. Naruto hesitated to join the group hug, and Kushina noticed. Nahum, come here, Kushina called, opening her arms for him to join. Naruto looked up and stepped into the embrace. Okay, that's enough. We have to go now. I still have work to do, Minato said. Okay. Menma and Naruto replied together. Menma and Naruto walked to the gate while Minato, Kushina, and Naruto walked in the opposite direction. Minato and Kushina chatted ahead of Naruto, who reached into his pocket to feel the ring he had taken from Kushina's finger. Nice job, Kurama complimented. Thanks, Naruto replied. Nahama, you have to keep up, Minato reminded him. Naruto quickly put the ring back into his pocket and hurried to catch up. Sorry, I got a little distracted, Naruto said. It's okay, just keep up, Kushina encouraged. From that day, Naruto trained rigorously with Harana and Kurama, often sacrificing sleep. Harana focused on his swordsmanship while Kurama assisted with his ninjutsu. Over the months, Harana shared more about herself, and they grew closer than Naruto had anticipated. He still visited Obito occasionally during his rare free time. One day, Harana met Kurama and introduced him to the voice she often spoke to. As time passed, the transfer of power drew nearer. Naruto and Harana were drenched in sweat from their intense training session. Again! Harana shouted. Naruto charged at her with his sword, aiming for a slash. Harana jumped back, raising her katana to deflect his strike. She quickly grabbed a kunai and aimed for his neck. Naruto noticed her move and used his elbow to push her hand down, causing her to lose her grip on the kunai and stumble. Seizing the moment, Naruto shifted his position to aim for her arm. Harana rolled to the right, causing Naruto to lunge forward, and she kicked him in the back. Naruto fell to one knee, and Harana saw her chance to finish the fight. She grabbed her sword and aimed for his neck. Just as she got close, Naruto laid flat on the ground, causing her to trip over his foot. He seized her right hand and pulled her down, reaching behind his back to retrieve a kunai and raise it into the air. Thinking he was going to strike her, she closed her eyes. Instead, he plunged the kunai into the ground beside her head. I win, Naruto declared, panting heavily. Yes, you did, Harana replied, also out of breath. Naruto got up and reached out his hand. Harana took it, and Naruto pulled her up. 2 more days, can you believe it? Harana asked. Yeah, I can. It went by so fast, Naruto replied as he took a sip of water. Do you think you're ready for this? Harana asked while sipping her drink. Yeah, I am. Can you tell me a little about the power? Naruto inquired. The power enhances swordsmanship, assassin abilities, and boosts your intelligence. The third aspect will be especially beneficial for you, Harana explained. How so? Naruto asked. It relates to chakra, she replied. Cool, Naruto said, wiping his face with the bottom of his shirt. You've gotten stronger, your intelligence has improved, and you, Harana paused, noticing Naruto's toned stomach. You've become more fit, she said, turning away slightly. Thanks, I've been working out, Naruto said. Kurama has me on another workout regimen. Harana and Naruto walked to the abandoned house to rest for the day. While Harana continued her training, Naruto explored a library he had discovered. Kurama hopped onto Naruto's shoulder. What are you looking at? He asked. I'm reading about some curses, Naruto replied. Didn't you say you figured out what it was? Kurama questioned. I thought I did, but it doesn't add up, Naruto said. What do you mean? Kurama asked. I thought it was the Ikari no Itami curse. It seemed to fit, but something feels off, Naruto explained. You should focus on what we're doing instead of that, Kurama suggested. Okay, Naruto said, closing the book and looking at Kurama. Why don't we? When are you going to teach me the technique? Naruto interrupted. I thought we already discussed this. Kurama replied. Yes, but I'm ready now, Naruto insisted. Not yet. We agreed to continue this conversation once you inherit the power from Harana. That's the plan and we're sticking to it, Kurama stated firmly. Ugh, fine. Do you at least have the ball? Naruto asked. What ball? Kurama replied. I read something about the technique that mentioned a ball. It's called a void sphere, Naruto explained. Kurama fell silent, indicating he didn't know where it was. Seriously? Naruto asked. What? Kurama responded. Naruto sighed, got up, and walked out of the room. Naruto! Kurama called after him as Naruto closed the door. He's growing up too fast, but I can't blame him, Kurama thought as he followed Naruto. Naruto and Kurama walked through the hallway, searching for Harana. Do you think Irika got my note? Naruto asked. I'm pretty sure he read it. If he didn't see it on the kitchen table, that's unfortunate, Kurama replied. What do you think he thinks about that? Naruto inquired. If I were him, I'd be worried for a couple of reasons. First, you left in the middle of the night. Second, it's sad that you didn't tell me sooner or say goodbye. And third, he'd be confused about what you're planning, Kurama explained. That's understandable, but he needs to know I'm strong enough to take care of myself. Not that he treats me like a child, but you know what I mean, Naruto said. He's just concerned for you, that's all, Kurama replied. You're right, Naruto acknowledged. Hey, Naruto, Kurama called. Yeah. Naruto responded. Remember when I told you about my conversation with Irika? Kurama asked. Yeah. What about it? Naruto replied. Do you think of him the same way he sees you? Kurama probed. What? As a father? Naruto asked, surprised. Kurama nodded silently. To be honest, I don't really know what a father figure looks like. He takes care of me when I'm hurt and tries to boost my confidence, but I've never had a father around. So, I can't really answer that question. The same goes for a mother or older siblings, Naruto admitted. Have you ever wondered what it's like? Kurama asked. I did when I was younger, but I've come to terms with the fact that my family didn't want me. That was before we figured everything out, Naruto replied. Right. How did you find out it was some kind of curse? Kurama asked. I was exploring the base while you and Harana were asleep and found a hidden button. Out of curiosity, I pressed it, and a doorway opened. Inside was a library filled with stories and histories of every village that ever existed. That's when I found a book titled Curses. I opened it and discovered many curses related to what I'm experiencing now, Naruto explained. Interesting. Kurama mused. Harana is in the training room right now, Naruto said. How do you know? Kurama asked. I can hear her, Naruto replied. They entered the training area to find Harana training harder than ever. Your hearing skills have improved, Kurama noted. Thanks, her training is paying off, Naruto replied. He approached Harana while Kurama settled at the entrance. Why yeah. Harana yelled as she struck the punching bag hanging from the ceiling. With a powerful punch, she broke the chain, sending the bag crashing against the wall. Wow, nice impact, Naruto said. Thanks, Harana replied, catching her breath. Naruto turned to grab a water bottle and towel for her. He handed them over. Thanks, Harana said. No problem, Naruto replied. You should take a break, Kurama suggested. I can't. I have to eat, Harana paused, noticing a small fox in the doorway. Who are you? What are you? She asked. Oh right, this is your first time seeing Kurama in person, Naruto explained. That's Kurama? Harana asked, pointing. Just so you know, it's considered rude to point, Kurama remarked. Harana quickly tucked her hands behind her back. Sorry, she said. It's okay, but like I said, you should relax, Kurama advised. I wish I could, but the test is coming up, Harana replied. Okay, and? Naruto prompted. And I can't just let you take my powers as if you're picking a leaf from a tree. You have to earn it, which means fighting at our very best. So if I were you, I'd be training right now, Harana said, placing her water bottle and towel down as she walked toward her shelf of katanas. I'll do that, but first, I need to get my hair done. It's getting longer and the color is showing, Naruto said. Seriously? You're more worried about your hair than the test? Harana asked incredulously. I've got to look good while fighting, Naruto replied with a grin. Harana gave him a blank stare. I'm joking. I plan to do my hair after the test, But I'm leaving now, Naruto said. He glanced at Kurama, and they began to walk toward the door. Where do you go all the time? Harana asked. None of your business, Naruto replied. It is my business because you live under my roof, Harana insisted. Just because I live here doesn't mean I have to tell you everything, Naruto said. Yes, it does. I need to know where you are at all times. If you don't come back after a while, I want to know where to find you, Harana argued. You act like you haven't shared anything about yourself for the past 8 months. I'm still here not because I want to be your successor or gain power, but because… Naruto trailed off. Because what? Harana pressed. That's something you don't need to know either, Naruto replied. Yes, I do, she insisted. What authority do you think you have over me? You're not my mother, so stop trying to act like one, Naruto said firmly. Sorry, I don't need an apology. I'm going to bed. I don't feel like talking anymore, Naruto said, turning away. Naruto turned around and walked out the door with Kurama. Did I do something wrong? Harana asked Arthur. No, he's just probably not used to this, Arthur replied. Okay, Harana said. Hey, don't let it get you down, Arthur encouraged. I'm not, it's just… Harana paused, leaving Arthur curious. Just what? He asked. It's nothing. If you'll excuse me, I need to finish my training for the day, Harana said as she walked away. Arthur thought, Harana is worried about this, and it's understandable. I wish there was something I could do to help her feel less anxious about the whole process. Naruto and Kurama were walking through the woods to clear their heads. Are you okay? Kurama asked. I'm fine, Naruto replied. I can tell you're not feeling fine, even if you say otherwise, Kurama said. I said I'm fine, so stop prying into my feelings, Naruto insisted. You're right. Do you think Obito might know anything about a curse that fits your description? Kurama asked. 9 out of 10 yes, Naruto replied. Then we should go ask him about it, Kurama suggested. That sounds like a good idea, but do you think he'll share anything with us? Naruto asked. We'll have to find out, Kurama replied. Kurama returned to the mindscape and approached Obito. At first, they exchanged pleasantries, but as they got closer, Naruto became quieter. Kurama wondered why Naruto was no longer as talkative. Kit, why aren't you speaking? Kurama asked. Obito is talking to someone, Naruto whispered. Can you hear what they're saying? Kurama inquired. I'm trying to listen, Naruto replied. After a long walk, Naruto and Kurama arrived at the cave. Naruto approached the entrance and peeked inside, shocked to see Obito conversing with Orochimaru, Madara, and the entire Akatsuki. What are they doing here? Naruto thought. I don't know, but we should find out, Kurama replied. Taking a deep breath, Naruto focused his chakra to a level that was nearly unmeasurable. Okay, let's see how effective my training has been, he thought. Naruto cautiously moved around the corner, navigating the sharp rocks underfoot. He continued until he accidentally kicked a stone, quickly hiding behind a large rock. The Akatsuki members, except for Obito, immediately took defensive stances, scanning the area for the source of the noise. Guys, it's nothing. Rocks fall from the cave ceiling all the time, Obito said. The Akatsuki relaxed and returned to their previous positions. You really should leave this place, Deidre remarked. Why? Obito asked playfully. Because it's filthy, Itachi replied. Hey! Obito protested. Alright, let's get back on track. We need to review the plan, Madara said. We need to gather more information about the Leaf Village. They've heard of us, but they don't know what we look like, so we're safe for now, Obito explained. That's good to know. We need to identify the biggest threat and neutralize them before they can gather information on us, Conan added. We can worry about that later. For now, we need to secure that. Troublesome. Ring, Pain said. I have it, and it's not troublesome, Obito retorted. I can judge that, Madara said. What's so special about the ring? Itachi asked. The ring can absorb anyone's chakra, from the weakest to the tailed beasts. Once we absorb all the tailed beasts, we will possess the power of the original tailed beast before it split apart the 10 tails, Madara explained. The 10 tails? Naruto thought. They're trying to bring that beast back? Kurama said. Are they planning to use the power of the tailed beast to attack the Leaf Village? Obito asked. Destroying the Leaf Village will be easy. Why go to such extremes just to take down one village? Kasami questioned. We're not using it for them, we're preparing for war, Madara clarified. Really? I've always wanted to be part of a war, Obito exclaimed. This will certainly be interesting, Pain added. So they are planning to attack the village, Naruto said. Yes, Kurama replied. Let's get out of here, Naruto suggested. All right, Kurama agreed. Taking another deep breath, Naruto balanced his chakra and began to exit the cave. As he stepped outside, he broke into a run. Madara turned his head toward the cave entrance while the others continued their discussion. Obito noticed Madara's gaze. What's up? Obito asked. Someone was here, Madara said. Should we go after them? Hayden suggested. No, let them go. It's not like they can do anything about this situation, Madara replied. Okay, back to our conversation, Konan said. Naruto eventually slowed down and resumed walking. They're planning to attack the village, Naruto stated. And start a war against all the villages, Kurama added. We don't need to worry about the village, but the war part is concerning, Naruto said. Once they attack the village, they'll move on to their second objective. Absorbing all the chakra from each tailed beast into the ring, Kurama explained. At least we know what they plan to do with it, Naruto said. True, let's head back, Kurama suggested. Okay, Naruto agreed. As Naruto walked, he suddenly felt a hand grip his shoulder. Who are you? Madara asked. Why should I tell you? Naruto replied defiantly. Because I asked, Madara responded. Just because you asked doesn't mean I have to answer, Naruto shot back. Madara tightened his grip on Naruto's shoulder and lifted him off the ground. In response, Naruto quickly drew a kunai from his pocket and swung at Madara's hand. Madara caught the kunai just in time, and Naruto used the opportunity to swing his other hand back toward Madara. Madara released Naruto while dodging the kunai. Naruto jumped back, ready with his kunai in hand. Not bad, Madara remarked. If you want to talk, we can do it from a distance, Naruto suggested. What makes you think I want to do that? Madara asked. I'm warning you, Naruto said firmly. I'm not here to harm you. I just want to know how much you overheard, Madara said. Enough to know what will happen in the future, Naruto replied. I see. Let me guess, you're from the Leaf Village too, Madara said. Naruto replied. So you're not going to say anything? Madara asked. Why would I tell them? After everything they've done to me, Naruto responded. But can't take any chances, Madara said. Just as Naruto was about to speak, he suddenly felt weak in his leg. Looking down, he saw a kunai embedded in his stomach. A shadow clone of Madara had attacked him from behind. It was nice knowing you, Madara said. See you around, Naruto replied. Confused, Madara watched as Naruto transformed into a puff of smoke. Oh well, Madara said, and the shadow clone vanished in a similar puff. He turned and began to walk away thinking, that kid is going to be some trouble. Meanwhile, Naruto was leaping through the trees. That was a close one, he said. Too close. Let's head back, Kurama advised. Okay, Naruto agreed, continuing his jumps toward the abandoned house. By the time he arrived, the sun was beginning to set. He landed softly and walked inside. Descending the stairs, he found Harana lying unconscious on the ground. She sure doesn't know when to quit, Naruto remarked. Nope, Kurama replied. Naruto approached Harana, gently lifting her and placing her on the bed across the room. I wonder why she's so anxious about the test. It's happening in 2 days, he mused. I don't know, but it must be serious for her to go to such lengths, Kurama replied. It's because of the outcome of the test, Arthur said, appearing behind them. What outcome? Naruto asked. Let's go somewhere else. We don't want to disturb her sleep. She needs it, Arthur suggested. Naruto and Arthur moved to a different part of the abandoned house to talk, exploring an area Naruto had not yet discovered. They soon came across a large door adorned with intricate designs. Open it, and behind this door lies some of the answers you're seeking, both now and in the future, Arthur instructed. Naruto reached out and opened the door, revealing a magnificent library filled with vibrant colors and far more books than the one he had been visiting. The library you've been going to focused on the shinobi world. This one contains all the histories and answers related to Harana's world, Arthur explained. This place is amazing. But aren't you going to tell us why Harana is so worked up over a test? Naruto asked. Sure thing this way, Arthur replied. They walked to a specific section of the library, where Arthur pointed to a particular book. Hover your hand over the red one, he instructed. Naruto did so, and the book floated into his hand. He turned it over to find it titled, Transferred Abilities. As he examined the book, a flash of light caught his eye. Turning his head, he noticed a table with a lantern above it. He walked over, sat down, and placed the book on the table with Arthur sitting across from him. Go to page 223 and start reading, Arthur instructed. Naruto nodded and began to read. One ability wants to encounter another one is stronger than the other while the other is weaker. Transfer is the key to power. Power is the key to our tower. Every tower tends to break down at some point. Same goes for our powers. Pass it to someone who is worthy, righteous, and mighty, not to a weakling that is tiny. Build it up again by passing it on to someone else. Some people are on your tail. Do it later on. It will go to waste. It will never see another day. Do you understand what it's saying? Arthur asked. It talks about how every power has a limit. To ensure the continuation of power for future generations, you must pass it on to someone worthy. If you miss that opportunity, the power will vanish from existence. It seems like people are after them, Naruto replied. That is correct. In your world, shinobi have an endless amount of power generated by chakra. They can keep growing, but they can't shrink. In Harana's world, their power diminishes until it disappears. Before that happens, they must pass it on to someone else. This could enhance their powers or grant them a new ability. In your case, it will make you stronger. Once someone discovers this, they will pursue that person to prevent the transfer from occurring. Continue reading, Arthur said. Naruto nodded and looked back at the page. In order for you to gain it, you must fight for it. Fight at your strongest, not your weakest. Fight with intelligence, not with your dumbest. Your life's on the line. You only have one life. Don't waste it. What about that one? Arthur asked. It seems they have to fight for power, similar to what I'm doing with Harana. If you fail to win the fight, you not only lose your life but also your chance to gain new power or receive your first, Naruto explained. You are correct once again, Arthur said. But what does that have to do with her training so hard? Continue reading, Arthur urged. Naruto looked down and resumed reading. You've won the battle. Congratulations. You have received a trophy. You completed the transfer. It is nice and shiny, glossy and sparkly. I am your shadow. You are my light. There is a day to a night to a day. There is fright. There is a darkness to every light. Winning a trophy comes at a price. A power for a life for the power in our lives. As he read the last few lines, realization dawned on Naruto. You see? Harana isn't training just to make it difficult for me to defeat her. She's training hard because she's afraid of dying. The test isn't about whether I'm strong enough to hold such great power. It's about the transfer process, and the only way it will be successful is if she dies during the fight. Naruto finished, understanding the gravity of the situation. Is this why people tend to get involved with the whole transfer thing? They get involved because they don't want to lose them, or they fear their children might take a life at such a young age. With her village and family gone, she wants her powers to live on. So she went looking for someone to take on the power. That's when she met you for the first time and sensed you were the one, Arthur replied. Wow, that's a lot for me to process, Naruto said. I know, it would be best if you went ahead and got some rest, Arthur suggested. Okay, Naruto said as he closed the book. Naruto reached the door and placed his hand on the handle. He was about to push it open when someone called his name. Wait a second, Naruto, Arthur shouted. Naruto paused and turned around. Harana didn't choose you out of pity. She chose you because you are worthy. If you do defeat her, she will fall, and I will become your new assistant. I helped her make this choice, so don't let her sacrifice be in vain, Arthur said. Don't worry, Arthur. You can count on me, Naruto replied. He turned back, opened the door, and closed it behind him, leaving Arthur alone in the room. I hope we didn't make the wrong choice in picking you, Naruto. The next day arrived with the same morning routine. Naruto woke up to find Harana training intensely, her sword swinging with determination. He wanted to tell her to take it easy, but he understood her motivation. You know you can't stop her, Kurama said. I know, Naruto replied. I can tell you're worried about her, Kurama noted. If she keeps training like this, I will be, Naruto said. What would you do if you were in her position? Kurama asked. I would do the same thing, Naruto replied. How so? Kurama probed. She is training as if her life depends on it. She wants to pass the power to me and I can sense that, but this is also her final battle. It means so much to her. Not only is it her last fight, but it's her chance to pass on her family's legacy, Naruto explained. Are you saying that just to make it seem like you understand her, or do you genuinely feel that way? Kurama asked. I would do the same thing, Naruto insisted. I would just surrender and let that person defeat me, he added, and both Naruto and Kurama were startled by the sudden voice. Kurama, where is that voice coming from? Naruto asked. Where do you think it's coming from? Kurama replied. Naruto laid back down and closed his eyes, entering his mindscape. He looked up and saw Dark Naruto sitting right in front of him. Hello. Dark Naruto greeted. Naruto got up and moved closer to Kurama. Why are you moving away from me? Dark Naruto asked. It's natural for someone to step back when someone is too close, Naruto replied. That's far enough, Dark Naruto said. What did you mean earlier when you said, I would give up? Kurama asked. Just like I said, Dark Naruto replied. But don't you want to do everything you can before you die? Naruto asked. If you know you're going to die, then what's the point of working so hard? Dark Naruto countered. When people realize their time is limited, they often try to accomplish as much as possible before the end. It's a natural instinct, Naruto explained. True, but in the end, they still die. The example you gave was about a family, people you care about. What if you're alone, with no one left to care for or about you? Dark Naruto replied. Why don't you share your reasoning for wanting to give up? Kurama suggested. Okay, imagine you're in Harana's situation. You had a happy life with family, friends, and Arthur. It felt like a fairy tale. Then the village was attacked, and everyone you loved was gone, leaving you alone. Now you're just surviving, knowing your time is running out. You have this power within you, and when you find someone worthy, you just pass it on and let them take your place instead of fighting for your life. Why continue suffering? Dark Naruto asked. Some people want to die doing what they love. For Harana, fighting and using her powers is special to her, Naruto replied. Everyone will die eventually. Why not do it while pursuing something you love? Kurama added. You both have given me a lot to think about, Dark Naruto admitted. Of course you're thinking about it, you know we're right, Naruto said. Sure, let's go with that, but let me ask you another question, Naruto, Dark Naruto said. Go ahead, Naruto replied. Dark Naruto got up and moved closer to Naruto and Kurama. Once he was just a couple of inches away, he sat down. What do you prefer? To die doing something you love, or just to end it all? Dark Naruto asked. Naruto and Kurama fell silent. Kurama wanted to answer, but the question was directed at Naruto. I prefer to die doing what I love, Naruto finally said. Really? Why? Dark Naruto asked. We all find our passions, whether as kids or teenagers. We choose a path to follow. When you're nearing the end, you realize you won't be able to do what you love anymore. I want to embrace those moments until my last breath, Naruto replied. Hearing Naruto's words made Kurama smile. He felt proud of Naruto's response. It was music to his ears. I'm glad he wants to keep doing what he loves, despite everything he's been through, Kurama thought. Wow, what a great answer. Where was this Naruto when he was younger? Dark Naruto asked. What do you mean? Naruto asked, confused. You know what I'm talking about. Just seconds before you met Kurama, when you saw that shiny object calling your name, Dark Naruto replied. Naruto was puzzled for a moment until the memory flashed back to him. That was a long time ago. Why bring it up? Naruto asked. I mention it because your response now is so different from how you felt back then. You wanted to end it all because you couldn't handle the pain. Now you want to die doing what you love. It's only natural to point it out, Dark Naruto explained. Naruto has grown and matured. He's a different person now, Kurama said. I asked him, not you, Dark Naruto shot back. Those words ignited a fire within Naruto. He didn't mind being criticized, but not when it came to Kurama. Just like he said, I have matured. I am a different person now. I used to see no happy ending for my life, but that's changed. You may think I don't understand life, but I do. As you mentioned in our conversation 6.5 months ago, you know that because we share the same mind. Now, let me make this clear. I don't care how much you're trying to mess with me, but don't you dare talk to Kurama like that. Yes, he lied to me at first, but he has changed for the better. Unlike you, who is acting more childish than Menma was when he was younger. If you can't see that I've changed, I can get you a pair of glasses, Naruto said. Dark Naruto wanted to respond but couldn't find the words. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to wake up and train with Harana, Naruto said. He faded away from the mindscape, leaving Dark Naruto and Kurama alone. This is going to be harder than I thought, Dark Naruto mused. He closed his eyes and faded away as well. That was intense, Kurama thought. Naruto woke up and looked around, noticing Harana was missing. Where did she go? He wondered. He got up and started searching. Do you think she's in the library? Kurama asked. Naruto didn't respond. Are you still upset about that? Kurama continued. Naruto replied. Kurama, confused by the situation, fell silent. As Naruto scanned the area, he heard a crack behind him. Instinctively, he grabbed a kunai from his pants and threw it toward the sound. The person ducked, removing their hood to reveal Harana. Seriously? She exclaimed. What? It was a reflex. Naruto defended himself. You nearly took my head off, she muttered. Naruto exhaled, glancing at the bag in her hand. What's that? He asked, pointing. This is our breakfast, Harana replied. Oh, okay, Naruto said. Go grab a seat, she instructed. Naruto turned and sat in one of the chairs while Harana took the other. She placed the bag on the ground and pulled out 2 bowls, handing one to Naruto and setting hers in front of herself. Naruto opened his container to find beef and chicken ramen with spinach and a sunny-side-up egg on top. Harana revealed her identical meal. They placed their hands together and said in unison, "Let's eat." As they began to eat, silence enveloped them, allowing their thoughts to echo in the quiet. After finishing his meal, Naruto set down his chopsticks. Thanks for getting this for me. It was delicious, he said. No problem, Harana replied. He stood, placed his napkin on the table, and took his container to the trash. As he tossed it away and headed out, Harana called after him, Hey Naruto, I've noticed you haven't been training much. Is everything all right? Yep, all good. I was actually heading to train now. Want to join me after you finish? He offered. Sure, she said, taking another scoop of her noodles. Okay, I'll get started. Join me when you're done, Naruto said. Harana didn't respond but continued eating. He turned and left the house to train. Naruto stepped outside, katana in hand. All right, what should I do first? He asked aloud. You should work on your sword skills, Kurama suggested. Okay, Naruto replied. He walked to the nearest tree and got into position, lifting his katana and swinging it down, leaving slash marks on the bark with each swing. He continued until his arms grew tired, having gone through 12 trees. Good job, Kurama praised. Not really, this is less than I usually do before taking a break, Naruto countered. It's still good for someone who hasn't trained in a week, Kurama said. True, but it's not enough. Today is the last day, and I need to make it count, Naruto insisted, raising his arm to continue swinging. As he swung his sword, his arm began to feel numb, almost as if it wasn't there anymore. Despite the discomfort, he pushed on until someone tapped his shoulder. Startled, Naruto spun around, swinging his sword. Harana leaped into the air, dodging the blade, and landed with an annoyed expression. This is the second time, she said. I know. You don't have to remind me, Naruto replied, turning back to the tree. I think you can stop now, Harana suggested. Why should I? You didn't stop when I asked you to, he shot back. I was inside swinging my sword against a stone wall, not wood. If you keep this up, you'll chop down enough trees for an entire village, she pointed out. Naruto paused, glancing around at the cleared area where trees once stood. Oh, he thought. Come on, relax, Harana said, lifting a water bottle toward him. Naruto took the water bottle from her and said, Fine. They sat on the nearest tree, drinking water. Hey Naruto. I have something to tell you, Harana began. Naruto remained silent but looked at her, signaling he was listening. I've mentioned the test a lot, but I never explained what it is. I think it's best I tell you. The reason I'm so worked up is because I already know, Naruto interrupted. What? Harana asked, confused. Arthur told me what the test is really about, but don't be mad at him. He was just answering my questions about why you were training so hard, Naruto explained. Okay. Since you know, I can move on to my next question. How do you feel about the knowledge? Harana asked. I felt uneasy at first, but I've come to terms with it, Naruto replied. Do you think you're capable of handling this? She inquired. Of course I am. What do you take me for? He responded. Don't worry, I'm just curious. You know what this means, right? Harana asked. Once we wake up, we're enemies, Naruto said. Yup, Harana confirmed. There was silence between the two once again. All that could be heard were the sounds of nature and the gentle breeze. The quiet lingered until Naruto asked, Why did you choose me? Harana looked at Naruto puzzled. I'm asking because you just met me. I shared my past, and suddenly you want me as your successor, which doesn't make sense to me. So why did you choose me? Naruto pressed again. I chose you because I saw determination in your eyes. You faced so much at a young age, which convinced me you are the one. Especially when you managed to escape from Madara Uchiha without him noticing your shadow clone, Harana explained, taking a sip of her water. Naruto turned to Harana, shock evident on his face. He wanted to ask how she knew but found himself at a loss for words. I saw you talking to Madara about something you heard. Before you jumped to conclusions, I wasn't spying on you. I was a few meters away, training in that area. You didn't notice me, so I took my chance to slip away, Harana clarified. And you still think I'm worthy? Naruto asked. Yes. Look, I don't want to repeat myself. It's frustrating. Just know that I believe this power shouldn't fall into the wrong hands. As long as it doesn't, I'm willing to pass it on, Harana replied. Okay, Naruto said. Now that's settled, shall we let the best person win? Harana proposed, extending her hand toward Naruto. He glanced at her hand before meeting her gaze. Let the best person win, Naruto agreed, shaking her hand. Since their conversation, they had been training hard until nightfall. Naruto focused on his ninjutsu, taijutsu, and swordsmanship, while Harana honed her skills with both sword and kunai. Arthur and Kurama watched them train. Who do you think will win? Kurama asked. It's not about who wins, it's about whether the power will transfer, Arthur replied. Let me rephrase my question. Who do you think will survive the fight tomorrow based on their skills? Kurama inquired. I see you really want an answer. You ask, you shall receive. I don't know who will win. Naruto has chakra on his side, and Harana has been training with her current power, so she has that advantage. It's hard to say, Arthur replied. We think alike, Kurama said. I'm glad you feel that way, Arthur responded. Now that I think about it, you've never told me about the power Harana possesses. What is it exactly? Kurama. She has the power of a dragon, Arthur explained. A dragon? Kurama echoed. Yes, these dragons fought in wars. They were. How should I put it? A trump card. Whenever a war broke out, they would be called upon for assistance. Sometimes they were captured and forced to fight. Those are the kinds of villages or groups to watch out for. Many centuries later, all the dragons combined their powers into souls to create a weapon, Arthur elaborated. Are you saying Harana has the weapon? Kurama asked. No, she holds part of the souls that the weapon contains. Someone, tired of the fighting for power, broke the weapon, scattering the dragon's powers across the nations before the shinobi were discovered. Now, they must pass their power to someone when they feel themselves weakening, Arthur explained. What types of dragons are there? Kurama asked. There are fire, earth, air, water, harmony, dark, and light, Arthur replied. Which one does Harana hold? Kurama inquired. She holds the water dragon, Arthur answered. Just then, Harana called out Arthur's name. I can't share everything right now, but you can find more in the library, Arthur said, disappearing from Kurama's presence and appearing in front of Harana. Looks like we need to do some research, Kurama thought. For the next 2 hours, Harana left the training grounds, leaving Naruto and Kurama alone. Kurama watched as Naruto practiced his kunai skills. He had a metal block hanging from the ceiling and attacked it every time he jumped. He kicked, punched, and slashed at it repeatedly. Kurama noticed some bruises on Naruto's ankle and knuckles. He approached Naruto. Hey, Naruto, I think you should take a break, Kurama suggested. Naruto paused to catch his breath and looked at Kurama, who was sitting on the ground. I will, but only after I cut this block in half, Naruto said, resuming his attack. Kurama sighed and stretched his 9 tails to grab Naruto. He pulled Naruto toward him. What was that for? Naruto asked, surprised. Look at your ankle, Kurama said, prompting Naruto to glance down. You're leaving bruises all over your ankle. If you keep this up, you might hurt yourself. The same goes for your knuckles, Kurama warned. Naruto examined his injuries. Stay here, Kurama ordered. Naruto complied as Kurama turned and walked away. He returned shortly with a first aid kit. Bandage yourself up and come outside, Kurama instructed before stepping outside. A few minutes later, Naruto approached Kurama with his ankle and knuckles bandaged. Are you hungry? Kurama asked. Yes, I am, Naruto replied. Okay, want to head over to the village where Mrs. Chu and the others are? Kurama suggested. Sure, Naruto agreed. Kurama smiled and walked with Naruto toward the village. After a long journey, they arrived at the village. Kurama returned to the mindscape while Naruto walked through the gates, looking for something to eat. Where should we eat? Naruto asked. I don't know, I'm not the one eating, Kurama replied as he laid down. Okay, I'm getting ramen, Naruto declared. The mention of ramen made Kurama perk up. Nope, absolutely not, Kurama said quickly. Why not? Naruto asked, confused. You need to stop eating ramen all the time, Kurama insisted. Fine, Naruto relented. Naruto looked around and spotted a barbecue restaurant. I think I'll go there, he thought to himself. He walked into the restaurant and was greeted with a warm smile. Hello, young man. Are you dining in or taking out? The girl asked cheerfully. I'd like it to go, please, Naruto replied. Great. Do you know what you want? She continued. Yes, I'd like a pork, beef, and chicken bowl, along with a full rack of baby back ribs, Naruto said. Okay, your food will be ready shortly. Please wait over there, she instructed. Thanks, Naruto said as he made his way to the waiting area. I really need to get my hair done, he whispered to himself. You really do, a voice behind him replied. Startled, Naruto turned to see Chitikio, and Mrs. Chu standing there. Hey, he greeted them. Hey, Naruto, they replied in unison. How have you been? Mrs. Chu asked. I've been doing well, how about you? Naruto responded. I've been great, Naruto, the girl called out. Looks like my food is ready, Naruto said. It was nice talking to you, Chitikio said. Nchem, Naruto replied. He walked to the pickup area, grabbed his food, and headed home. Meanwhile, Harana was hitting the punching bag that hung from the ceiling. Arthur watched from a distance, noticing she was using more force than usual. Concerned, he approached her. Harana, are you okay? He asked. She didn't respond. Harana, he tried again, still getting no answer. He stepped in front of her so she could see him. Harana, he said, gently stopping her punches. Yes, she replied. Are you okay? You seem stressed, he observed. I'm fine, Harana insisted. I've known you since you were a toddler. I can tell when you're stressed and when you're fine. Right now you're not fine, Arthur said. Harana paused before answering. Do you think I made the right decision? She asked. What decision? Arthur inquired. Choosing Naruto, she replied. I support whatever decision you make. You only make choices when you know they're best for you and others. You shouldn't be asking me if you made the right decision. You should be asking yourself, Arthur advised. I am asking for your opinion, though, Harana said. And I'll tell you again, you're asking the wrong person, Arthur replied. How should I know if I made the right decision? Harana asked. Why did you pick Naruto? Arthur probed. I chose Naruto because he seemed like he needed help. He wants to become a hero, but his family and the village have brought him down to the point where he's not even in the village anymore. When I first talked to him, I could tell he was passionate and wanted to grow stronger in both strength and intelligence. He wants to become a better person than his family was, and I want to help him fulfill that dream, Harana explained. Do you think that's a good reason for him to inherit your power? Arthur asked. Yes, Harana replied. Then you've made the right decision, Arthur affirmed. Naruto walked into the house to find Harana training while talking to Arthur. He knocked on the wall beside him to alert her of his presence. She stopped mid-punch and turned around to see Naruto holding a bag of food. Want to eat? He asked. Harana nodded hesitantly and walked to the table to sit with him. Naruto unpacked the food, placing it in front of them, and they began to eat. As they ate, silence filled the air. They finished their ramen, and Harana got up to throw away her bowl. Thank you for the food, she said. You're welcome, Naruto replied. You know we're enemies now, which means we can't help each other, Harana said as she started wrapping her hands. I know that, Naruto acknowledged. Good, Harana said, turning away. She didn't want to hurt Naruto, but it had to be done. Regardless of everything, she had to pass her power to someone, whether it was a success or a failure. Naruto stepped outside to train away from Harana. How do you feel about this fight? Kurama asked. I feel nervous, but ready at the same time, Naruto replied. I mean about facing Harana, Kurama clarified. Naruto paused mid-swing, lowering his sword. I feel happy but sad at the same time, he admitted. Explain, Kurama prompted. I feel honored that Harana thinks I'm worthy enough to hold her power, which has been passed down in her family for generations. It truly makes me happy. I may not have harmed anyone yet, but knowing she will be my first opponent leaves a bitter taste in my mouth. She's the only one who has helped and watched over me since I was 3.5. These past few years have allowed me to know Harana, and the person I see now is truly remarkable. However, there's a positive side to this. Gaining her power, becoming stronger, and distancing myself from the village is a win-win for me. I don't feel anything not because of the emotions I've felt recently, but because everything is going the way I want it, Naruto explained. You don't know if you will win the fight, Kurama reminded him. I may not know if I'll win, but I know she's desperate to pass down her power. She might give up midway through the fight, Naruto replied. Okay, Kurama said. Naruto raised his sword and slashed at the tree again, when suddenly a bird landed on the branch he was striking. He stopped and extended his arm, allowing the bird to perch there. As he looked beneath the bird's head, he noticed a letter tucked away. He carefully took the letter and opened it, discovering it was from Obito. Naruto entered the cave, feeling a wave of unease wash over him. What is this sudden sense of danger? He wondered. As he ventured deeper, he spotted the Akatsuki members gathered inside. Itachi sat atop a rock, with Konan and Pain beside him. Kisun, Sasori, and Haiden leaned against the wall, while Obito lounged on a log on the ground. I'm surprised you showed up, Itachi remarked, and all the Akatsuki members turned to face Naruto at the cave's entrance. Hey there, Obito greeted. What do you need? Naruto asked, eyeing them warily. What makes you think we need anything? Haiden replied with a smirk. Obito never calls for me unless he wants something, whether it's information, an item, or to retrieve someone. Which one is it? Naruto pressed. We actually need 2 things, Itachi said. We need some information and to give me something, Pain added. What could they want now? Kurama inquired in Naruto's mind. I don't know, Naruto responded. If I give it to you, what will you use it for? Naruto asked, crossing his arms. It's for our purposes, which is none of your concern, Pain replied coolly. You need to know where the Jinchuriki are, Naruto stated, and the Akatsuki members exchanged shocked glances. What makes you think that's the information we seek? Conan questioned. 6 months ago, Obito asked me for a ring that can absorb all the chakra from each Jinchuriki. If you gather all 9, you'll gain the strength of the 10 tails. It can also reflect attacks back at the attacker. I knew it was powerful, but I didn't realize how much until Obito explained it. Naruto explained. The Akatsuki members were taken aback by Naruto's knowledge. They had underestimated him, thinking he was just an average 9-year-old. You really don't know when to keep quiet, do you? Pain said, casting a sharp glare at Obito. What? I was just impressed by how he got such information. Obito defended himself. Still not an excuse, Conan interjected. Since you already know, why don't you just tell us what we need to know? Sasori asked. No, Naruto replied firmly. Do you realize you're surrounded by 8 rogue ninjas with various skills? Pain pointed out. Yeah. We could take you down easily, Haiden added with a grin. I said, no, because I don't know where they are. Even if I did, I wouldn't tell you, Naruto insisted. Are you sure you don't know, or are you just protecting your little friends? Kisame challenged. I've given you my answer. Take it or leave it, Naruto said defiantly. Listen here, kid, you're walking a fine line. One more smart remark or refusal to cooperate, and I'll make sure you regret it, Kakazu threatened, his tone cold. So you're going to harm me because I don't have the information? That's a foolish reason to resort to violence, Naruto shot back. In a flash, Kakazu drew a kunai from his pocket and lunged at Naruto with incredible speed, too fast for anyone to react. But just as he closed in, a burst of blue and yellow energy erupted from Naruto, stunning Kakazu and several other Akatsuki members. Naruto had managed to block the attack, showcasing a power that left them all in shock. His katana. I may look like a fool, but I am smarter and stronger than you think. Don't waste your energy on someone who clearly doesn't have the information you need. Now, you can ask me what else you want, or I can leave, Naruto said. Kakazu remained still for a moment until Naruto nudged him back. Conan caught Kakazu, helping him regain his balance. Naruto adjusted his katana in his hand and sheathed it. What else do you want? I don't have all day, Naruto asked. We want to know everything you have on the Leaf Village, Pain requested. What do you need it for? Naruto inquired. You already know, Itachi replied. What do you mean? Naruto asked. It was you, wasn't it? You were the one who was here when we talked, Itachi said. Yes, that was me, Naruto confirmed. Why didn't you lie? Kurama asked. There's no point in lying. You would have figured it out eventually, Naruto replied. So you know what we want, Itachi stated. Naruto nodded in response. Good, now we know we don't need to waste any more time. Are you going to tell me or not? Pain pressed. Naruto realized he had no choice but to share what they wanted. How much do you know? Naruto asked. You're still stalling? Haiden remarked. I'm not stalling. I want to know how much you already know so I don't have to repeat myself, Naruto explained. The Akatsuki members exchanged glances, weighing whether or not to trust him. Pain looked back at Naruto. We know that Minato is known as the Yellow Flash. He uses a kunai with a teleportation jutsu, making him seem incredibly fast. He created a special jutsu called the Rasengan. He has 3 children, one of whom was exiled from the village by his own father because he carries the 9 tails within him. He's out there somewhere, Pain replied. Naruto glanced at Obito, confusion evident on his face. He never told them? Naruto thought. He's probably doing you a favor. Knowing this, he might use it against you later. He may seem neutral, but he will be a threat in the future, Kurama warned. Now that I've shared what we know, you need to tell us any new information you have from the village since you've been there recently, Haiden said. The current inhabitants of Konoha have grown stronger, along with Minato's children. They are being trained by Jiraiya, Sakura by Tsunade, and Sasuke by Orochimaru, who is known as Konoha's legendary Sen. No one knows that Sasuke is training with Orochimaru because it's being kept secret. The copy ninja has been removed from the Umbu position and is now the leader of Team 7, which includes Sasuke, Menma, and Naruto. They are the strongest team available, so if you encounter them, don't show any mercy. The ring you wanted was in Kushina's possession. She has been using it to her advantage in battle. With you having the ring leaves Kushina defenseless, Naruto said. The Akatsuki was surprised that Naruto had shared so much information about the Leaf Village, particularly regarding the greatest threats to them. Pain, however, remained skeptical of Naruto's claims. How do we know the information we already have, along with yours, is true? He asked. I can't answer that. All I can say is to trust what I say. You can either take it or leave it, Naruto replied, preparing to leave the cave. Just as he was about to step out, Sasori called after him. Why are you willing to betray your own village? Sasori asked. Naruto didn't turn around as he spoke, his voice steady. I'm willing to share this information because I dislike how things are run in that village. My own family and the village tortured me as a child, both mentally and physically. I left because the way they operate left a bad taste in my mouth. They hide behind the facade of being the best village in the world, but in reality, they are more corrupt than anyone could imagine. If I had to choose between you and them, I would prefer to see the whole village suffer, Naruto said. With that, he stepped outside, leaving the group in silence. He must hold a grudge against them, Conan remarked. He does. When I met him 2 years ago, he was filled with hatred for the village. His family accepted it, but he could not. He escaped the village undetected and has been on his own ever since. So it's not surprising that he is willing to share, Obito explained. We asked him earlier about the Jinchuriki, and he said he didn't know where they are. He doesn't seem to hold a grudge against them, Itachi noted. He also mentioned that even if he knew, he wouldn't tell us, Sasori added. Which leaves us uncertain about whether he knows their whereabouts, Deidara said. So how do we know we can trust him with information about both the village and the Jinchuriki? Conan asked. I can't answer that, but as he said, take it or leave it, Obito replied. As Naruto walked through the woods with his hands in his pockets, he reflected on what had just happened. He wasn't sure if he should have shared that information. Kurama, sensing his turmoil, spoke up. What's wrong, Naruto? What do you mean? Kurama replied. I can tell you have questions. Go ahead and ask, Naruto encouraged. Why did you tell them? You know it's not them who are truly hurting you, so why did you do it? Kurama asked. While you were asleep, I went to the library to investigate any curses related to my situation. I met Arthur there, and he helped me find a book that addressed all the conspiracy theories I had, Naruto explained. What did it say? Kurama asked. I checked every page, and there wasn't a single curse related to what's happening, Naruto replied. That doesn't make sense. When we returned to the village, everyone around you started to turn against you to avoid the pain, Kurama said. That curse is called Toki no Noroi, a curse of time. It can be placed on anyone. Once it's set, you can determine how long they can act on your request. If they fail to return in that time, bad things happen. For example, everyone started to hate me. It's easy to place on someone, but hard to remove, Naruto explained. So you're saying the curse you have now has nothing to do with how the village treats you? And it will stay with you forever? Kurama asked. Yes, it has nothing to do with their treatment. The only way for it to disappear faster is if the one who cast it dies, Naruto replied. Are you suggesting that Obito might have done it? Kurama asked. Yes, and the only way to break it is to eliminate him, Naruto confirmed. Let's hurry back. It's getting late, Kurama suggested. Okay, Naruto agreed. He leaped into the air, landed on a tree branch, and raced toward home. A few minutes later, Naruto arrived at the house and found Harana peacefully asleep on the bed. He smiled at the sight. At least she is taking care of herself, he thought. Where have you been? Arthur asked, appearing in the doorway. I went out, Naruto replied. Are you sure? Last time you went out, you came back with bruises. Harana even told me she saw you with Madara. So you need to tell me right now where you've been, Arthur insisted. Naruto sighed, not wanting to disturb Harana. Can we talk somewhere else? I don't want to wake her, he asked. Arthur glanced at the sleeping girl before nodding. Let's go to the library. They walked through the hallway and entered the library, where the lights illuminated the table in the center. Naruto approached the table and sat on it, facing Arthur. Tell me, Arthur ordered. There was a long pause before Naruto finally spoke. I went to talk to the Akatsuki, he admitted. Who are the Akatsuki? Arthur asked. They're a group of rogue ninjas planning an attack on the village, Naruto explained. Are you helping them? Arthur pressed. Naruto hesitated but eventually nodded. Why would you help a group like that? Arthur questioned. I'm not exactly helping them. I just provided the information they needed about the Leaf Village, that's all, Naruto clarified. Providing information is still considered helping, Arthur said. Look, it was either they come to us or I go to them, and I didn't want that to happen. With everything on her mind right now, she doesn't need any more stress, Naruto replied. So you thought it was a good idea to go to their base, where you would be the most vulnerable? Arthur asked, concern evident in his voice. I have no one to help or any assistant. What would you have done if they all attacked you at once? What would you do if Madara comes back and threatens you? Arthur asked. I wouldn't let that happen, Naruto replied confidently. How do you know? Arthur pressed. Because Toby is looking out for me. When I didn't have an answer to their questions, he kept them calm. When one of them tried to come at me, I managed to defend myself, but he was doing everything he could to protect me. Even before, he was the one supporting me before I met you guys, Naruto explained. Arthur wanted to respond, but he struggled to find the words. He felt a mix of anger and frustration that Naruto sought help from a villainous group. Yet, he understood Naruto's perspective. All right, but next time you go let me know, Arthur said. Okay, Naruto replied. Get some rest, tomorrow is a big day for both of you, Arthur said as he left the library, leaving Naruto alone in the room. What do you want to do now? Kurama asked. I just want to get some sleep. Today was stressful, Naruto replied. Kurama walked over to Naruto and sat beside him, a serious expression on his face. Naruto glanced to his left and noticed. What is it? He asked. Do you want to use some of my chakra? Kurama replied. Naruto nearly choked on his water, surprised by the question. What? He asked again. You heard me, Kurama said. Wouldn't that mean I have to fight you? Naruto inquired. Yes, Kurama confirmed. A long silence stretched between them as Naruto considered the offer while Kurama hoped he would accept. No, Naruto finally said. Kurama looked at him in shock. Are you sure? He asked. I am sure, Naruto replied. Why don't you want to take the offer? Normally, people would say, yes, but you said, no, Kurama questioned. I know you're worried that I might lose. It's understandable since our lives are intertwined. But you don't need to worry. I will defeat her, no matter what. She may have more combat experience, but I'm ready. Arthur doesn't think we're the right fit for her power or that he can trust me. I understand his doubts, especially considering what they've been up to. I want your powers, truly. I just want to prove to Arthur that I'm trustworthy and won't cheat. After the fight, I might consider it, but until then I won't, Naruto explained. I respect your wishes, Kurama said. Naruto looked down at Kurama and smiled. Great, then let's get back to training, he said as he stood up. Inside the base, Harana was striking the steel wall with her sword, creating dents with each swing. Arthur floated nearby, observing her determination. He respected her dedication but thought it was excessive. Hey Harana, take a break, he suggested. No, just a little more, she replied. Come on, you need to conserve energy for the fight, Arthur urged. I need to be sharp with my skills to avoid mistakes, Harana countered. Isn't the point of this fight to let the power transfer? Why are you pushing yourself so hard? Arthur asked. Harana paused and turned to face him. I'm training hard because this is the last fight I will ever participate in. Knowing the strength Naruto possesses, along with Kurama, will make it challenging. Once this transfer is complete, I won't see another day, and I want to make the most of it. Naruto can sense when someone is putting in effort. He doesn't want to win out of pity, he wants to win because he deserves it, and I want to ensure that happens, she explained. You truly respect Naruto? Arthur said. Who wouldn't? He cares for others, even those he doesn't know. He may keep to himself, but he opens up in the end. From the moment he meets someone, he's willing to sacrifice for them, Harana replied. Arthur smiled but remained silent. Harana sheathed her sword and took out her kunai. Arthur, can you do me a favor? She asked. What is it? He replied. When I die, I want you to watch over him. Take care of him as if he were your own son. Make him feel loved, the love he should have received from the village and his family. Comfort him like you did for me when my village and loved ones were lost. Guide him on the right path, Harana said. I will, Arthur promised. Harana smiled and returned to her training. It was time. Naruto and Harana stood in the open area cleared from their training, facing each other on opposite sides of the battlefield. Kurama sat to the side, ready to count them off. Are you guys ready? Arthur yelled, looking at Naruto. Naruto nodded in response. Are you ready? Arthur called to Harana. She nodded without looking. Arthur glanced at Kurama for the signal. Kurama understood and raised his hand, shouting, When my tail hits the ground, the fight begins. Both Naruto and Harana nodded. Take your positions. Arthur commanded. Harana drew her katana, holding it in front of her with one foot behind the other. Naruto pulled his katana from its sheath and held it in his right hand. Kurama scanned both sides to ensure they were ready. The fight begins, Kurama declared as he dropped his tail to the ground. In an instant, Naruto and Harana charged at each other, creating a shockwave and a burst of energy. Kurama shielded his face from the dust with his tail. Moments later, the dust settled, revealing Naruto and Harana locked in a fierce stare, their swords crossed in an X. Naruto pushed Harana's sword down and aimed a kick at her face. Harana ducked, raised her sword, and struck at Naruto's chest. Anticipating her move, Naruto bent backward to evade. Harana smirked and adjusted her sword position, preparing for another strike. Realizing he was cornered, Naruto quickly grabbed a handful of dirt and threw it at her face. Harana shut her eyes to protect them from the debris. Seizing the moment, Naruto kicked her in the face, sending her into a backflip. Harana landed gracefully on her feet, wiping her face to clear the dirt. As she opened her eyes, she found Naruto right in front of her with his sword raised. She dove to the left, narrowly dodging his attack, and turned to see Naruto leaning away. She charged at him from behind, but he countered with a kick to her stomach. Naruto then attempted another kick to her head. Sensing the incoming attack, Harana caught his leg and pulled him toward her. Naruto fell to the ground, twisting his body to kick her head with his other leg. Harana stumbled to the side, just as Naruto aimed for her head. She dodged the attack and kicked the sword out of Naruto's hand. Naruto followed the sword's trajectory with his eyes. Harana seized this opportunity and tripped Naruto, causing him to fall backward. She crawled on top of him, raising the sword high, ready to strike. In a split second, Naruto caught the sword with his left hand, halting its descent. He quickly reached for a kunai in his left pocket and swung it at Harana's hand. She released the sword just before the kunai could make contact. Now holding the sword correctly, Naruto swung at Harana, but she ducked and struck his hand, forcing the sword from his grip and sending it flying across the battlefield. Naruto retaliated with a punch, knocking Harana backward. Seizing the moment, he prepared to attack again, but she kicked the kunai from his hand and struck him back. Naruto and Harana faced each other from opposite ends of the battlefield. He examined his hand, noticing scratch marks from the katana. Shaking it off, he retrieved another kunai from his pocket. Harana pulled out 2 kunais of her own. With determination, Naruto charged at Harana, who stood ready to defend. He aimed a downward slash, but she blocked it and countered with a move toward his stomach. Naruto stepped back, kicking the kunai upward, then turned to deliver another kick. Harana raised her other arm to block, then attempted to stab at Naruto's leg. Anticipating her move, Naruto used his support leg to kick at her chin. She leaned back just in time to avoid the attack. Naruto fell backward but quickly kicked himself back to his feet. By the time he regained his balance, Harana was already launching another attack. He turned sideways and swung at her head, but she dodged, narrowly avoiding a haircut. Harana repositioned her kunai and swung upward toward Naruto's jaw. He managed to roll his head away, countering with an attack aimed at her face. Harana used her free hand to punch Naruto, the kunai grazing his wrist. Pulling his hand back, Naruto saw an opening and struck at her face, but she blocked with her other kunai. Letting go of the kunai in his hand, he caught it with the other and aimed for Harana's chest. Not ready to end the fight, she deflected the attack with her hand, causing Naruto to stumble forward. She grabbed his hair, lifting his head, and positioned the kunai threateningly near his face. Is she going to end it now? Kurama thought. Naruto felt vulnerable, unable to move. Harana slashed down toward his face, the blade grazing his forehead. It's really over, Kurama thought. The fight is over. Arthur's voice trailed off as he noticed Kurama wasn't fading. Kurama, if Naruto dies, doesn't that mean you die too? Arthur asked. Yeah, why? Kurama replied. Then why are you still here? Arthur questioned. Harana overheard and looked down, realizing Naruto had transformed into a puff of smoke. Shadow clone, she thought, raising her hand and getting into position. Seconds passed with no sign of Naruto. That's strange, did he run? Harana pondered. Just as she was about to lower her guard, she felt a presence behind her. Turning around, she saw Naruto in midair, kunai in hand. She lifted her arm to block the attack, but as they made contact, he transformed into smoke. Realizing her mistake, she spun around to find Naruto descending with a katana. With no choice left, Harana braced herself. As Naruto swung his katana with all his strength, she raised her arm, but he cut through it. In retaliation, Harana unleashed a powerful punch that sent Naruto crashing into a tree. He fell to the ground, spotting his katana just in front of him. Reaching for it, he was halted by a kunai landing right in front of his hand. Looking up, he saw Harana standing there, breathing heavily, her left hand on the ground while her right arm remained intact. Naruto sensed something was off. She is protecting her right hand more than her left. I wonder why, he thought. The fight just got interesting, Kurama remarked. Did. Naruto was the first to use one of his abilities. Now, let's see who will use the last, Arthur added. Naruto rose from his knees and locked eyes with Harana. Neither moved, only staring. Suddenly, it began to rain. This is going to get even messier than it already is, Kurama thought, anticipating Arthur's amusement. When he turned to look at Arthur, he noticed a smirk on his face. What's so funny? Kurama asked. Before, everything was in Naruto's favor: the weather, the power dynamics, and your abilities. Now, it will be an even match, Arthur explained. Kurama's confusion faded as he realized the implications. The water, he thought. Oh no, I forgot to tell Naruto, he added, glancing back at him. Naruto appeared deep in thought, while Harana wore a smirk. What is she smiling about? He wondered. Harana dropped the kunai from her left hand and stood tall, walking toward Naruto. Unsure of her intentions, he gripped the kunai tightly, watching her every move. Suddenly, he felt something brush against him. Instinctively, he turned and swung back, only to find nothing there. Turning back, he was startled to see Harana right in front of him. In shock, he jumped over her, but before he could land, he felt something pull him back and slam him to the ground. Looking up, he saw Harana still in the same position, ready for the next move. What? She hasn't moved at all. How is she doing this? Naruto thought. He got back up and attempted to punch her, but his fist was halted midway. He tried again, only to be stopped once more. With determination, he sent a kick toward Harana, but she caught his foot. Naruto jumped, twisted, and managed to land a kick to her face. She released him, and he quickly jumped away to create some distance. How is she doing? Naruto's thoughts were interrupted as he realized, it's the water. Harana raised her hand, and water began to form a circle above her. Confused, Naruto remained in a defensive stance, unsure of what she was planning. The water slowly descended, splitting into 9 spheres behind her. One of the spheres shot toward Naruto at high speed. He ducked just in time, but before he could charge at Harana, a loud explosion echoed behind him. He turned to see a tree shattered in half. Turning back, he saw Harana charging at him with incredible speed, throwing a punch. Naruto shifted to the right and retaliated with a punch to her left side. Harana dodged, countering with a powerful kick to his side that sent him flying. He crashed against a wall of water, bouncing back to the ground. As he opened his eyes, he saw Harana above him, ready to strike again. He rolled to the side just as a shockwave from her punch sent him tumbling away. His back hit a tree and he fell to the ground. Slowly, he got up, holding his hip, and raised his hands in a fighting stance. Harana stood across the battlefield, smirking. "What's wrong, Naruto? You were doing so well before. What happened?" she taunted. Naruto didn't respond but straightened up, lifting his hands and shouting, "Multi-shadow clone jutsu." Numerous versions of Naruto appeared around Harana, leaving her in shock. "You can handle one, let's see how you fare against 100, they all shouted as they charged at her. Harana managed to dodge and block some of the attacks, but not all. A few punches landed on her, leaving marks. By the time the clones disappeared, Harana looked exhausted. The loss of energy was taking its toll, and every blink made her feel heavier. The rain was the only thing keeping her upright. "I don't know how much longer I can hold on." Her thoughts were cut short as Naruto uppercut her, launching himself from the ground. In midair, he threw a kunai toward her. Harana controlled a handful of water, redirecting it toward the kunai. The two met with a puff of smoke, revealing Naruto wielding a katana. "What?" Harana thought, quickly forming a barrier with the water. Just before Naruto could make contact, he began to fade away. Harana blinked, and when her vision cleared, he was gone. She turned around to find him behind her, winding up for a punch. Naruto poured all his remaining energy into his final strike, a red aura enveloping his fist. He moved his hand forward at Harana with incredible speed. She panicked, realizing she couldn't dodge or block in time, until a mysterious voice echoed in her mind. "Harana." Her eyes widened, and her vision blurred, turning white. When it cleared, she saw her mother standing before her, followed by her father and younger siblings. "Harana, stop fighting and come home," her mother said. "Yeah. We want to play with you," the little ones chimed in with bright smiles. The vision of her family faded, returning her to the present. She looked at Naruto, who had blood trickling down his forehead, his fist still surrounded by a red aura. "It seems it's time for me to go home," Harana thought. In an instant, Naruto's fist connected with her stomach. After a moment, he pulled back, and she wobbled, falling to her knees. Arthur and Kurama rushed to their sides. "Hey, are you all right?" Kurama asked Naruto. "I am fine," he replied. "Harana," Arthur said softly. Kurama and Naruto turned to her, rushing over. Harana slowly turned her head to Arthur and whispered, "Remember what I said earlier?" He nodded silently. Harana smiled weakly, then looked at Naruto and Kurama. "Naruto, you fought bravely. My powers are in good hands." "I know it." "And Kurama, you've raised Naruto well. You're an excellent guardian, and it's an honor to meet you." She gasped for air. Arthur leaned closer, saying, "It's okay. We got this. You can rest now." Harana smiled and with her last breath, said, "Thank you. Mother, father, little rascals. I'm coming home," she thought. A tear rolled down Naruto's cheek as she passed away before them. After he finished grieving, a blue glow enveloped Harana, and a water dragon emerged from her. It looked down at Naruto and bowed. "Hello, Master, I am Mizuchi. Please take care of me," it said before flying into Naruto. His eyes and mouth began to glow blue. Kurama, worried, approached Naruto but was stopped by Arthur. "It's part of the transfer process," Arthur explained. Kurama watched as Naruto continued to glow before collapsing to the ground. "The process is complete. He is now the new holder of the water dragon," Arthur announced. Naruto wakes up in a dark, unfamiliar place. He sits up and scans his surroundings. "Hello," he calls out. Rising to his feet, he begins to walk around, confusion settling in. "Where am I?" he wonders. Suddenly he hears a voice. "You are here again." He turns quickly to see Dark Naruto standing with his arms crossed. "Do you like it?" I worked on it myself, Dark Naruto says. What do you want now? Naruto asks. Nothing much, just wanted to see if you noticed anything. New, Dark Naruto replies. New. Naruto echoes. Yeah, during your fight, Dark Naruto clarifies. Naruto remains silent, lost in thought. Oh come on. Don't tell me I have to. What was that? Naruto interrupts. What was what? Be more specific if you want an answer, Dark Naruto retorts. What was that power I felt when I faced Harana? Naruto asks. Oh yeah, that was me, Dark Naruto responds. I figured that out already. Why do you think I'm asking? Naruto replies. How did you know it was me before I even told you? Dark Naruto questions. Naruto gives him a blank stare. Okay fine, I'll explain, Dark Naruto says, raising his hands defensively. Dark Naruto sits down beside Naruto, who looks at him with confusion. Dark Naruto notices and pats the ground next to him. Hesitantly, Naruto takes a seat. He senses a shift in Dark Naruto's demeanor, realizing something is off. That power you felt was my chakra, Dark Naruto explains. Naruto remains silent, still puzzled. Why, he asks. Why did I help you? Because it was too soon. The punch you were going to throw at Harana wouldn't have made a difference. I had to enhance your punch to make it effective, Dark Naruto replies. So you helped me out of pity, Naruto states. Dark Naruto turns his head slowly, locking eyes with Naruto. I didn't just help you out of pity, I did it because I wanted to. Our lives are intertwined, which means it's your responsibility to keep us alive. Yes, I want you to let your guard down enough for me to take control. But in that situation, you would have been in serious danger. I'd rather you fall by my hand than by some weakling, Dark Naruto asserts. Naruto opens his mouth to respond, but Dark Naruto places a finger on his lips. I don't care how much you admire Harana, but you need to accept that she is gonna. You've surpassed her with my help, and you must acknowledge that. If it weren't for me, you would have been the one who perished. Next time, I won't bother trying to save you, Dark Naruto warns, pushing Naruto backward. As he stumbles, it feels like he's falling. Naruto jolts awake, reaching out instinctively. Arthur and Kurama rush into the room, alarmed. Kurama hurries to Naruto's side. Hey Naruto, are you okay? Kurama asks. Yeah, I'm fine, Naruto replies, trying to calm himself. What was that about? Arthur inquires. I just had a conversation with Dark Naruto, Naruto admits hesitantly. What did he say this time? Kurama asks, annoyance creeping into his tone. He told me he helped me in the fight against Harana. When I delivered the final blow, my hand turned red, which was a sign that it was him, Naruto explains. So that was him, Kurama says. Yeah, Naruto confirms. Okay, did I miss something? Who is Dark Naruto? Arthur asks. Kurama glances at Naruto, who nods in response. Dark Naruto is pretty self-explanatory. He's a darker version of Naruto. He emerged after the transfer from me into him when he was a baby. He's always been there, but he's only recently become more active, Kurama explains. So Naruto has a dark side? Arthur asks. Technically, yes and no. He only surfaces when I'm vulnerable, like when I'm too weak to fight or in a deep depression, Naruto clarifies. So it depends on your mental state, Arthur concludes. Naruto nods in agreement. I didn't know that. What else did he tell you? Kurama asks. Well, he didn't really tell me, more like he threatened me, Naruto replies. What did he say? Arthur asks. He said if I slip up like I did before finishing off Harana, he won't save us again, and we'll all be doomed, Naruto explains. Wow, Arthur says. I knew he could be low, but I didn't expect that, Kurama adds. Yeah, me neither, Naruto agrees. Alright, enough of that. Naruto, I'm now your assistant. You can ask me anything, but first, you need to learn about your dragon and encounter it, Arthur instructs. Okay, Naruto replies. Follow me, Arthur says. Kurama enters the mindscape while Naruto follows Arthur to the library. Arthur gestures to a table in the center of the room, indicating for Naruto to sit. After a few minutes, Arthur returns with a stack of books. From this day forward, I will teach you about the heritage of all dragons, especially yours, Arthur says. All of this? Naruto asks, staring at the pile of thick books. Let's start with the fire dragon, Arthur says as he opens the book. A week later, Arthur has finished explaining all the dragons and their unique traits. Now Naruto, let's review everything. Let's start with the easiest one, the fire dragon, Arthur begins. The fire dragon is associated with aggression. You can activate its powers through anger or a desire for revenge. Those who inherit these powers are often those who seek retribution. They can manipulate any fire nearby. When the fire and water dragons clash, neither wins or loses. The name of the fire dragon is Nuri, Naruto recites. Very good. Now air, Arthur said. The air dragon possesses a calm mindset. They are more defensive in nature. Whoever inherits these powers can only fight on the defensive, not the offensive. They can also redirect attacks that come their way, drawing their strength from the wind or our breath. The name of the dragon is Ceres. Earth, Arthur continued. The earth dragon is solid and unyielding. No matter how hard you try, you can never break through their defenses. They assist the air dragon when needed and can fight both offensively and defensively. The name of the dragon is Grail. Harmony, Arthur said. The Harmony dragon has the ability to influence emotions. They use their powers in the arts of singing, much like sirens, altering how people feel and perceive things. It's akin to being trapped in a genjutsu. The name of the dragon is Chawa. Dark and light, Arthur explained. Dark and light function similarly but serve different purposes. The dark represents the demon, while the light embodies the angel. The light dragon brings peace to the mind, while the dark dragon incites aggression. The light dragon excels at blocking attacks, while the dark dragon draws power from shadows. They may work well together in battle, but they often find themselves in disagreement. The light dragon's name is Falca, and the dark dragon is Mrinabnahor. Lastly, water, Arthur said. The water dragon is known for its wisdom. This dragon keeps the others united and devises effective battle strategies. They move fluidly and can manipulate any water around them for control, offense, or defense. Whenever the other dragons need assistance, the water dragon is there to help. The name of the dragon is Mizuchi. Now that you know all the dragons by heart, we can begin your training. But first, go eat something, Arthur instructed. Okay, Naruto replied, turning to walk through the door. Naruto and Arthur stepped outside and approached a pond. What are we going to do here? Naruto asked. You now hold the water dragon's power. The advantage of a water dragon is, of course, water. Grab that bucket in front of you and fill it with water, Arthur instructed. Naruto looked down, picked up the bucket, and walked to the pond to fill it. He raised the bucket high for Arthur to see, but then he noticed water spilling out from a hole in the bottom. You thought this would be easy, huh? I want you to fill that bucket and keep the water inside by patching it up, covering the hole, or anything else. We won't move forward with your training until you complete this task, Arthur said. Naruto sighed, looking at the bucket. We might be here all day, he thought. Don't just stare at it, get started. It won't fill itself, Arthur said as he left Naruto to work on his own. Naruto filled the bucket repeatedly, but each time he failed. Frustration bubbled up inside him. Ugh, this is getting annoying, he said, throwing the bucket down and sitting on a nearby rock. This doesn't make any sense. You're overthinking it, Kurama said. How am I overthinking? Naruto asked. Look at yourself. You're getting frustrated. Take a moment to relax, then try again, Kurama suggested. Naruto nodded and pulled his knee to his chest. Hey, Kurama, Naruto said. I don't like the tone you're using, Kurama replied. What's wrong with my tone? Naruto asked. You only use that tone when you want something. What do you want? Kurama responded. We do that thing now. Naruto asked. What thing? Kurama inquired. The techniques you said I could learn once I earned her power, Naruto replied. Kurama looked down and sighed. Fine. I will teach you once you finish this training and master the water dragon, Kurama said. Why do you keep changing the conditions? Naruto asked. I was going to say we could start right away, But Arthur helped me with some research while you were resting. The area we're going to is owned by a community that holds the Dark Dragon. No one knows if they are still alive, so it's best for you to gain better control over the dragon you have now. Until then, you need to finish this training, Kurama explained. Naruto was about to respond when an idea struck him. He stood up, walked over to the bucket, and approached the pond again. He submerged the bucket in the water and pulled it up. A few drops fell, but it was enough to fill it a quarter of the way. I did it, Naruto thought. Good job, Naruto, Arthur said, floating nearby among the trees. How did you manage that? Kurama asked. I remembered what you said about needing better control. It reminded me of your lessons on controlling my chakra. Even with the training from Harana, it was all about control. I just needed a bit of my chakra, and I was able to do this, Naruto replied. That's correct. No other dragon user could accomplish this simple task because we don't have energy flowing freely through our bodies. Without chakra, we wouldn't be able to manipulate water or shape it into different forms. Attacks take years to master, Arthur explained. What's next? Naruto asked. To use the abilities of the water dragon, you first need to meet the dragon, Arthur replied. When do I meet him? Naruto asked eagerly. You can meet him through meditation. Meditation is the key to accessing your inner self and helps you control your power, Arthur said. Okay, when do we start? Naruto asked. We can do that another day. You need to rest. You've accomplished a lot today, Arthur replied. Okay, Naruto said. As they headed back into the house, Arthur remarked, Hey Naruto, I noticed your hair is getting longer and your color is showing. Yeah, I actually like it, Naruto said. I know for a fact Shitikyo and Chitiko will be upset, Kurama said, jumping onto Naruto's shoulder. Both Arthur and Naruto chuckled. Yeah, that's true, Naruto agreed. What's true? Naruto and Arthur stopped smiling and turned toward the sound of the voice. Naruto pulled out his kunai, and Kurama retreated into the mindscape. Both Naruto and Kurama were taken aback. So this is where you've been all this time. Naruto, who is this man? Arthur asked. That's the fourth Hokage of the Leaf Village. Minato Hokage-sama. Minato stepped away from the wall and approached the three figures standing in the doorway. What do you want? Naruto asked, a hint of annoyance in his voice. I came because I need a favor from you, Minato replied. No, Naruto said firmly. What did you say to me? Minato asked, surprised. You heard me, no, Naruto reiterated. I am your Hokage. You do what I tell you to do, Minato insisted. You didn't tell me, you asked, and my answer is still no. Besides, I'm not part of your village anymore, so I don't have to take orders from you, Naruto countered. It doesn't matter if you're not part of the village. When a Hokage asks you something, you should listen, Minato said. Fine, what is this favor? Naruto asked, crossing his arms. The favor I need is for you to assist us in a fight, Minato explained. What fight? Naruto inquired. Against the Akatsuki, Minato replied. Arthur's eyes widened slightly, though he tried to conceal his reaction. Based on your expressions, it seems you don't know who they are. Well, if I must explain, the Akatsuki are a group of rogue ninjas. I already know who they are, I just don't care, Naruto interrupted. Great, now that you know, will you help us? Minato asked. My answer remains the same, Naruto replied. What? Minato asked, incredulous. I'm not repeating myself, Naruto said. Why won't you help us? Minato pressed. Why would I? I have nothing to do with them, and I have nothing to do with you. They aren't a problem for me, and I'm not a problem for them. With the peace I have now, why would I want to disrupt that? Naruto explained. You are such a selfish demon, you know that, Minato said, frustration seeping into his tone. Yeah, call me a selfish demon. Call me all the insults you want. I'm numb to them, so you won't change my mind, Naruto retorted. Look, I'm trying to be reasonable here, Minato said. Since when have you ever been reasonable? You're only here acting tough because you need help. You always do this. Whenever you're in a tough spot, you come to someone else for assistance. You claim you're strong, but you act weak. If you're a Hokage, then act like one. No one else has the courage to speak up because they're blinded by your false image. Unlike them, I'm willing to express my thoughts, both good and bad. And one thing about me is that I don't follow orders from someone who can't stand their ground, Naruto asserted. How dare you look down on my strength? Minato exclaimed. If you don't want anyone to question your strength, then stop running away from your problems and expecting others to handle them, Naruto replied. How about this? If you help me, I'll let you back into the village, Minato proposed. No. All you're going to do is repeat the same mistakes. I've already told you I'm not going to help you. Now that I've listened and given you my answer, get out. Naruto shouted. I am Hokage of the Leaf Village, and you are Minato was cut off as Arthur stepped between them. Sir, I think it's time for you to leave, Arthur said firmly. Who are you to tell me where I can go? Minato asked, taken aback. I am Arthur, Naruto's current guardian and the owner of this house. You may be the Hokage, but that doesn't give you the right to enter someone else's home without permission, especially when you're outside your village, Arthur stated. I can go anywhere, sir, I will not ask you again. Leave my house before I make you, Arthur warned. I'd like to see you try, Minato began, but he stopped when he felt something cover his mouth. Naruto glanced at Arthur, then back at Minato, who was now floating in the air, unable to speak. Release his mouth, Naruto commanded. Arthur complied, and Minato's mouth was freed. How dare you treat me like this? Am Hokage. I am an authority you should respect. Minato shouted. I will respect you when you respect others. You claim to be Hokage, but all I see is someone abusing that title. A true Hokage would care for everyone equally, not differently. A true Hokage would help everyone, regardless of who they are. And a true Hokage would never treat any of their children differently just because they are unique in any way. Arthur declared as he floated closer to Minato. Until you can embody those qualities, I will not take orders from you. I only take orders from my owner, not you, Arthur said. Arthur floated outside the door with Minato and gently set him down on the ground. If I ever see you 250 miles from here, I won't hesitate to remove you from this premises my way. Trust me, you don't want to be removed my way, Arthur warned before closing the door behind him. Dang it, Minato thought to himself. Inside the library, Arthur sat reading a book at the table. Naruto walked down the hallway and saw him. Should I? Naruto asked quietly. Yeah, Kurama replied. Naruto approached Arthur silently. What do you want? Arthur asked without looking up. That I can tell you want to say something. Go ahead, Naruto replied. Arthur remained silent for a moment before saying, Sit down. Naruto complied, taking a seat in front of him. See that drink on the table? I want you to drink it right now, Arthur instructed. Naruto glanced at the drink and then drank it. What is this, anyway? Naruto asked. That is Shinjitsu. A truth drink, Arthur replied. Did you tell me to drink it because you think I'm going to lie during the questions you're about to ask? Naruto inquired. I told you to drink it because I don't trust you. Since you've returned from the village, all you've done is lie. First, you were secretive, and we understood that. Later, when the three of us grew closer, you lied behind our backs, and we had to find out the truth ourselves. Now, with the questions I'm about to ask, I want to ensure I get the truth and nothing but the truth, Arthur explained. Naruto could tell that Arthur was reaching his limit. He was the kind of person who disliked being kept in the dark, especially when those secrets were right in front of him. Now that I have made myself clear, let's start with Exhibit A. How did you meet them in the first place? Arthur asked. During my first couple of weeks here, I went out one day and met Toby. He didn't reveal that he was a rogue ninja until a month after we started talking, Naruto replied, surprised by the strength of the truth serum. Why did you go to the village in the first place? While answering that, I want you to explain how you got there, Arthur pressed. Later on, he gave me a task with 2 days to decide whether or not I would help him. My curiosity got the best of me, and I went to retrieve the item he asked for, Naruto explained. And what was this item? What can it do? Arthur inquired. It was a ring that can reflect any attacks aimed at its wearer back at the attacker. It can also absorb chakra from all 9-tailed beasts, collectively granting the strength of the original tailed beast, the 10-tailed beast, Naruto answered. How did you meet the rest of the group? Arthur asked. I was going to ask Toby a question about a curse I had been researching when I stumbled upon them in a meeting. I listened in and figured out their plan. I didn't officially meet them until recently, the same day I mentioned telling you about the Leaf Village, Naruto replied. What is their plan? Arthur asked. They planned to attack the Leaf Village first, which is why Minato was here. Then they intended to gather all 9 Jinchuriki to absorb their chakras into the ring and start the 4th Ninja War, Naruto explained. So you gave them the one weapon they needed? And it was optional? With that weapon, they can initiate a war. Arthur said, disbelief evident in his voice. Naruto nodded silently. Do any of the Akatsuki members know that you hold the 9 tails? Arthur asked. Yes, Naruto replied. Who? Arthur pressed. Toby, Naruto admitted. Do you realize what you have done? Not only did you give them what they needed, but you may have also set in motion the end of the world. With Toby knowing you are a Jinchuriki, Arthur's frustration cut him off. He was angry that Naruto had made such reckless choices. Naruto could sense the respect he had lost in Arthur's eyes, all because he had trusted too easily. Did you do all of this just to get back at the village for everything they did? Did you want them to suffer that much? You're smarter than this, and you're acting foolishly. Arthur shouted. Normally, Naruto would have responded, but his silence and guilty expression spoke volumes. You are now prohibited from leaving this place without my supervision. If the Akatsuki asks for your help again, you will decline, even if they threaten us. You will stay put. If they come here, they will have to go through me, Arthur said as he began to float toward the door, but then he heard Naruto speak. I told them the information because I didn't care about them anymore, not because I wanted revenge or wanted them to suffer. That village, my family, my friends, I don't want anything to do with them. They kept asking about the Leaf Village and I was tired of it, so I let my mouth run without thinking. I'm sorry for being foolish. I'm sorry for doing these things behind your back. I'm sorry for causing a war. I'm sorry for lying to you. I'm sorry. I know this won't change anything, but I want to tell you the truth without the serum, Naruto said, his voice trembling. He looked down, guilt washing over him as tears began to form. The thought of losing someone else who mattered to him weighed heavily on his heart. He had already lost Harana and the village. He didn't want to lose anyone else. The words you've said have touched my heart, but they don't change the situation. You need to prepare for the worst. No more babying you through the steps of mastering the water dragon powers. You will train harder than ever. If you go out, I will have to be with you at all times. As for the Akatsuki, I am willing to give you another chance. After this, there will be no more, Arthur stated firmly. Okay. Naruto replied, tears streaming down his face. Get some rest, Arthur said. Ever since the conversation between Arthur and Naruto, they have grown closer. Naruto and Kurama shared everything Arthur didn't know, leading to a mutual understanding among the three. Whenever they went out, Arthur was always by Naruto's side. Despite their closeness, Arthur felt a strong urge to protect Naruto, especially with the target on his back. Naruto wished he wouldn't worry, but Arthur's stubbornness was well known. Still, they were enjoying a somewhat relaxed and happy life. However, not everyone shared their peace. After a long walk from their home to the village, Arthur was greeted by the villagers until he reached the Hokage office, where the rest of the Konoha clan and his family were gathered. Well? Kushina asked. He said no, Minato replied. What? How dare he say no to his Hokage? Naruto exclaimed. Yeah. Not only that, he's living with a strange blue guy in an abandoned house, Minato added. Great. Let's pay that demon a visit, Menma suggested. The rest of the Konoha members nodded in agreement. As much as I want to, we have a situation to handle first. We'll need backup if we go to them, Minato said. Why do we need backup? We're strong and he's weak. What chance does he have against all of us? Naruto questioned. The guy he's with is strong. He managed to carry me outside the house and warned me not to come within 250 miles of it, Minato explained. What are you trying to say, Dad? Are you scared? Menma asked. Of course not. I'm Hokage, and Hokages don't get scared. I'm just explaining why we need backup, Minato replied. Oh, I see you're worried that you're not strong enough with us, Naruto teased. What? No, you know what? We don't need any assistance. We'll go on our own, Minato insisted. Yay! Naruto cheered. Is there anything else? Kushina asked. The floating guy's name is Arthur. When I instructed him to do something, he said he only listens to his owner, Minato replied. Do you think he's referring to Naruto? Sasuke asked. I don't know, but for now, let's prepare for the attack, Minato said. Okay, the Konoha members shouted as they left the office. How are we going to hold? Kushina asked. I'll call a meeting with the other Hokages and request assistance, Minato answered. Outside their house, Naruto and Arthur were training. Kurama sat beside a tree while Naruto sat on the ground, and Arthur walked around him. To reach the dragon, you must find your inner peace. However, darkness will always try to prevent you from succeeding, Arthur explained. What kind of darkness are you talking about? Naruto asked. I'm referring to someone known as the dark side of the dragon, Arthur replied. So, he has to confront someone like Dark Naruto, Kurama added. Yes, many say they were terrible, a monster, evil, and a demon because of how they treated past users. Now, everyone needs to be quiet so Naruto can focus. Naruto, I want you to think of things that evoke emotions in this order, Arthur instructed. Naruto nodded silently. Think of something that makes you happy, Arthur said. As Naruto contemplated, the ground began to glow slightly. Good, now think of something that makes you sad, Arthur continued. Naruto tried to think of something, but it wasn't enough. Naruto, you're not thinking of anything sad, Arthur pointed out. I'm trying, Naruto replied. He thought harder, but nothing happened. Come on, Naruto. This is easy. Think of something that makes you sad, Arthur encouraged. I can't, Naruto admitted. What do you mean you can't? Arthur asked. You have to think about it. He's been through so much sorrow that he's used to it now. It doesn't make him sad anymore, Kurama explained. Think about how you felt yesterday when you were apologizing to me. Feel those same emotions, Arthur said. Naruto nodded and focused on Arthur's words. Hearing those words made him feel uncomfortable, and not in a good way. Naruto hated the feeling of sadness because it hurt. Yet he knew the outcome would be worth it. After a long time, he finally managed to think of something that made him sad, causing the light around him to grow. Good, now think of something that makes you angry, Arthur instructed. Without hesitation, the light around Naruto intensified, but Kurama noticed something different about him. Hey, Arthur, is this supposed to happen? Kurama asked. What's going on with Naruto? Arthur inquired. He's having flashbacks and seeing things, Kurama replied. What is he seeing? Arthur asked. I can't tell. All I know is that he's experiencing things that aren't familiar, Kurama said. Then it's working. Naruto, are you still with me? Arthur asked. Kind of, Naruto replied. How are you feeling? Arthur asked. I feel kind of tired, Naruto said. Good, embrace that restless feeling, Arthur instructed. What will happen? Naruto asked. You'll see your dark side and then encounter the dragon, Arthur explained. As Naruto's hearing began to fade, he fell asleep. The ground stopped glowing, leaving him sitting cross-legged. Now what? Kurama asked. Now we wait, Arthur replied. In Naruto's mindscape, he woke up in a dark area devoid of light. He looked around, searching for any illumination, but found none. Where am I? Naruto stopped when he felt a hand on his shoulder. Move and I will end you. Naruto froze. Who is this? He thought. I'll take you somewhere where we can talk. I'll answer any questions you have, okay? The stranger said. Naruto nodded silently. You know it's dark, right? I can't tell if you said yes or no. Naruto turned around, reached out, and felt the stranger's chest. He began to write, okay, on their chest. That's one way to ensure you don't lose your head. Now let's go. Naruto followed the stranger, sensing they were moving to a different place. He felt the ground change from hard earth to water. They continued until the stranger released his shoulder. Wait a second. Naruto stood patiently until he saw a lantern light up in front of him. Is this better? The stranger asked. Naruto nodded. You can talk. Oh, okay, Naruto replied. Let me brighten this area a bit. In an instant, the surroundings lit up, and it took a moment for him to adjust to the light. When he did, he found the place to be dark, gloomy, and filled with a heavy, negative energy. Dead trees loomed everywhere, shrouded in fog. Are you ready to talk? Naruto looked ahead to see a man dressed only in pants, his torso bare. He noticed the man had only one arm and an X mark across his chest. What happened to him? Naruto wondered. This happened during a confrontation with some of the previous users of this power, the man replied. What? Naruto asked, surprised. While you're here I can hear your thoughts, so there's no need to think aloud, the man explained. What's your name? Naruto inquired. That question will be answered in due time. Is there anything else you want to ask before I pose my own? The man asked. Why did the previous users fight you? Naruto questioned. My methods were not well received by them. Some were arrogant, disrespectful, and entitled. I have little patience for that type of behavior, so I often disregard them or send them away immediately. However, those who are respectful and kind are treated well. The only way I can do that is by allowing them to meet Mizuchi without any obstacles. One individual, who was not good-hearted, attacked me because I refused to let him pass, the man explained. Why didn't you defend yourself? Naruto asked. That is the one rule imposed on me. I am not permitted to cause harm. That's unfortunate, the man replied. I agree, Naruto said. That's all the questions I have, he continued. Great now. Are you a Jinchuriki? The man asked. Yes, Naruto replied. But why would a powerful Jinchuriki, who carries the strength of the nine-tailed beast within, seek this power? Of all people, why did she choose you? The man inquired. I want to embrace this power to honor her wish. She carried the sorrow of her village suffering from an attack. Her final desire was for me to take on this power and ensure it lives on. Even knowing I might not have a long life, I want to fulfill her wish, Naruto explained. That's a thoughtful response. Did you practice it? The man asked. No, why would you think that? Naruto replied. Because you are a Jinchuriki with the strongest tailed beast. Why would you want this power? Aren't you already strong enough? You must have a life everyone envies. You seem like a selfish brat wanting more power. I can see through you, the man said. Do you really think I want this just to become stronger? Do you think carrying a tailed beast is a life anyone would desire? Think again. Try living my life. I was born during one of the darkest times in my village's history. Over time, people began to distance themselves from me, inflicting both physical and emotional pain. Every day, as I walk through the village, I face disdainful looks from every direction. You have the worst day of your life once again, only to return home to a family that has neglected you for harboring a beast within. They were the ones who put it there. Do you know how painful it is to hear your own family call you a demon? It hurts deeply, so much that you want to escape it all just to find relief. I was only 4 years old when my father banished me from the village. I have endured this for 1.5 years. Now, 6 months later, I live on my own, training as if my life depends on it, facing the possibility of having to confront someone who once cared for me, caught in the midst of a potential war, and struggling with trust issues. The only people who ever showed me kindness were Harana, Kurama, Irika-sensei, Mrs. Chu, Chitikio, and Arthur. Trust me, you do not want to have a tailed beast inside you. As I mentioned before, I seek this power as a fulfillment of a dying wish from the previous user, Harana. I am not saying this just to gain your approval to see Mizuchi. I want you to understand my situation without passing judgment based on misconceptions, Naruto explained. He didn't care whether he was granted the power or not. He simply wanted to avoid being misjudged. Wow. I admire your courage. No one has ever dared to challenge me with the knowledge I possess from the past 1,000,000 years. Usually, when I speak about others, whether true or not, they let it slide. But you are different. You were willing to point out my mistakes in my choice of words. You didn't allow me to judge you based on my assumptions. I apologize for my actions. I see why Harana chose you, the man said. I thought he was the dark side of me. But all I see is someone who was misunderstood, as his behavior varies with each person's personality. There are so many dark rumors about him being a terrible person. He isn't a monster or evil. He is a good person who stands against disrespect and ensures that justice is served, Naruto thought. The other man remained silent but smiled. I'm glad he understands, the man thought. This way, the man instructed. Naruto and the man walked through the woods until they reached a mysterious door. Where are we? Naruto asked. This is the exit from this realm, and you will get to meet Mizuchi, the man replied. Will I be able to see you again? Naruto inquired. Yes. I am the one who grants you access to see her, the man answered. Okay, see you later. Naruto paused, hoping the man would fill in the blank. Excelia, the name is Excelia, the man replied. See you later, Excelia, Naruto said as he stepped through the door into a serene area. He looked around and noticed a small lantern in the water beside him. Approaching it, he touched the top of the lantern, causing a beam of light to shoot out and spread through the water to a grand tree. As the light touched the tree, it illuminated in beautiful, vibrant colors. The trees around him began to glow, each radiating different hues of blue, pink, and purple. Naruto was captivated by the vibrant colors surrounding him. He approached the grand tree at the center of the grove, stepping onto the soft earth, and watched as flowers began to bloom in response to his presence. One flower, in particular, caught his eye, and he crouched down to admire it. Just as he reached out, the ground trembled beneath him, and he turned to see a large sphere of water rising into the air before bursting apart, showering him with droplets. As he brushed his hair back, a magnificent water dragon appeared before him. Hello, Naruto. It is about time we met, Mizuchi said. Naruto stood in awe as he witnessed a water dragon for the first time. From your presence, it seems you've impressed Excelia, Mizuchi remarked. I suppose you could say that, Naruto replied. Are you a Jinchuriki? Mizuchi inquired. Yes, I am, Naruto confirmed. How advanced is your training? Mizuchi asked. I can manage to hold water in a bucket with a hole in it, Naruto answered. Of course you can. With that knowledge, you should understand what I can do, Mizuchi said. What do you mean? Naruto asked, intrigued. You're only at the first stage of your training. I have the option to share some of my aura with you, allowing you to harness my power, Mizuchi explained. Aura? Naruto questioned. It seems Arthur didn't teach you everything. Sit down, you'll be here for a while, Mizuchi replied. A chair formed from water behind Naruto, and he walked over to sit down. Aura powers the body. With the aura we possess, we can utilize any dragon's abilities based on their mental state and specialization. In your case, you can channel my powers through swordsmanship. When you fight with a sword, you must move fluidly and calmly, Mizuchi elaborated. Like water, Naruto said, understanding. Exactly. A sword is one of the most challenging weapons to wield because it demands control and form. When you move smoothly like water, you can access my power, Mizuchi continued. If I need to be fluid and skilled with a sword to gain your power, what about the others? Naruto asked. Are you reconsidering? Mizuchi probed. No, I'm just curious, Naruto replied. The fire dragon fights with aggression and anger, seeking revenge and destruction. Their style relies on brute force. The earth dragon fights to protect their pride. Anyone who harms their loved ones will pay. They excel in defense, using a shield and sword, Mizuchi explained. That's why they're known for their defensive capabilities. They align with air, believing in fighting for protection, Naruto noted. Both points are correct. How did you know? Mizuchi asked. I guessed. With air being adept at both defense and offense, I considered their motivations. One defends, while the other protects, Naruto replied. You make this easier for me. What do you think light and dark represent? Mizuchi asked. I think light tries to avoid trouble, only acting when necessary, while dark seeks conflict and may instigate it, Naruto responded. That's also correct. Did you do some research before arriving? Mizuchi asked. Kind of, Naruto replied. What about Ha? Naruto paused, noticing Mizuchi's worried expression. What's wrong? He asked. It seems someone is trying to contact you. It looks like a fox, Mizuchi said. That's Kurama, the nine-tailed beast inside me, Naruto explained. I'll let him through, Mizuchi said. Naruto nodded and waited. Soon, Naruto heard water swirling beside him. He turned to see Kurama taking shape from the water. Kid! Kurama called. Yeah, I'm here, Naruto replied. We're in a tight situation, Kurama said. What do you mean? Naruto asked, concerned. Some ninjas from the Leaf Village are here, Kurama replied. What? Naruto exclaimed. Arthur managed to create a barrier around us, but it won't hold for long, Kurama warned. Didn't we send Minato back yesterday? Naruto asked. No, we sent him 2 weeks ago, Kurama clarified. What? Naruto thought, processing the information. Time flows differently here. Every 10 minutes spent here equals a week back there, Mizuchi explained. Naruto looked at Mizuchi, worry etched on his face. Can I go? Naruto asked urgently. You may, Mizuchi replied. Thank you. Kurama, I'm on my way, Naruto said. He nodded and transformed into water, ready to leave. It was nice talking to you. Sorry for the abrupt departure, Naruto said. It's fine. They need you more than I do right now. Go, Mizuchi urged. Naruto nodded and surged through the water, heading for the exit. He emerged in the woods. Hey Naruto, how was the talk? Axelia asked. Not now. Can you show me the fastest way out of here? Naruto requested. Sure, stand still, and I'll get you out, Axelia replied. Naruto complied, and Axelia lifted her hand, speaking words he couldn't comprehend. A hole opened beneath him, and he fell through. Naruto awoke in the same area as before. Naruto, I'm glad you're awake, Kurama said. Glad to be back, Naruto replied. Now isn't the time for a reunion. We're currently under attack by a group of reckless children and 5 adults, Arthur said. Right? Naruto and Kurama responded. Why are they even here? Naruto asked. Minato wasn't pleased with how he was escorted before, Arthur explained. And the others want to say hello after 2 years, Kurama added. We tried to tell them to leave peacefully, but they refused, Arthur said. Looks like we have to do this the hard way, Naruto said. What are you planning to do? Kurama asked. What we should have done before. By force, Naruto replied. Are you serious? Kurama questioned. For once, I agree with the kid, Arthur said. You too? Kurama asked, surprised. Look, Kurama, last time we warned them. Now they've come here as if they own the place. Just so you understand the situation, we are in a fight-or-flight scenario. We have no choice but to fight, Arthur stated. They felt an earthquake tremble through the area, and the barrier around them began to crack. Fine, Kurama conceded. Arthur, Naruto, and Kurama rushed to the edge of the barrier. They saw their attackers striking it with all their might. Minato locked eyes with Naruto. Everyone stop. Minato shouted. The group turned to him, confusion on their faces. Look who showed up, Minato said, gesturing to Naruto, Kurama, and Arthur, who glared back with intensity. Open this barrier now. Menma demanded. Why should I? I'm the one being attacked and Minato, didn't I already warn you last time? Arthur replied. You did, but you won't do anything, Minato insisted. We will see about that, Arthur said. All right then, why don't you lower the barrier? Minato suggested. Arthur was about to comply when Naruto stepped forward. Arthur and Kurama exchanged confused glances. Oh, someone wants to speak with me? Minato thought. Why are you here? Depending on your answer, we might consider lowering the barrier, Naruto said. We are here to teach you a lesson, Menma replied. What for? I did nothing wrong, Naruto countered. That's the issue, you did nothing. We came here 2 weeks ago to ask for your help in the fight against the Akatsuki, and you refused. You betrayed the village, your friends, and your family. Because of you, many lives were lost during the attack. Pain's battle against Menma and Minato was not enough. Do you have any idea how long it took us to stop him? 5 days. 5 days just to stop Pain. Irika is currently in the hospital because of you, Naruto explained. Hearing those words cut deeper than anything else. The realization that Irika was in the hospital made him confront the consequences of his actions. Despite everything, he had to remain strong and face the situation before him. Family? Friends? Village? When have I ever had any? Naruto asked. What are you talking about? Kushina inquired. Exactly what I mean. You turned your backs on me the day I was born. Whenever I needed comfort, you ignored and neglected me. You claim I betrayed you, but in reality, you betrayed me from the start. Even the village. The friends and family you speak of are standing behind me right now. They are the only friends and family I have. You are just strangers harassing us because I refuse to help, Naruto stated. You're heartless. We just told you what happened to Irika, and you brushed it aside, Neji said. I did it because I don't care, Naruto replied. The others from Konoha, except for Kakashi, were shocked by his words. Your answer did not satisfy me enough to lower the barrier. If you'll excuse me, I'm leaving now. Arthur, do as you wish, Naruto said, turning to walk away. No! Menma shouted. Naruto paused but didn't turn around. You act tough as if you're strong. We all know you're weak and just a demon. If you're really what you claim to be, then come fight me like a man, Menma challenged. Naruto remained silent but began to laugh, leaving them all confused. Once he calmed down, he said, Did you not learn from our last fight? Menma and the others looked puzzled until Sasuke and Kyumi spoke up. What do you mean? Naruto asked. Are you really that clueless? Sasuke replied. He is saying he was Nahama, Kyumi explained. They were all taken aback and turned to look at Naruto. Is that true? Minato asked. Yes, it is, Naruto confirmed. How dare you return to my village after I banished you, Minato said angrily. Simple, I just walked through the gates. If you don't want anyone forbidden from the village, you should improve your defenses, Naruto replied. That's it. I am going to end you. Minato yelled, charging at the barrier with a swirling attack. Oh no, he will break through it, Arthur thought. As Minato charged, a wall of sand formed in front of him as a shield. When he made contact, it exploded. What was that? Naruto asked. I know what that was, Kurama said. Arthur and Naruto looked at Kurama, puzzled. What was it then? Arthur asked. That was the one-tailed beast, Shaka, Kurama explained. Just then, a group of men and women jumped between Arthur, Naruto, Kurama, and Minato's group. Naruto and the others could hardly believe their eyes. The leaders and their allies from the hidden sand village, Kumogakure, Sunagakure, Kirigakure, and Iwagakure stood before them. Wow, what is that chakra? Don't tell me there are 7 Jinchuriki here, Naruto whispered. You are correct. The redhead holds the one-tailed beast. The guy with glasses holds the 8-tailed beast. The blonde holds the 2-tailed beast. The little boy with pink eyes holds the 3-tailed beast. The older redhead tied up holds the 4-tailed beast. The guy with the red hat holds the 5-tailed beast. And the guy with brown hair holds the 6-tailed beast, Kurama explained. They sure love red, Naruto remarked. Guess so, Kurama replied. Minato, didn't we tell you earlier not to cause any trouble with Naruto and the 9-tailed beast? Raza Kazekage asked. What? Naruto thought. 2 weeks ago. All of the kages and their bodyguards had gathered at the meeting location. The Kazekage of Sunagakure, Raza, and his son, Gaara, were present. The Mizuchi of Kirigakure, Mei Terumi, accompanied by her bodyguard, Chojuro, was also there. The Raikage of Kumogakure, attended with his bodyguards, Si and Darui. The Tsuchikage of Iwagakure, Ishikawa, and the Hokage of the Leaf Village, Minato, along with his bodyguard Genma, completed the assembly. All the leaders sat at the table while their bodyguards stood behind them. Minato, what is the purpose of this meeting? Mei inquired. My village is facing a serious threat. We received a warning from a rogue ninja group called the Akatsuki, stating they will attack in 3 days. I seek your assistance in this battle, Minato explained. The kages remained silent until the raikage broke the tension. What is your current status? He asked. My shinobi are preparing for the impending attack, Minato replied. We will assist you in this fight, but in exchange, I need some of your shinobi to help transport my people to a safer location. We are planning to expand our territory due to our growing population, Ishikawa stated. We require resources to repair the damage caused by an incident in my village, Mei added. All of your offers will take effect after the battle. Raza, what are your responses? Minato asked. I don't want anything, I just want to fight, declared. Great, Raza. Minato prompted. The kages turned their attention to Raza, awaiting his answer. Minato, I must decline, Raza replied. Some were confused, while others were surprised. Well, this is a first, remarked. If you don't mind me asking, why won't you assist me? Minato pressed. We know what you've done to your son, Raza responded. What do you mean? Mei questioned. His youngest son, Naruto, was banished from the village 2.5 years ago because he harbors the nine-tailed beast within him, Raza explained. The kages, except for Minato, were stunned by this revelation. Wait, you banished your son at the age of 3? Ishikawa asked, incredulous. That is correct, Raza affirmed. Why would you do such a thing? Demanded. I did it because... Minato hesitated, realizing the gravity of the situation. Why aren't you answering us? Pressed. I know the reason why, Raza interjected. And that is... Mei asked. It's because he sees his son as a monster, just like the rest of the village. Since he began to walk, they have neglected him. Over time, the villagers' treatment turned physical. Instead of protecting him, his family and the Hokage merely stood by and watched. He may have even joined in, Raza explained. The other kages were too shocked to respond. Genma, do you think his son is a monster too? Mei asked, her eyes glistening with tears. Yes, ma'am. I have always viewed him as such, Genma admitted. Why? Mei pressed. Because he killed my parents, the only family I had left, Genma replied. I promise you, I will be the last person you see, Al. Now let's calm down before things escalate, Gaara interrupted, attempting to defuse the tension. Apologize, let me rephrase. Did you really treat that little boy with such coldness just because he has the nine-tailed beast inside him and had an outburst? Mei challenged. Now Minato, are you going to tell them or shall I? Raza asked. Minato remained silent. I'll take responsibility for this. Minato was the one who sealed the nine-tailed beast inside Naruto. The day the beast broke free was the same day of the transfer, Raza revealed. The kages and their aides were in disbelief. Mei was heartbroken by the cruelty of it all, tears streaming down her face. Ai's demeanor shifted from playful to serious. Ishikawa had never imagined Minato could be so harsh until now. So you won't help me just because I banished him? Minato asked, incredulous. That was your son, not an object. Your newborn, and you discarded him as if he were nothing. All because of your actions. Mei shouted. I'm not helping you not only because of how you treated your son, but also because I can't trust you with my Jinchuriki in your possession, Raza stated firmly. What? You have a beast within you too? Minato asked, surprised. First of all, he is not a beast, he is a person. And the beast you refer to is standing right behind me, Raza replied. The kages were taken aback. Wait, your son is a Jinchuriki? Ai asked. That is correct, Raza confirmed. How do you know all of this? Minato questioned. 6 years ago, one of my shinobi visited your village to see friends. That was the same day as the attack. During the chaos, he helped people escape and witnessed you and the third Hokage seal the nine-tailed beast into your son. He returned to me and shared what he saw. I instructed him to monitor your son because I sensed something was off. After 3 years, he returned with more information, Raza explained. How did you know something bad was going to happen? I inquired. Because it mirrored what happened with Gaara. Gaara was a kind child who worked hard to help the sick. Whenever he tried to assist, they always rejected him. One villager even turned violent, which is why he struggles with physical contact now. This went on for 2 years without my knowledge, Raza admitted. How could you not know for so long? Mei asked. I was kept in the dark by everyone, my children and the village. Gaara was threatened by a villager and was so terrified that he begged his siblings to keep it secret. One day, I decided to leave my office and walk around the village. That's when I witnessed the hidden suffering. As soon as I saw it, I took action, setting rules and punishing those who broke them. At first, no one would agree with them, but later on he proved them wrong and earned their trust, Raza replied. Wow, Ishikawa said. Yeah, we even kept an eye on him ever since he was banished from the village because we didn't want him to seek revenge. That's when one of my ninjas was spotted by him and decided to take him in, Raza said. Who was this ninja? Ishikawa asked. The ninja I am speaking of goes by Harana. I took her in after her entire nation vanished, leaving her alone, Raza replied. I would like to ask, where is she right now? I inquired. She has passed away, but her assistant, who has been with her since birth, is currently assisting Naruto, Raza answered. Wait, are you talking about a peculiar blue figure that floats? Minato asked. Based on your description, it seems you have encountered him recently, Raza replied. Yes, I visited them yesterday. I asked him for assistance before organizing a meeting, Minato said. The fact that we are here now suggests he declined, A noted. Minato remained silent, confirming A's statement. Not surprised, it chuckled. Hey, it's not funny. I'm quite disturbed by the actions we are about to take. Raza, thank you for your time here. We will handle the situation ourselves, Minato said. Who's we? Mei asked. What do you mean? You said you were going to help us, Minato replied. Yeah, was. I'm not going to assist someone who would cast out their own child and not protect them, especially when you are the cause of this whole situation. Since you view them as demons, I don't think we will get along well in the future, especially since I have Jinchurikis of my own, Mei stated as she stood up. Same goes for me, Ishikawa added, also rising. What? Minato asked. Good luck fighting them, Mei said as she walked out with Ishikawa. Minato turned to A and asked, A remained silent but stood up. You have a Jinchuriki too? Minato asked. No, I do not, A replied. Then why are you leaving and not helping? Minato pressed. I'm not helping you because I dislike aiding those who mistreat their children simply for being different. Not to mention, you were the one who sealed the 9 tails inside him. Not him, not the villagers, not anyone. You and the 3rd Hokage did that. So no, Minato, I will not assist you in this fight. Facing this battle alone will be your punishment, A said as he walked out, leaving Raza and Minato in the room together. Minato's frustration was palpable. He was upset that everything had fallen apart. Are you happy now? You just ruined my chance of saving my village, Minato said. I didn't put you in this situation, you did, Raza replied. Still, couldn't you have kept quiet? Minato asked. During these meetings, we have always shared information about the situation, whether good or bad. I was simply following the rules that have been in place for centuries, Raza explained. Father, may I say something? Gar asked. You may, Raza replied. Hokage Minato-sama, you have treated a child very poorly. It escalated from neglect to banishment. In my opinion, you should not have become Hokage, and the 3rd Hokage should never have given you that title, Gaara stated. You're making me out to be a criminal. What about your dad? He didn't know anything about the situation between you and the village. What makes us different? Minato asked. What makes both of you different is that he fixed things in the end. He didn't just sit back and let it happen like you did. He didn't allow the villagers to treat me poorly. He was unaware of any of this until 2 years later, but he still helped. Meanwhile, you sat in your Hokage office without a care in the world. Most importantly, he still sees me as his son and treats me no differently than my siblings. That is the difference between you and my father, Gaara replied. Raza stood up from his chair and turned his back on Minato. Thank you, Minato, for having us, but it is time for us to go, Raza said as he and his son walked toward the door. Suddenly, Raza stopped and turned around. Gaara, Raza said. Gaara didn't respond but nodded. Some of the sand from his gourd moved toward Minato, lifting him from his chair and pressing him against the wall. The sand wrapped around his legs, arms, and throat. Menma pulled out his kunai, ready to defend, but Raza warned, "Move one step, and he will tighten the sand." Menma knew that attacking would be futile against Gaara and that he was threatening the Hokage's life. So he stayed put, lowering his kunai. "Smart choice," Gaara said. Raza approached Minato and stood in front of him. "How does it feel, Minato? Uncomfortable? Suffocating? I want you to remember this feeling. I don't want you to pay a visit to Naruto in the future," Raza said. "Or what?" Minato challenged. "If you ever consider going to Naruto and attacking him for your own satisfaction or as revenge for not helping, I will send all the Jinchurikis from the Kages along with him to stop you right then and there. You don't want that to happen, do you?" Raza said, a grin forming on his lips. "Please, you're just talking," Minato replied. "We'll see about that," Raza said, glancing at Gaara, who released Minato. They then walked out of the building. Minato and his shinobi stood before 7 Jinchuriki and their kages, tension thick in the air. Minato felt a surge of frustration at the situation. "You made that threat towards me 2 weeks ago," he stated firmly. "If it was meaningless, we wouldn't be here," Raza replied, his tone equally serious. "Minato, what is this about?" Kushina asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. The shinobi accompanying Minato exchanged puzzled glances. "Yeah, Dad, what do you mean by threat?" Naruto chimed in. 2 weeks ago, during the meeting, he revealed some things that Raza has known about for the past 6 years, A explained. "Raza told us what you did to Naruto 2 years ago. Because of that, we disagreed with helping you fight the Akatsuki," Mei added. "Is that true?" Kushina turned to Minato, her eyes searching his face. He remained silent but nodded in acknowledgement. "Why didn't you tell us?" Menma asked, frustration creeping into his voice. "Because it was a situation you shouldn't have been involved in." "Kushina, I'm sorry I never told you." "I didn't want you to worry," Minato replied, his voice heavy with regret. "Well, I am worried. If you had told me, we wouldn't be here in the first place," Kushina shot back. "Why not, Mom?" Naruto asked, her confusion evident. "Because we wouldn't stand a chance against all the demons at once. We could have been killed," Kushina explained. "We are strong." Menma protested, but the other Konoha shinobi, except for the senseis, nodded in agreement. "Please, you and your father barely managed against pain on your own. What makes you think you could handle them? Menma, did you forget he was the one who fought you? Last time I checked, he knocked you down with ease," Kushina pointed out. Menma, Naruto, and the others were taken aback by their mother's words. Normally, Menma would have retorted, but deep down he knew she was right. Arthur and A exchanged amused glances after hearing Kushina's remark. "She just called you a wimp," it teased. "How dare you insult me," Menma began, but was interrupted. "And what do you mean, it's a situation you have no business in? You allowed them to suffer because of their younger sibling. You planted those intrusive thoughts in their minds, making it seem as if he is the monster. You even brought them here knowing the consequences. You say it's none of their business when you drag them into it. You should be ashamed," Ishikawa interjected, confronting Minato. "How dare you call me shameful?" Minato retorted, his voice rising. "I call you shameful because that's what you are. You are selfish, neglectful, and you walk around as if you're the best Kage. If you weren't ashamed, you would show everyone your true colors instead of hiding them within your village," A replied. "I will not let you harass me any longer," Minato yelled, his frustration boiling over. "Correction, we will not let you harass them any longer," Mei countered. "What are you going to do?" Minato challenged. "What I should have done when the news broke," Raza said. Sand emerged from Gaara's gourd, wrapping around Minato. "No. Stop!" Naruto yelled, panic rising in her voice. "Stop!" Kushina echoed, her heart racing. Menma charged up a Rasengan, ready to confront Gaara, but was suddenly halted by a slimy appendage. "W! Get off of me, you slimy demon!" Menma shouted. "Slimy demon? That's not my name, Kanero. My big bro invited me to this feast." I'm just enjoying the heat. They call me Killer Bee because I slay on this beat, Killer Bee said, moving rhythmically as if he were rapping. Sasuke leaped into action, aiming to attack Gaara with all his strength. No one noticed him until Menma shouted, "And he's mine!" Just as Sasuke lunged, a wall of sand appeared in front of him. What? Sasuke thought, surprised. The sand dissipated, and Gaara delivered a swift kick, sending Sasuke tumbling back. Are you okay? Kyumi asked, concern etched on her face. I'm fine, Sasuke replied, shaking off the impact. As the chaos unfolded, only Kushina, Minato, and Kakashi remained on the sidelines. From Naruto's perspective, he saw two sides that were once allies now clashing violently. Minato struggled against the sand, but it was less constricting now that Gaara was distracted. Kushina, tears streaming down her face, desperately tried to free her husband. The other Jinchuriki attacked the Konoha shinobi, while the kages faced off against the senseis. It was utter chaos, and Naruto felt helpless to stop it. Stop. Please stop, Naruto thought, his heart aching. Unbeknownst to him, he began to whisper, "Stop," aloud. Kurama and Arthur noticed his distress. Kit, are you okay? Kurama asked, sensing the turmoil within Naruto. Stop. Stop, 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 stop. Naruto repeated, his voice growing louder with each utterance. Finally, he shouted one last time, and the world around him fell silent as he began to glow blue, and rain started to fall. Naruto! Arthur said, astonished. I can't believe it, Kurama added, eyes wide. What do you mean? Kurama asked, confused. He's harnessing the power of the water dragon, Arthur explained. Rain coalesced behind Naruto into the shape of a ball. Suddenly, the clouds darkened, and lightning crackled in the sky. The ball transformed into a dragon, and everyone watched in awe at this newfound power. I said stop. Naruto yelled, and the dragon roared, its sound reverberating through the ground. When the roar faded, the dragon and the rain vanished, leaving everyone speechless. Naruto approached Gaara, his expression fierce. Let him go. Gaara nodded, releasing Minato, who collapsed to the ground, coughing. Kushina hurried to Minato's side, concern etched on her face. Naruto turned to the kages and the other Jinchuriki, anger boiling within him. You all took it too far. You nearly killed the leader of the Hidden Leaf, he shouted. I was trying to May began, but Naruto cut her off. I don't care what you were trying to do. If you want to help, do it maturely. Not like the Konoha shinobi, he insisted. I know I shouldn't intervene, but I agree with him. You all went too far. You nearly caused someone's death today. Raza, you instructed your son to harm someone. Teaching him a lesson like that only proves that Jinchuriki are seen as monsters, Kurama added, his voice steady. The kages lowered their heads in shame, realizing the truth in his words. They had acted immaturely and recklessly. Naruto, I apologize, Raza said, his voice filled with remorse. I'm not the one you should be apologizing to. You should be apologizing to Minato. After he apologizes, you and the others can go, Naruto said. Raza looked at Minato and bowed. I am sorry for nearly taking your life. I have gone to a magnitude I should never have reached. I hope you forgive me, Raza said. Minato remained silent, turning his back and walking away with the others. This left the kages, the Jinchurikis, Arthur, Kurama, and Naruto alone. Naruto, I would like to apologize for the stress we have put on you, Ishikawa said. Same here, I added. May nodded in agreement. It's okay, I understand you all want to help, but there are different ways to approach someone's life, Naruto replied. How did you know about Naruto? Kurama asked. Everyone knew Minato had a child, but no one knew what was happening in the village, Ishikawa explained. Let me handle this. You all investigate Naruto's situation, Kurama suggested. Not quite. One of my shinobi was in the village during the attack with the Nine Tails. He reported back to me about what happened. Afterward, I sent him back to the Leaf Village to see if they would treat you poorly, Raza clarified. Oh, Naruto said. He glanced at Arthur, who had been quiet. Arthur, are you okay? You haven't said anything since we started talking. Normally, you'd have a lot of questions for them, Naruto noted. I only do that when someone is keeping secrets from me, Arthur replied, giving Naruto a startled look. Oh, that's right. Arthur works under me. I instructed him to watch over you since you've been banished from the village, Raza explained. Really? Naruto asked. That is correct. Harana also worked under him, Arthur added. They were originally supposed to keep an eye on you from a distance, but things changed, Raza said. Oh, Naruto said, looking down. I can't believe I just harmed someone who was supposed to look after me, he thought. Kurama sensed Naruto's distress over Harana. He thought about her occasionally but was starting to move on. However, bringing her up stirred old feelings. Hey Naruto, don't dwell on it too much. It was bound to happen eventually, Kurama said. Okay, Naruto replied, lifting his head to look at the Jinchurikis. You guys never told me who you are, except for Killer Bee, Naruto said with a slight chuckle. You better, Killer Bee replied. Gaara stepped forward and said, I am Gaara, son of Raza Kazekage. I hold the one-tailed beast, Shikath. My name is Yujito Ni, and I hold the two-tailed beast, Matatabi. Yujito introduced herself. I am Yagura Karatachi, and I hold the three-tailed beast, Isabu, Yagura said. My name is Han, and I hold the five-tailed beast, Kokuo. Han introduced himself. I am Yuraraka, and I hold the six-tailed beast, Seiken, Yaka said. Even though I already introduced myself, I didn't mention the beast inside me. I hold the eight-tailed beast, Gyuki, Killer Bee added. It was nice to meet all of you, and thanks again for coming to help, Naruto said. No problem. I think we've caused enough commotion. We'll leave you to it. Stay safe, Gaara said. Okay, bye. Naruto called out. See ya, little dude. Killer Bee shouted as the others walked away. Once they were gone, Arthur turned to Naruto and said, We have things to discuss. Naruto, Kurama, and Arthur headed toward the house. They entered the underground workout room. What happened back there? Arthur asked. What do you mean? Naruto replied. You know what I mean. The power of the water dragon. How did you use her power without completing the transfer? Arthur pressed. I don't know, you're asking me as if I would know, Naruto replied. You're taking this situation too lightly and being disrespectful. This isn't the time for that, Arthur said. Fine, let me rephrase. I don't know what you're talking about, Naruto said. Arthur opened his mouth to respond, but Kurama beat him to it. How long was the transfer supposed to take? Kurama asked. It was supposed to take a month, Arthur replied. Well, that's clearly not true because he was only in there for 2 weeks, and suddenly he could summon a water version of the water dragon, Kurama said. What exactly happened when you went to sleep? I want to know everything from start to finish, Arthur demanded. I went in and found myself in a dark area. Out of nowhere, someone covered my face and instructed me not to speak. I followed the orders, and he took me. Skip ahead, Arthur interrupted. He introduced himself as Excelia. He had one arm, black hair, and a large X mark on his chest. It looked impressive, but it had a backstory. Irrelevant, just tell me the important things, Arthur interrupted again. You just told me to share everything from start to finish, and now you want to skip. Naruto asked. You weren't telling us anything significant, Arthur replied. Actually, he did tell us something important. He mentioned the dark side and his name, Excelia. The marks on his body show that past users who were unhappy with his rejection attacked him, Kurama pointed out. So they would confront him, Arthur said. Yes, Naruto confirmed. They must have been strong if they could leave a mark on his body, Kurama noted. That's not the case. He lets them confront him because of a long-standing rule that they aren't allowed to harm the users, Naruto explained. That's harsh, Arthur said. Continue, Kurama urged. I managed to impress him, and he let me see Mizuchi. While I was there, she asked me questions about myself and even educated me on how the transfer works and how I could use her power. Just before we got to the important part, you called, she answered, and that's when I left, Naruto concluded. Well, she did that part for me. But that doesn't explain how you were able to use her powers without completing the transfer, Arthur said. I don't know, but I know I want to get some rest, Naruto replied. Today was as chaotic as ever, Naruto said as he walked past Arthur. Didn't you just wake up from a deep sleep an hour ago? Arthur asked. Yeah, but I'm still tired, Naruto replied, continuing into his room. That kid is really doing all the work for us. If he keeps this up, we will be able to take down each of the villages one by one. You're right. Did you see that? He possesses the power of the water dragon, who was thought to be long gone, along with the others. I see that. It looks like you'll have some competition, Madara. I certainly do, and it will be exciting when the time comes, Madara said. Ever since the confrontation that occurred outside of Naruto's door, the villages have been arguing with one another. The Leaf Village was trying to convince the others that Naruto was a demon, while the other villages resisted that notion. Eventually, the villages severed ties with the Leaf Village, leaving them isolated. The Leaf Village made efforts to persuade the others to stand by them, but their pleas fell on deaf ears. Tension filled the air, mingled with a hint of sadness. Kushina began to regret what she had witnessed and allowed to happen. Although she hadn't intervened in the situation, she was starting to feel something sympathy for Naruto. What have I done? Was the only thought occupying her mind. Not her children, not her husband, not the village, just that one question. One day, Kushina decided to visit the hospital without informing her family. Hello, Lady Kushina. Who are you here to see today? The receptionist asked. I would like to see Irika Yumino, please, Kushina replied. He will be in room B3, the receptionist said, pointing to her left. Kushina nodded and headed toward the room. Upon arrival, she placed her hand on the door, hesitating and debating whether to enter. Just as she was about to make her decision, the door swung open, revealing a nurse standing on the other side. Lady Kushina, how can I assist you? The nurse inquired. Oh, I was just about to go in, Kushina replied. Okay, the nurse said as she walked past her. Kushina entered the room and found Irika sitting with a book in hand, looking up at her. Are you going to come in, or are you just going to stand there? Irika asked. Kushina snapped out of her thoughts and walked into the room, taking a seat in the chair beside him. How are you doing? Irika asked. I'm doing okay. How about you? Kushina replied. I'm getting better, Irika said. That's good, Kushina responded, and silence fell between them. Irika continued reading while Kushina glanced around the room. I can tell you didn't just come in here to check on me. What's on your mind? Irika asked. Kushina turned her head toward him, surprised. You noticed? She asked. Only someone oblivious wouldn't, Irika replied. Oh. We saw Naruto again, Kushina admitted. Irika's eyes widened slightly, though not enough for her to notice. Naruto? That's new, he said. It is, Kushina replied. What did you guys do this time? Irika asked. I didn't know anything about attacking Naruto. Minato said he wanted to talk, but looking back I should have known better, Kushina explained. Yeah, Irika chuckled. Later on during the walk, we noticed there was a barrier around the area. Minato started to attack the barrier until Naruto approached it. He looked so mature, so strong, his hair was longer, and he had grown taller. I realized right then and there that if we got into a fight with Naruto, we wouldn't stand a chance. Kushina paused, noticing Irika smiling. What are you smiling about? She asked. Oh, I was just smiling at the book, Irika replied, a slight sweat forming on his brow. You cared for Naruto when no one else did, didn't you? Kushina asked. How did you know? Irika replied, surprised. Only someone oblivious wouldn't see it, Kushina said with a chuckle. Yeah, Irika agreed. Tell me, did you know that Naruto was Nahama? Yeah, sorry for not telling you, Irika said. You don't need to apologize for that. If I were you, I wouldn't have told me either, Kushina said. Okay, Irika replied. If you don't mind me asking, what was Naruto like from when he was a kid until he returned as Nahama? He was my best and favorite student of all time. He was always quiet in the back of the classroom because he was really antisocial. He hated being the center of attention, and it took him a while to open up to me. But when he did, it felt like I had accomplished the impossible. Days later, he let me meet the Nine Tails, Irika said. You met him? And he didn't harm you? Kushina asked. Yes and no. Kurama is often seen as a monster who only loves destruction, but in reality he just wants to protect Naruto, Iruka explained. Kurama? Kushina asked. Kurama is the name of the 9 tails, Iruka replied. Oh, what about when you saw Naruto again? Kushina asked. When I first met him again he was more mature. He could express himself without stuttering. I could also tell he was stronger. But when he saw you guys, that's when his confidence faded. He began to stutter and seemed uncomfortable, Iruka said. And I was the one who caused that, Kushina said, feeling a pang of guilt. Iruka wanted to say something but hesitated. He believed Kushina was part of the problem, and her remorse was suspicious. You don't need to say anything to make me feel better. I put myself in this situation, and I need to find a way out. Sorry for bothering you. I should head back home, Kushina said, standing up and walking toward the door. Wait! Iruka called out. Kushina paused and turned back to face him. Yes, she asked. I may not be able to ease your mind with kind words, but I can share my thoughts. You and the rest of the village are at fault for this entire situation. Because of that, he declined to help us in this fight along with the other nations. Many lives have been lost, and we've severed ties with them. You may not have realized it, but you put yourselves in this situation, and it's your responsibility to find a way out, Iruka said. Kushina looked down, tears welling in her eyes. So this is what it's like. Feeling lonely, having no one to lean on, and being hated by many. It's so suffocating, she said softly. At least you understand what Naruto has been through. Now it's time for you to do what's right, whether your husband and children walk this path with you or not. Make it right with your son. If you need help, you know where to find me, Iruka offered. Kushina looked back up at Iruka and bowed her head. Thank you, Iruka. I really needed that, she said. She straightened up and walked out the door. I have to make things right, Kushina thought. The next day, Arthur and Kurama were awake, but Naruto was still asleep. Arthur noticed Naruto hadn't woken up yet and walked over with a concerned look. Is he that tired? Arthur asked. No, he isn't, came a mysterious voice that sounded familiar. Kurama? Yes. Kurama replied, as a yellowish-orange fox version of his head emerged from Naruto. This is new, Arthur said. Yeah, I can't come out unless Naruto is awake, Kurama explained. Do you know what's going on with Naruto? Arthur asked. It seems like he has fallen into a deep sleep, Kurama replied. A deep sleep? Arthur echoed. Yeah, do you think he went to talk to Mizuchi? Kurama asked. I don't know, but it's possible, Arthur replied. They both suspected Naruto was with Mizuchi, and they couldn't have been more right. Meanwhile, Naruto stood in the middle of the water, waiting for Mizuchi to appear. Mizuchi, he called out. Suddenly, a large ball of water rose from the surface and transformed into the water version of the dragon. Yes, Naruto? Mizuchi asked. I have a question. What happened yesterday? How was I able to use your powers? I thought I had to go through a transfer process first, Naruto inquired. Mizuchi chuckled softly. I see you've discovered something that no one else has, not even Arthur, Mizuchi replied. What do you mean? Naruto asked. I'm talking about the transfer process. The truth is, there is no such thing. People believe that because they couldn't use the abilities until after a month, Mizuchi explained. So what you're saying is I just have to stand here for a month, which is about 5 to 6 weeks, and I'll have full access to your power? Naruto asked. Or you can just stay here for a few minutes, leave, train with what you have, come back, and repeat, Mizuchi suggested. That explains what I did yesterday, Naruto said. Actually, I don't understand how that happened, Mizuchi admitted. What do you mean? Naruto asked. I mean, no one has ever summoned a version of me after just 2 weeks. Usually, they're strong enough to shoot water ball, but not to command rain and thunder, Mizuchi replied. How come Arthur doesn't know? Naruto asked. You have to remember, he's your assistant, and assistants don't know everything. They know just enough to operate without a higher-up, Mizuchi explained. Oh, Naruto said. Yeah, but didn't you say you wouldn't stay here for long? Mizuchi asked. Oh yeah, thanks for reminding me, Naruto replied. You're welcome, Mizuchi said. As Naruto began to walk toward the exit, Mizuchi called out to him. I have something else to tell you. Naruto turned around, confusion on his face. What is it? He asked. I sensed an aura I haven't felt in a long time, Mizuchi said. What feeling are you talking about? Naruto asked. I'm talking about another dragon user, Mizuchi replied. Naruto was taken aback. I thought Harana and you were the last ones, he said. I thought so too, but events have changed. The point is, be careful with whatever you do and wherever you go. They are still out there, and we have no information on them or which dragon they wield, Mizuchi warned. Okay, I will, Naruto promised. Mizuchi nodded, and Naruto walked through the door. As Naruto walked through the woods, he pondered Mizuchi's words. He was fascinated not only by how the powers worked but also by Arthur's lack of knowledge. And now, there was another dragon user out there. This is truly interesting, Naruto thought. What's interesting? A voice startled him, and he turned to see Excelia stepping out from the shadows. You startled me, Naruto said, exhaling deeply. I see. So are you going to tell me? Excelia asked. Oh, Mizuchi just revealed some information that neither Arthur nor I knew about, Naruto replied. Oh, okay, Excelia said. You're not going to ask me any further questions about it? Naruto inquired. No. Whatever Mizuchi tells you is none of my business unless she told you to share it with me, Excelia replied. Okay, Naruto said, continuing his walk with Excelia trailing behind him. Noticing this, Naruto stopped. You know you can walk next to me, he said. No can do. I shouldn't walk next to the next strong user who will save this world, Excelia replied. Naruto remained silent, giving him a blank stare. You're saying I'm going to save the world, but all I've done is make it more vulnerable. Now come stand next to me, Naruto insisted, turning to continue walking. Excelia hesitated but eventually walked beside Naruto. The walk was quiet until Naruto broke the silence. You can ask me what happened the last time we encountered, he offered. That's none of my business, Excelia replied. Let me guess, you don't want to meddle in the current user's affairs because it's none of your concern? Naruto said. Well, yes, Excelia admitted. You can ask me anything, disagree with my choices, yell at me, make jokes, whatever. You don't need to act like a soldier who doesn't know how to express emotions. You can relax around me, Naruto encouraged. Oh. Excelia was at a loss for words. No one had ever spoken to him like that. Throughout his years, users had treated him poorly, lashing out and ordering him around. Naruto's words lifted a weight off his shoulders, reminding him of someone special who had treated him kindly. Harana. Excelia thought. Lost in his thoughts, he was startled when Naruto touched his shoulder. Excelia jumped and turned to see Naruto laughing. Why did you jump so high? Naruto asked, clutching his stomach. It's not funny. Excelia yelled, turning away in embarrassment. My stomach hurts. Naruto said, falling to the ground. Well, stop laughing and your stomach will stop hurting. Excelia retorted. After a few moments, Naruto got up, wiping away his tears. Are you done? Excelia asked. Yeah, Naruto replied. Excelia and Naruto continued their walk through the woods. Meanwhile, Kurama's yellowish form emerged, a smile spreading across his face. Arthur entered the room and noticed Kurama's expression, which unsettled him. What are you doing? Arthur asked. Kurama's smile faded as he turned away, adopting a serious demeanor. Nothing, he replied. Are you sure? Your face was doing all sorts of things, Arthur remarked. I was smiling, Kurama defended. You were smiling? Please don't do that again. It doesn't suit you, Arthur said. Shut up, I was smiling because Naruto is happy, Kurama retorted. Oh, what do you think he's doing? Arthur inquired. I don't know, but as long as he is smiling he is fine, Kurama answered. I'm glad. I have to go, I have more research to do. And Kurama? Arthur added. Yes. Kurama replied. You might want to work on your happy face, Arthur suggested. Leave my smile alone. Kurama yelled. What? Just trying to help a friend, Arthur said. Well, your help isn't working. Now go. Kurama insisted. Fine, Arthur said as he floated out of the room. Stupid smuff, Kurama muttered under his breath. Moments later, Naruto opened his eyes and sat up. Naruto! Kurama exclaimed. Arthur, startled by Kurama's outburst, rushed over to Naruto. Naruto, you're awake, he said. Yeah, I am. You guys don't need to be surprised every time I wake up, Naruto replied, sitting up. Of course we will be surprised. You went into a deep sleep out of nowhere. Arthur exclaimed. My bad, Naruto said. It's fine, Kurama said, jumping onto Naruto's lap. In an instant, Naruto's mood shifted dramatically. What is it? Arthur asked, sensing the change. I just found something out that we should be worried about, Naruto replied. What? Kurama asked, concerned. During the little reunion we had with the villages, there was another dragon user. They were watching us from a distance, close enough to know what we look like. We are not alone, and we are not safe with them out there, Naruto warned. Hearing the news shocked Arthur and Kurama. Are you sure? Kurama asked. Are you positive that there was another one yesterday? Arthur inquired. Based on what Mizuchi told me, she knows for a fact there was another one here, Naruto replied. Arthur began pacing back and forth, deep in thought. Kurama and Naruto sat on the bed, watching him. What's on your mind? Kurama asked. Everything. Everything changes completely, Arthur said aloud. What do you mean? Naruto asked. With this information, it alters our approach to everything. Not only that, it adds to the pile of problems we are facing, Arthur explained. So I have to train indoors and be more cautious about everything? Naruto asked. Yes, and we need to train you the way we did before. In the old style, Arthur replied. Naruto and Kurama exchanged confused glances. Before the other nations were wiped out, we had to conduct our training in a more secure area, an area known only to us. Naruto, start packing. We're going to do some traveling, Arthur instructed. Inside his room, Naruto packed his belongings while Arthur gathered some essential books from the library. Where do you think we are going? Naruto asked. I don't know, but something tells me we need to stay alert, Kurama replied. By the time Kurama finished his sentence, Naruto was ready to go. He walked out of his room with Kurama, only to find Arthur waiting with a bag full of books. What are those? Naruto asked. Important things, but that's not the priority right now. First, since I'm a gas, I can't carry anything, so you'll have to do all the lifting, Arthur said. He doesn't need to do all the carrying. I can help, Kurama chimed in. That leads to my second point. While we're traveling, it's best if you stay inside of Naruto, Arthur said. Oh, you don't have to tell me twice, Kurama said as he retreated into the mindscape, leaving Naruto momentarily stunned. Traitor, Naruto mumbled. Have fun, Kurama replied cheerfully. Naruto sighed and looked ahead. Well, what are you waiting for? The bag isn't going to carry itself, Arthur said, walking away from the door. Naruto picked up the bag and noticed Arthur heading in a different direction. The door is this way, Naruto said. I know, Arthur replied. Naruto looked at him, puzzled. Did you forget already? If it's not safe to walk above, we have to travel below, Arthur explained. He approached a wall and placed his hand on it. Ida, he said, and the wall vanished into thin air. A hologram? Naruto thought. Behind the hologram lay a portal. Arthur turned around and extended his hands. See you on the other side. He leaned back and fell through the portal. Naruto stepped up to the portal and, to his surprise, found there was no floor. He plummeted downwards, and the wall reappeared, sealing the portal. As Naruto fell from the sky, he extended his arms to maintain balance. Everything around him was white until he spotted the ocean below. Oh no! Naruto yelled, squinting his eyes as he descended. Upon hitting the ocean, he realized it was another hologram. When he opened his eyes slightly, he was astonished to see a world he had never known existed. The walls were made of rock, and there were openings that contained portals to different worlds. He heard a strange sound and looked up to see a whale swimming by. Naruto was captivated by the beauty of the world around him. He soon glanced down and saw the ground approaching rapidly. Please tell me this is another hologram, he thought. I don't think it is, Kurama replied. Naruto raised his hand and closed his eyes, bracing for impact. Just before he hit the ground, he felt something catch him. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw he was floating. Next to him stood Arthur, holding the bag of books. Did you have fun? Arthur asked. Yes and no, Naruto replied. Arthur smirked and gently lowered Naruto to the ground, along with the bag that had somehow fallen off. Where are we? Naruto asked. This is the place I mentioned earlier, Arthur replied. It's beautiful, Naruto said. I know. Now follow me to where we'll be sleeping, Arthur instructed. Arthur led Naruto to their sleeping quarters and then back out into the open area. Where do these portals lead to? Naruto asked. These portals lead to the other nations of dragon holders, Arthur explained. That's cool, Naruto said, about to say more until he noticed something to his left. You heard that too? Kurama asked. Naruto remained silent, continuing to observe. Arthur soon noticed their focus on one of the portals. What's wrong? He whispered. Something is coming, Naruto replied. Arthur formed a small red ball in his hand while Naruto readied two kunais. They waited until a little girl emerged from the portal. Who are you? Arthur asked, releasing the ball. In his hand. I'm Meme, she replied cheerfully. Naruto and Arthur exchanged confused glances at her excitement. Stay on guard, Kurama warned. I've always wanted to meet you. Meme exclaimed. Why? Arthur asked. I've been watching you guys train, fight, and talk for the past 6 months, Meme said. You were the one watching us? Naruto asked. Yes and no, she replied. What do you mean? Arthur asked. There were 3 guys in red and black cloaks and someone else with long black hair. They were above me, Meme explained. So not only were you watching us, but the Akatsuki were too, Arthur said. Who are the Akatsuki? Meme asked. They are none of your concern, Arthur replied. But I want to know, Meme whined. No, it's dangerous having you around us. As long as you don't know about them, it will keep you safe. So go back home, Naruto said. The little girl looked down, disappointment evident on her face. I don't have one anymore, she said. What? Arthur asked. My family was wiped out along with my friends and the rest of my village. There was another person who survived, but I couldn't say anything because it wouldn't come out, Meme explained. Arthur felt a pang of sympathy for her until a thought crossed his mind. Meme, do you know the name of your village? Arthur asked. No, but I do know what it looked like. There was blue everywhere. Everywhere you looked, you saw someone doing tricks with water, Meme replied. I'm sorry, but it seems there is no text provided for me to revise. Please provide the text you'd like me to work on, and I'll be happy to help. Naruto, Kurama, and Arthur were taken aback by the news. Arthur, I thought you said there weren't any more survivors, Naruto said. I thought so too, Arthur replied. I don't want to cause you any trouble. I just wanted to meet you because you all are so cool. Now that I have met you, I think it would be best for me to leave, Meme said as she turned to go through one of the portals. Arthur called out, Wait, you're just a kid, so it would be better for you to stay here with us. Are you sure? Meme asked. I am sure, Arthur replied. Meme hesitated and looked at the others for their approval. When they nodded, joy filled her heart. Yay! Meme cheered. I understand you're excited, but we focus on important things here. If you're going to be with us, you need to learn how to fight. You'll train alongside him, Arthur said, pointing at Naruto. Do you think you can handle that? Naruto asked. Yeah. Meme exclaimed. Naruto approached her and offered a fist. She smiled brightly and returned the gesture. All right, then it's settled. For the next 2 years, we will train harder than ever, Naruto declared. Meme cheered, and their long journey officially began. A lot happened over the next 2 years. Arthur and Naruto trained harder than ever before. Naruto split his training between Arthur and Kurama. Eventually, he fought against Kurama and learned to harmonize with him, gaining some of his chakra. With Arthur, he mastered techniques like the water ball and the water dragon armor, which allowed him to create armor from water, manipulate the water around him, and combine water attacks with his sword. Now, at 11 years old, he was stronger than ever. Meme also learned valuable skills from Arthur, including how to wield a katana and 2 Nichiren blades. Meme discovered that Naruto and Kurama were searching for the sphere void and revealed its location. Initially, Naruto, Kurama, and Arthur planned to leave her behind, but they changed their minds and decided to go together. It took them 6 months to retrieve the sphere, but they succeeded. Once back and settled, they began the process. Alright, Naruto, all you need to do is cut the tip of your finger and let a few drops fall onto the ball. After that, repeat after me, Arthur instructed. Naruto took his kunai and made a small cut on his fingertip. As blood dripped onto the ball, it glowed a dark purple. Now say, take my blood, nourish it, and put it into my practice, Arthur said. Naruto nodded, focused on the ball, and repeated the words. Suddenly, the ball exploded into thin air, releasing a cloud of steam around Naruto, Arthur, and Meme. As the mist cleared, they found themselves in an infinite world, empty except for a sky painted in shades of blue, purple, and pink. This is the sphere void. You can train, live, and do whatever you want here, Kurama explained. This place is amazing, Naruto said. Indeed. You can train here while remaining outside of it. The longer you train, the stronger you become, Kurama added. How does that work? Naruto asked. With your shadow clones. When you create them, you assign them tasks. They can train while you explore the surface world. Give it a try, Kurama suggested. Naruto raised his hands and shouted, Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Several clones appeared, all looking at him expectantly. There will be 3 groups. One will practice the water ball, the second will focus on water armor control, and the third will work on physical strength and swordsmanship. Naruto commanded. The clones divided into their respective groups and began training. Okay, how do I get out? Naruto inquired. Just imagine yourself back in the real world, Arthur replied. Naruto nodded, closed his eyes, and envisioned their hideout. When he opened his eyes, he saw Meme and Arthur waiting for him. Hey guys. How was it? Meme asked. It was good, Naruto replied. Now that that's settled, should we head back? Arthur suggested. I think that's a good idea, Naruto agreed. Naruto, Meme, and Arthur returned to their rooms to pack their belongings. Once they were ready, they gathered in the middle of the place. Are you all set? Arthur asked. Yup, Naruto and Meme replied. Arthur raised his hands and said, Portal, and a portal appeared before them. As Naruto reached for his bag full of books, Arthur interjected, I'll be nice for once and take care of this. With a flick of his finger, the bag floated into the air, surrounded by a shimmer of blue pixie dust. Naruto's jaw dropped in disbelief. You could have done that from the start? Yes, but I was being mean, Arthur replied. No, you were just being lazy, Naruto countered. Before Arthur could respond, Meme stepped between them. Enough bickering, let's go already. Arthur and Naruto exchanged one last glare before looking away. Arthur gestured for Meme to go first as they approached the portal. She stepped through, followed by Naruto and finally Arthur. Upon stepping through the portal, Arthur was met with a crowd of people in their home. 3 Jinchurikis, kages from each village, and the members of Konoha were present. Alright, you all have 5 seconds to tell me why I shouldn't attack you right now, Arthur said. We know it looks bad, but we have our reasons, A replied. Oh really? What are they? Arthur challenged. We came to ask for your assistance, Raza explained. Assistance with what? Naruto asked. While you've been gone, we held a meeting, and the Akatsuki declared war against all nations, Ishikawa added. Flashback to 5 months ago. All the kages from each nation gathered for another meeting to address pressing issues. They sat in their seats while their bodyguards stood behind them. Minato, what do you want now? A asked. I want to form an alliance with all of you again, Minato replied. Nope, Raza said. Absolutely not, Ishikawa added. Are you out of your mind? Mei questioned. The same answer still stands, A reiterated. I understand. Then the meeting is adjourned, Minato concluded. The kages anticipated a confrontation, ready to defend themselves or challenge Minato. However, he surprised them by accepting defeat, which was uncharacteristic of him. "Wait," Raza said, looking at Minato with confusion. "Why do you want to form an alliance with us?" Raza inquired. "I want to form an alliance because I don't want my people to suffer any longer," Minato explained. "I initially didn't plan this meeting because I already knew your responses. In the past, I treated Naruto poorly since he was a child and allowed the village to do the same. Now that he's out there on his own, seeing him again brought me to tears, though I held them back because I knew what I had to face. Witnessing how mature and strong he has become surprisingly filled me with joy. A year ago, I learned that Kushina went to see Naruto to build a bond with him. When she arrived, he was nowhere to be found. She stayed and discovered an old book filled with his thoughts since he was 2 years old. I had no idea he could read, let alone write. Many pages were filled with sadness, reflecting on how we treated him. But as I continued reading, the tone shifted to happier memories with Harana, Kurama, and Arthur. There was also a book of pictures with them. Reading his journal made me reflect on my actions and filled me with regret. I want to apologize and bring him back to the village, but he might refuse. Please don't let my words sway your decision. If you don't want to form an alliance, that's your choice. I just needed to express this for so long." As Minato spoke, a tear fell from his eye. Raza, Mei, Ishikawa, and A exchanged glances and smiled. "We can become allies again," Raza said, causing Minato's eyes to widen in surprise. "What?" he asked. "Hearing you express your emotions shows that you finally understand your past actions. There's no reason to make you suffer more than you already have," A stated. "Agreed," Raza added. "Same here," Ishikawa chimed in. They all turned to Mei, awaiting her response. "We can become allies again, but if your words are insincere, I will not hesitate to act against you, and I will not attend any future meetings," Mei warned. Minato met her gaze and replied, "I understand." "Good," Mei said. Everything seemed to be going well until someone crashed through the roof and landed on the table. Everyone was startled to see Tobi from the Akatsuki standing before them. The guards immediately went on high alert, but the kages remained seated. "Wow, you all are getting defensive when I haven't done anything yet," Tobi remarked. "You barging in on an important meeting is reason enough for me to take action," Gemma retorted. "Trust me, kid, you wouldn't stand a chance against me," Tobi replied. Genma clenched his teeth, ready to attack, but Minato raised his hand to signal him to stay back. "State your purpose for being here, or we won't hesitate to act," Raza demanded. "Fine, I just came to say it's good that you all have finally united," Tobi said. "Why is that?" A asked. "Because you will need it," Tobi replied. "Explain," Ishikawa urged. "We have been working on our plan for a while now, and it's time to inform you all of what's coming," Tobi said. "What plan?" A questioned. "We have gathered 5-tailed beasts, the 6, 7, 3, 5, 2, and 4. That leaves the 9, 1, and 8. Once we have them all, we will proceed to our next step. Using the power of the 10 tails, Tobi declared. "The 10 tails?" Gar exclaimed. "Yes, but before we can do that, we need to reach step 6, Tobi continued. "What is your 6th step?" Minato asked. "To inform you of the great news. 7 months from today, we will go to war. All of you against us 3 Madara, Tobi, and Itachi." Tobi shouted. 3? I thought there were only 2 of you left, Mei said. "I've given you enough information. It's time for me to leave. Enjoy yourselves." Tobi yelled as he turned to exit, but was blocked by a wall of sand. Raza glanced at Gaara, puzzled. "What are you doing?" "I want to ask him a question," Gaara replied. What is it?" Tobi asked. "Why are you doing this?" Gaara inquired. "Because they're evil," C stated. "No, everyone has their reasons and I want to know theirs," Gaara insisted. The kages turned their attention to Tobi, awaiting his response. "We are doing this because of society. People are constantly judged for their actions and identities. You want to maintain this world, but we aim to create a new one, a place where we rule and everyone is treated equally, without judgment, Toby explained. If that's the case, why not pursue it peacefully? Raza asked. Did you really just ask me that? You ordered your son to choke the fourth Hokage nearly to death. The rest of you attacked and fought against Konoha. His wife was begging for you to stop, but you ignored her. You displayed violence because you believed it was justified, while claiming to seek peace. So don't judge others for their choices when you've acted similarly, Toby replied. With that, he leaped through the hole in the roof and vanished from sight. Naruto, Arthur, and Meme were left in shock. A war, Meme stammered. Yes. If you don't mind me asking, who is she? I inquired. Her name is Meme, and she is a friend of ours, but that's not the point right now. The point is, we are about to enter a war in the next 2 months, Naruto said. That is why we came here to ask you for a favor, but it is not just from us, Ishikawa added. Naruto raised an eyebrow in confusion. All the kages moved aside to reveal Minato and Kushina. Naruto's expression tightened as he looked at Raza, silently questioning, "Are you serious?" Raza nodded, confirming he was not joking. Naruto, I know I have made many mistakes, terrible ones that I can't even count. I understand that you grew up alone, without your family or the support of friends. The only ones you had were them. I am not fit to be your father, and I don't need anyone to tell me that because I already know. It's sad that it took me all these years to realize it. You may not see me as your father anymore, nor as family, but please, fight alongside us. Forget about helping us, don't fight for us. Fight for the rest of the villages. And if you want, after the war, we can part ways as we did before, Minato said sincerely. He knew he might never receive forgiveness, but he felt it was important to own up to his mistakes. Naruto was taken aback by Minato's words. He never expected to hear such things from him. This was the first time he had seen his father like this. Usually, he was harsh and unkind, but now there was a softness that surprised Naruto. Unsure of how to respond, he finally said, I will fight alongside you in this battle. For the next 2 months, I will train here while you prepare for the war. I may not have experience in a fight like this, but that doesn't mean I shouldn't try. I have only been in 2 fights before, one left me hurt and the other didn't. If I make mistakes during this battle, please let me know so I can learn from them, he said with a small smile. Then it's settled. We need to head back to our villages, Raza declared as he turned to leave the building, followed by Mei, Ishikawa, Minato, Kushina, and their bodyguards. Now, Naruto, Meme, and Arthur were left alone in the house. Naruto sighed and turned to see an upset girl and a serious-looking blue man. What's wrong? He asked. It's nothing, Arthur replied, walking away toward the library. What's up with him? Naruto wondered. Did you forget already? Kurama chimed in from the mindscape. Forget what? Naruto asked. He has lived long enough to witness many people die. Hearing the word, war, must have brought back some painful memories, Kurama explained. Naruto looked toward the door where Arthur had gone and started to walk after him. He noticed Meme following and stopped to face her. What? She asked. It's best if you stay here with Kurama, Naruto suggested. Why? Meme questioned. Because this is a situation you shouldn't be involved in. Plus, you missed 3 days of training, so why not focus on that while I go, he replied, turning to leave. Meme crossed her arms and made a frustrated noise. Kurama felt a sweat drop from his forehead. This is going to be stressful, he thought. Naruto walked through the tunnels and soon reached the library entrance. He pushed the door open to find Arthur putting books back on the shelf. Naruto approached him, grabbed a book, and placed it on the shelf. They continued this for a few minutes until the little boy finally spoke. What's on your mind? Arthur asked. He hesitated before responding, many things. Do you want to talk about it? Naruto inquired. Most of them are things you don't need to know, but there is one thing I want to discuss, Arthur replied. What is it? Naruto pressed. It's best to talk about it after we finish putting these books away, Arthur suggested, reaching for another book. Naruto turned away and resumed shelving the books. After half an hour, they sat across from each other at a table. Arthur floated at one end, looking down, while Naruto sat on the other side, hands intertwined and gazing at the ground. As the silence stretched, Naruto grew increasingly anxious. He was not known for his patience. What is it about? He thought repeatedly. Finally, Arthur broke the silence. Naruto. Naruto looked up. I think it would be best for you to forgive your parents, friends, siblings, and the whole village and reconnect with them, Arthur said. Naruto was shocked and irritated by this suggestion. May I ask why? He replied, his tone revealing his displeasure. I think it's important to give them a second chance, Arthur responded. Why should I? They have done so many unforgivable things to me. You've seen me cry from nightmares about them hurting me. The past events should show you that I want nothing to do with them because of the trauma they caused. So why should I? Naruto challenged. Another silence fell as Arthur sighed. In my past, I met a boy just like you. He lived in an abusive home, and his friends discriminated against him. One day, he ran away and found another user with the water dragon. He gained power and began training. Eventually, his family sought his forgiveness, but he refused. They tried to convince him, but his answer remained the same. Years passed, and as his time drew near, he found a strong girl willing to take on his power. Before he transferred it, he wanted to see his family one last time. Not only did he go to see them, but he also chose to forgive them. He realized it was time to let go of his grudge, and the last thing he wanted before he passed was to find peace. He walked to the front door of his old house and knocked, only to be greeted by another family. He asked them if they knew where his family was, and they told him they had all passed away. Hearing those words struck him deeply. His entire purpose for coming was to resolve things with them, and now he had lost that chance. Instead of leaving without closure, he was left with unresolved feelings. All I'm trying to say is, it would be best if you gave them a second chance and united with them before it is too late, Arthur said as he turned and walked out of the room, leaving Naruto behind. Naruto pondered Arthur's words, feeling their weight. It was profound, but he was uncertain about the decision he should make. He got up and went to his room to sleep. The next morning, Naruto awoke with Arthur's advice echoing in his mind. You should give them a second chance before it is too late. He was still torn about whether to reach out. Part of him wanted to live his life without them, while another part was curious if they had truly changed. Kurama noticed Naruto's deep contemplation and asked, "What's on your mind?" Naruto paused and looked at Kurama, who was sitting at the foot of the bed. I'm just thinking about what we talked about last night, Naruto replied. What was it about? Kurama inquired. Arthur suggested I give them a second chance, Naruto explained. Kurama mused, glancing away. What do you think I should do? Naruto asked. I think you should trust your instincts. Knowing you, you might never see them again. But there are pros and cons to this decision. The pros are that you can reconnect, understand each other, and replace those bad memories with good ones. The cons are that they might not be truthful, which I suspect, Kurama replied. How can you tell? Naruto asked. I could sense it in his voice. It was shaky, almost as if he was facing something he feared. No one sounds like that unless they are hiding something, Kurama explained. So, in that case, there really aren't any cons, Naruto said. Actually, there is one, Kurama countered. Naruto looked at Kurama, puzzled. What do you mean? He asked. The con is the regret. Regretting not forgiving them, Kurama replied. So you think the same way as Arthur? Great, Naruto said. I'm not saying you should forgive them. I'm just laying out the options. The choice is yours, Kurama said. Naruto looked down at his hands and felt something brush against his fingers. He glanced up to see Kurama nudging his head against Naruto's hand. Don't overthink it. Focus on what matters right now, preparing for the biggest fight of your life, Kurama advised. You're right, Naruto replied, getting up from his bed and walking toward the door. Kurama moved ahead of him and made his way to the living area while Naruto lingered in the doorway. Should I forgive them? For the past month and a half, he had been training non-stop. Half of that time was spent with Mizuchi, where he gained better control over the water dragon. The other half was with Kurama. Throughout this PRD, Naruto sent many shadow clones into the void sphere to work on various tasks. One group focused on jutsus, while another practiced powerful moves with the water dragon. Kurama and Arthur observed Naruto's advancements, feeling a sense of pride. Kurama corrected some of Naruto's mistakes while Arthur watched, knowing he could only assist from the sidelines. Despite wanting to help Naruto more directly, his role was limited to being a supportive presence. Arthur did, however, assist Meme in her training, teaching her basic skills like reading and writing. As a result, Meme began to grow more as a person, seeing Arthur as a father figure and Naruto as a big brother. The villages were preparing for the impending battle. The hidden sand village readied all of their shinobi, and the same was true for the other 4 villages. The leaf village also prepared its ninjas, knowing they needed all the help they could get. Amidst the preparations, Kushina couldn't shake her thoughts of Naruto. She missed him deeply and felt a wave of guilt wash over her. It frustrated her that it took so long to realize the impact of her actions. Minato noticed her distress and approached her. Kushina, we shouldn't dwell on it anymore. We apologized and he hasn't responded either way, he said gently. That's the problem. He hasn't said anything since the apology, and it's making me anxious, Kushina replied. We've done so much to him. If I were in his shoes, I wouldn't accept my apology either. But now, we must focus on the war ahead. We never wanted our children to be involved in this fight, but it's happening. Let's concentrate on that for now, Minato said, holding her hand. Kushina struggled with the idea that Naruto might refuse their apology, but deep down she knew he was right. She sighed and nodded. But I need to go now, Minato said, releasing her hand and moving toward the door. Kushina stood to follow him, but Minato turned back, stopping her in her tracks. You're not going, he stated firmly. Kushina was taken aback. What? No, absolutely not. You are not going without me. I am your wife, the Lady Hokage, and it is my duty to fight for my family and this village. I am coming with you, she insisted, trying to pass him, but he stood his ground. As she attempted to get past him, tears began to stream down her face. I am coming. Kushina was interrupted when Minato gently pressed his lips to hers. She closed her eyes and wrapped her arms around his neck as he embraced her waist. After a moment, they slowly parted. I know this is hard for you, but you need to stay here and manage the village while I'm gone, Minato said, his own tears beginning to fall. Kushina felt overwhelmed, grappling with the reality that her children were going to fight in the war, and now her husband was leaving without her. She wanted to be there to support him, to help protect the ninjas, not to be stuck in an office signing papers while her family fought for their lives. She lowered her head, shaking it in denial. Kushina, please, look at me, Minato urged, lifting her chin with his fingers so she would meet his gaze. I will return, along with the kids. I promise, he said, tears rolling down his cheeks. No. Don't make promises you can't keep, Kushina replied, her voice trembling. Who said I was? Minato asked with a small smile. I will be back. He gently released her and stepped away. Kushina fell to her knees, tears flowing freely. Please stay safe. Naruto was preparing to leave, packing his belongings and his void sphere into his bag. Once he finished, he walked out of his room and headed to the front door, where he was greeted by a small figure. Stay safe, Meme exclaimed, tears streaming down her face. Naruto smiled and ruffled her hair. Don't worry, I will, he reassured her. He glanced up at Arthur, who stood with his arms crossed. Are you ready? Arthur asked. I am, Naruto replied, giving Meme one last hug. Alright, let's go, Arthur said, opening the door for Naruto. As Naruto walked past him, he turned back with a smile. Arthur smiled in return, touched by the small girl running toward Naruto with something in her hand. Wait! Meme shouted. I have something for you, she said, approaching him. Naruto looked down as she unfolded a decorated rubber band. I made this for you. Since your hair has grown longer, you'll need it when you fight, Meme said with a bright smile. Naruto accepted the rubber band and tied it in his hair. Thanks, he said, earning another smile from her. As he turned to leave, the house gradually faded from view, replaced by a sea of trees. Naruto focused on what lay ahead, the war that was about to unfold. After walking several miles, he finally reached the designated meeting area. Tents were being set up, campfires crackled, and some were training with one another. As he wandered through the camp, he spotted the last people he wanted to see, the Konohas. Ugh, why is my luck so bad? Naruto thought. Nothing new, Kurama replied. Just then he heard someone calling his name. It was Sasuke. Startled, Naruto walked over to the group, his expression clearly showing his reluctance to be there. Are you ready to fight? Neji asked. I guess you can say that. Naruto replied. Well, what have you been doing for the past few months? Or years? Kyumi asked. Training, Naruto replied. That's it? Just training? Did you know this was coming or something? Kiba inquired. No, I trained because the Akatsuki were after me. I had a feeling something was going to happen, but I didn't know when. If you don't like my answer, then too bad, Naruto said. Kiba wanted to retort but decided to let it go. Dad told me what happened 2 months ago. Naruto added. Everyone turned their attention to Naruto. What happened? Sakura asked. They apologized to him and asked him to fight with us. He even went as far as to see if they could start a bond together, Menma replied as he approached from behind Naruto. Instantly, Naruto put his guard up and turned to face him. You can relax, I'm not going to do anything to you. Mom and Dad told us to start being nice because there might be a chance we could get you back into the village. I don't know what you told our parents, but don't expect me to be friendly, Menma said as he stepped closer. So what you're saying is, you accept him as a person? A voice chimed in, surprising everyone. They looked to see Naruto's stomach glow briefly before dimming. Confused, they watched as a fox with 9 tails leaped onto his shoulders. So you are the 9 tails? Shikamaru asked. Yes, I am. Now back to you. Are you going to answer my question, or are you just going to stand there? Kurama asked. Menma cleared his throat and looked away. Yes, I have accepted him as a person, but I will try to be nice to him, Menma replied. What he means is that we are sorry, Ino said. We want to apologize for what we have done to you. Those actions were unforgettable, and we do not expect you to forgive us. We just want you to know we are sorry, Sakura added. Naruto was taken aback by their apologies. He never expected them to express regret, especially Menma. He composed himself and replied, I will accept your apology, but I do not trust you. That is something you will have to earn. Turning to Menma, he continued, I know you well enough to see that you don't truly feel sorry, and I understand the terms you've set for yourself. If you're not genuinely remorseful, please let me know now so I can distance myself from you. Menma was at a loss for words. For once, he didn't know how he felt. Part of him wanted to apologize, while another part hesitated. After a moment he finally spoke. I will let you know later, he said and walked away. Naruto wasn't surprised by his response. He had known Menma long enough to recognize that this was the first time he was uncertain about his feelings. Shrugging it off, Naruto turned back to the others. They were about to speak again when one of Ishikawa's men approached him, saying the kages wanted to speak with him. Naruto reached the tent where he saw all the kages gathered around a table. Approaching them with a puzzled expression, he asked, I know you're calling me for a reason, but what's going on? Ishikawa replied, There has been a change of plans. What kind of change? Naruto asked. We don't want you on the battlefield. We want you in the back with my brother and Gaara, Ace said. Naruto looked at everyone with a confused expression. You have to be kidding me, right? When silence filled the room, he understood. Minato, is this your doing? I appreciate that you've realized your past mistakes, but you don't need to protect me. I can handle myself, Naruto asserted. It's not just about you. You, along with my son and his little brother, are in serious danger. Having you all here puts us at risk. More importantly, if you're on the front lines, it increases the chances of them capturing your tailed beasts, Raza explained. Which could eventually lead to the 10-tailed beast, Mei added. We're doing this for your own good, Ace stated. Naruto wanted to fight on the front lines, but he knew there were too many variables that could go wrong. With the knowledge they had now, and Naruto's changes, everything was different. You really want to fight, Kurama observed. Naruto didn't respond but simply hummed in agreement. Oh, wait. I think he wasn't agreeing with us, interrupted Ishikawa. All the Hokages turned to Naruto, noticing his blank stare. What do you think is happening? Mei asked. He's communicating with the Nine Tails. Jinchuriki often zone out when they converse with their tailed beasts, Raza replied. After a while, Naruto finally emerged from his mindscape to find everyone staring at him. You're finally awake? Kiba asked, only to receive a light hit on the back of his head from Sakura. Naruto chuckled softly as Kurama appeared and landed on the table. Hello, Nine Tails, Raza greeted. Hello, Raza. We've made our decision. I will stay back while Naruto fights on the front lines, Kurama announced. That doesn't make this any better. Not only will he be significantly weaker, but they could use Naruto as bait to draw you out, Minato argued. I understand you don't agree with our decision, but it's our only chance. Madara will likely be on the front lines, giving you an advantage in your confrontation with him, Kurama explained. Additionally, they have two other allies. They can maneuver while our focus is on Madara. You think they'll use me as bait, but they might use Madara as bait too, Naruto and Kurama said in unison. You have a point, Neji acknowledged. I agree, Sasuke added. In that case, it wouldn't matter whether they're isolated or not. They could be captured regardless, Kyumi noted. Exactly, which is why I believe it's best for Naruto to be out there while I stay back with the others, Kurama stated. Including what they have on their side, Naruto added. What do they have? Mei inquired. They possess a special ring, powerful enough to extract all the chakra from Jinchuriki, Kurama replied. What are the consequences? A asked. They could lose their lives because the tailed beast resides within them. They're not capturing them for no reason, they intend to draw out all of their chakra, including the users. Once they have all the tailed beasts' chakra, they can wield the power of the 10 tails and reflect attacks back, Kurama explained. So that's why you want to hold back while Naruto is in the front. You don't want him to perish, Kiba said. Everyone fell silent, waiting for Kurama's response. That is correct. He is only 11 years old, and I don't want him to lose his life at such a young age. I want him to grow up, have a family, and enjoy a better life than he has now. I want him to experience life, not have it taken away, Kurama said. Some were shocked, while others weren't. They couldn't believe that the tailed beast had such a compassionate side. They had always thought of him as a force of destruction, but in reality, he was a good being. Yet one person remained skeptical. Naruto, how do you know all of this? Neji asked. Everyone looked at Neji in confusion. What do you mean? Hinata asked. First, he knew about the Akatsuki. Then, he disappears for 2 years, claiming he was training for his protection against them if they came after him next. I mean, come on, disappearing for 2 years and then coming back just as we're discussing a war? Now we're hearing about the ring and its abilities. Isn't anyone else suspicious? Neji pressed. I can't help but agree, but for a different reason. When we informed you about the war, Naruto and Arthur didn't seem surprised like Mei did, Mei said. Now that you mention it, we never told you about them targeting the other Jinchuriki until after you returned. How did you know their next move would be to kidnap the Jinchuriki? Sasuke questioned. And the ring you mentioned is the same one Kushina wore all the time. It was a gift from her when we were kids, and she promised never to take it off. Now it's missing, and you disappear the day after, Minato added. The others looked at Naruto and Kushina with suspicion. Ishikawa approached Naruto and asked, Naruto, are you the reason we're in this mess? Naruto was at a loss for words. He wanted to respond but didn't know how. Kurama noticed and began to speak, but Ishikawa cut him off. I don't want to hear it from you. Every time we face a serious situation that affects Naruto, you've always said something to ease the tension. I want Naruto to answer during this critical moment, not you. There was nowhere for Naruto to escape now. He felt cornered, waiting for an opportunity to leave, but there was none. Look at you now. All quiet. You have nothing to say because you know you're in the wrong. You can't even answer a simple yes or no because there's no way out of this. Just when I thought maybe I could change for you, you've given us all a reason not to trust you. Menma exclaimed. Trust? You're really bringing up trust. You are the one to talk. Ever since we were kids, I have always trusted you because you were my big brother. Whenever I needed help, you and the others would turn away and let the dangers come to me. I put my faith in all of you, and you never helped me. Minato banished me from the village and left me all alone. I had no one there for me. Nowhere to hide, nowhere to run. I spent countless sleepless nights, terrified that something would attack me or haunted by nightmares of all of you hurting me. Even now, I still struggle with those fears. Days turned into weeks after my banishment until I met Toby. He was kind to me, fed me, helped me, and even taught me some things. But then I saw his true colors when he placed a curse on me to retrieve a ring for him. The longer I stayed there, the more aggressive you all became. When I returned and handed it over to him, I overheard their entire plan one night. I was too scared to tell anyone because I feared for my life. Then you all approached me about the attack on your village. I didn't want to be involved, I didn't even want to know about it. But it just happened. My original plan was to stay out of the way and let the fights unfold. But it was clear that wasn't going to work out in my favor. After Menma's scolding, he finally spoke up. Many were shocked by everything he revealed, except for Raza. It's normal for a child to seek help from someone they trust. Once they find that person, they're willing to do anything for them. At least he realized the truth and got out of there quickly. I'm sorry. I am truly sorry this all happened. I know this apology won't change anything, but it's the least I can do. To show you all that I'm genuinely sorry, I will fight on the front lines. With or without Kurama, Naruto said. Minato stepped away from the table and approached Naruto. Expecting a reprimand, Naruto closed his eyes, bracing for impact. Instead, he felt a hug. Confused, he opened his eyes. I forgive you, Minato said as he pulled away. Why? Naruto asked. Because you were led down that path, and you weren't the only one responsible. Even though you shared information, we all played a part, Naruto replied. If I were in your position, I would have done the same, Ino said. Same here, Shikamaru added. Naruto couldn't believe it. They all forgave him just like that. He expected them to take back their apologies and possibly retaliate, but they didn't. Now that the truth is out, we can start fresh. Naruto, Kurama, do you have any more information on them? Raza asked. We do, actually. The last three are Toby, Madara, and Itachi, Kurama replied. The Uchiha twins weren't surprised by this revelation. They already knew their brothers were part of an evil group, but they hadn't realized it was them. Leave Itachi to us, Sasuke said. Why? Minato asked. Because we still have some unfinished business to settle, Kyumi replied. Naruto understood what they meant, as did Kurama. Naruto knew he couldn't let that happen. Sasuke, Kyumi, I think it would be better if you talked it out instead of fighting, Naruto suggested. What? Kyumi asked. You heard him, Kurama replied. Why should we? After what he did, Sasuke questioned. It's not my place to say, but I think you should listen to him instead of jumping to conclusions, Naruto said. Sasuke and Kyumi exchanged glances and sighed. We'll see. Okay, now that everything is settled, we need to come up with a new plan since all of ours are flawed, Raza said. The ninjas and kages nodded in agreement and began discussing their strategy. After all their planning, everyone went their separate ways to sleep. The siblings shared a tent while the others slept alone. Among them, Naruto remained awake. Quietly, he slipped out of his tent and made his way to an open area with his katana and a void sphere. He retrieved a void sphere from his bag, infused it with his blood, and entered. Creating shadow clones, they all began to train together. Naruto exited the sphere and started his training routine. He approached a nearby tree, hung a wooden bucket, and took out 2 kunai to practice his strikes. 8 hours later, morning arrived, and the villagers of Konoha, along with the other kages and ninjas, were awakened by the sound of something hitting something else. They followed the noise and discovered Naruto jumping around, attacking the bucket. Minato, the kages, and the villagers were astonished by his agility. They approached quietly to observe him up close. He is so fast, Minato thought as he watched Naruto leap into the air, slashing the bucket multiple times with his kunai. After a final powerful strike that shattered the bucket, Naruto landed gracefully and wiped the sweat from his brow. Kurama jumped down from the trees, landing beside the remnants of the bucket. Okay, kid, that was the last one. For real this time, Kurama said. Naruto nodded, collapsing onto the ground to catch his breath. Turning around, he noticed the villagers and kages standing behind him. Reflexively, he threw a kunai backward, nearly hitting. Could you all stop sneaking up on me? Naruto exclaimed. I apologize, A replied, tossing the kunai back. How long have you been up? Choji asked. He's been up for almost 8 hours. I only woke up 2 hours ago, Kurama answered. So instead of sleeping, you trained? Shikamaru inquired. Is that even a question? Naruto shot back. You should take better care of yourself, Naruto suggested. I've been on my own since I was 3. I can manage, Naruto replied. Look, we know we've done terrible things to you and we've apologized. Can you stop reminding us we're awful people? Sakura asked. My sister made a suggestion, and I was just stating facts. If I could do it then, I can do it now. I'm not rubbing it in, you're just interpreting it that way, Naruto responded. I don't see the point in arguing right now, Minato interjected. You're right, which is why I'm going back to my tent, Naruto said, walking away. The kages, villagers, and Kurama stood in silence after Naruto left. I think this is my cue to leave, Kurama said, but Minato stopped him. What is it? Kurama looked back, puzzled. The last time we saw him, he was a kind-hearted person with his guard up, but now he seems so cold. What happened after he left the village? Minato asked. Kurama sighed and sat down. I won't tell you everything, just a summary. You can ask Naruto yourself or figure it out, Kurama replied. They nodded, waiting for more. When we found Harana, she spoke of him becoming her successor. We agreed, but he had to undergo a significant challenge to achieve that. It was difficult for him, but it changed his life forever. He may seem cold now, but he matured and accepted both the rewards and the burdens, Kurama explained before heading to the tent where Naruto was resting. Burden? Minato pondered. 2 weeks passed as they prepared for the biggest fight of their lives. The villagers trained with the other ninjas, while the kages and Kurama devised various strategies for the battle. Meanwhile, Naruto had been in a deep slumber for a week, conversing with Mizuchi and Axelia, who offered him advice on how to handle the upcoming situation. Mizuchi also provided tips on his defensive strategies. The following week, Naruto sent shadow clones into the Void Sphere, assigning them tasks for his defensive system. Menma noticed Naruto isolating himself from the group. He had let it slide a few times, but he was curious about what Naruto had been doing. When Naruto entered his tent to retrieve his Void Sphere, he heard someone approaching from behind. I see you've taken my advice, Naruto said. Yeah, whatever, Menma replied, crossing his arms. I can tell you want to talk. Go ahead and sit down, Naruto invited. Without hesitation, Menma sat at the edge of the blanket, and Naruto turned to face him. What have you been doing for the past week? You haven't come out of your tent until 3 days ago, Menma asked. I was training, Naruto replied. Stop with the nonsense. There's no way you've been training. I came in here a few times, and you were sleeping, Menma said. Naruto sighed and reached for the Void Sphere, placing it on the ground between them. What does this ball have to do with anything? Menma asked. It has everything to do with it. This is a Void Sphere. It allows me to train privately without interruptions. Instead of going in myself, I summon multiple shadow clones and assign them tasks. While I walk around, I grow stronger from their training, Naruto explained. That's actually cool, Menma admitted. Thanks, Naruto replied. But if you can do that, why still train? Menma asked. I train to keep my skills sharp and to clear my mind, Naruto answered. Clear your mind from what? Menma pressed. The nightmares, Naruto replied. With that, Menma understood what he meant. Hey, remember when you told me to let you know when I wanted you around? Menma asked. Yeah, Naruto replied. I want to say, I'm sorry too. It may not seem like it, but it's true. I also don't want you to leave me alone. I want to spend time with you and get to know you, Menma said. Naruto was taken aback by Menma's words. He thought Menma wouldn't want him around, but hearing that gave him hope. Naruto smiled and said, "Okay." Menma got up and walked out of the tent while waving back. The kages gathered all the ninjas and explained the plan. They would travel to a deserted, rocky area. A's group would take the front line, followed by Mei's group, then Ishikawa's, and Raza's group would be in the back. Minato would stay behind to watch over the Jinchurikis and Kurama. The Konoha ninjas would remain with Minato while Naruto joined Mei's group on the front lines. Before they parted ways, Naruto said his goodbyes to Kurama, who reminded Naruto to stay safe. They arrived at the valley and waited for Madara's arrival. As time passed with no sign of him, suspicion grew. Naruto scanned the area with the kages when he heard something approaching. He raised his hands and created a water force field in front of them. Suddenly, a massive fireball hurtled toward them but was halted by the force field. Naruto dispelled the shield. "Nice," A commented. "It's not over yet. It seems they're attacking from a distance. We need to stay alert," Naruto warned. As they continued to watch, a loud noise echoed from the distance. They turned to see Madara landing before them. As he began to walk forward, the shinobis in the front lines, except for A and Naruto, also advanced. Their pace quickened, and the tension in the air grew. When they met Madara, they stood little chance. With each movement, Madara overwhelmed them. Soon he launched another fireball toward the group. Gaara quickly summoned his sand to create a large wall that blocked the attack. When Gaara lowered the wall, they saw Madara charging toward them. Naruto prepared to counter when Temari leaped into the air, using her fan to push Madara back. He rolled on the ground, then stood up, brushing off non-existent dust from his shoulders. Naruto sensed the trouble ahead. The ease with which Madara had taken out the first row of the front line heightened his determination. He knew this fight would be challenging and he wouldn't let his guard down. Minato's group had been waiting for a while. After hours passed with no news, Minato said, "They are probably fighting all three of them." "Well, that isn't fair," Menma complained. "If I were you, I wouldn't be whining," a ninja replied. "Why not?" Menma asked. "Because they're in greater danger than we are. You should be grateful you don't have to fight them now," the ninja responded. Before they could say more, something landed in front of them. Itachi and Obito stood before them, and everyone took a fighting stance, ready for an attack. "Whoa, what's with the hostility? We just want to talk," Tobi said, raising his hands. "What is there to talk about? We already know your purpose here." "We don't need to waste our breath," Minato replied. "I guess you don't want to negotiate?" Obito shrugged, then charged at the group while Itachi remained back. They braced for an attack when Obito suddenly vanished. Everyone looked around only to spot him charging from above. Kakashi jumped in front of Minato, blocking the blow. After landing, Obito prepared to fight them all. Minutes into the battle, Obito charged at Minato, but Kakashi leaped in front of him, using his Chidori to push Obito back with a surge of lightning. Obito skidded to a stop next to Itachi, slowly rising as his mask fell away. Kakashi and Minato were stunned to see Obito Uchiha's face. Obito grinned mischievously, his anger palpable. "Kakashi, you broke your promise. Now I will break ours. It's time for us to..." Obito activated his Izanagi, transporting them to another location. Once they disappeared, Itachi remained, and Sasuke and Kyumi stepped forward, saying in unison, "We can take it from here. We still have some unfinished business." While the shinobis were focused on taking down Madara, Naruto and the kages stayed back, unwilling to watch their comrades fall. A couldn't bear to remain idle as his men fought valiantly. Together, Naruto and the others charged into the battlefield to provide much-needed support. "They are coming," Madara thought, scanning the chaos around him. Naruto darted around, blocking incoming attacks aimed at the shinobis. Madara maneuvered through the crowd, inching closer to the kages. Soon, he locked eyes with A, who found himself frozen in place. "Dang it!" A thought in frustration. Madara quickly seized an explosive kunai, removed the paper, and pressed it against A's chest. Moments later, a powerful explosion erupted. Everyone halted, watching as the smoke began to clear. Naruto, stop trying to protect everyone and come fight me like a real man. Madara taunted. As the smoke dissipated, A and Naruto stood firm, with a water sphere hovering in the air. I had managed to grab the paper just in time and placed it into the water sphere, mitigating some of the blast. Naruto rose from A's side and approached Madara, who began to grin as he advanced as well. They both charged at each other, resulting in a fierce clash that sent shockwaves through the battlefield. Naruto drew his kunai, engaging Madara in a flurry of strikes. The two battled intensely for several minutes until Madara leaped into the air and unleashed a fireball jutsu. Naruto skillfully dodged the attack and noticed a body of water nearby. He manipulated the water and hurled it at Madara, who effortlessly sliced it in half. But when he turned to find Naruto, he discovered he was no longer there. Suddenly, a kick landed squarely on Madara's face, sending him reeling. As he fell, he activated his Susan to catch himself and quickly formed a hand sign, activating his Rinnegan. Naruto, anticipating an attack, was puzzled when nothing happened. He looked up to see a massive sphere descending from above, aimed not at him, but at his allies. Gaara used his sand to hold the sphere aloft, with Raza assisting him. "What are you doing here?" Raza asked. "I'm just a shadow clone, don't worry," Gaara replied calmly. Naruto remained composed as another sphere began to fall. Madara's grin widened, and concern spread among the others. Naruto scanned the battlefield and noticed that all the fallen shinobis had containers of water nearby. Activating his aura, he extracted the water from the canisters, gathering it and redirecting it toward the falling spheres. The others noticed the water and turned to see Naruto harnessing it. In his focus on his allies, Naruto momentarily neglected Madara. Seizing the opportunity, Madara attacked from behind, forcing Naruto forward and causing him to lose control of the water. Regaining his footing, Naruto quickly caught the water and restored it to its place. Sensing another attack from Madara, he summoned multiple shadow clones to distract him. However, it didn't prove effective. More clones joined Naruto to handle the spheres while he faced Madara directly. Turning to his opponent, Naruto activated his armor. Positioning his hands as if holding a sheath, he grasped an invisible object and drew it forth, revealing a glowing katana. He swung it down with tremendous force, but nothing happened, prompting Madara to laugh. "What is a sword swing going to do?" And before he could finish, he felt a powerful impact from his chin down to his leg, sending him crashing into the mountain behind him. Naruto glanced back to check on his allies but was interrupted when Madara appeared right in front of him. Madara raised his hands and delivered a punch that sent Naruto sprawling. Naruto quickly recovered, only to receive another punch that, surprisingly, didn't hurt. He threw a kunai at Madara, who dodged and charged at him. Naruto leaped into the air, launching more kunai, but Madara deflected them all back at him, forcing Naruto to lean back to avoid the projectiles. In a blink, Madara loomed over him, and Naruto felt a crushing blow across his face, sending him crashing down and creating a crater upon impact. A loud bang echoed through the battlefield, drawing everyone's attention. They turned to see Madara holding an unconscious Naruto by the neck. "Let him go!" Mei shouted. "Not unless you give me the remaining 3, Madara replied. "Never!" I yelled defiantly. "Then say goodbye to this guy, but first I need to do this." Madara activated a ring, hovering it ominously over Naruto's head. "Oh no," Ishikawa thought, realizing the gravity of the situation. He sprinted toward them, desperate to intervene. He knew he wouldn't make it in time, but he had to try. As Madara activated the ring, he sensed something was off. Chakra was emanating from the boy below him, but it felt tainted. Just then, a sharp pain pierced Madara's chest. He looked down to see a katana embedded in him. As he fell to the ground, the shadow clone dissipated. Is it really over? Some of the ninjas wondered, unable to believe it could end this way. The atmosphere around Naruto and Madara grew tense. Naruto closed his eyes and, when he opened them again, found himself in a different realm. He stood on a large platform surrounded by water, encircled by a ring of fire. Confused, he searched for Madara and discovered him floating in the air, the sword still lodged in his chest. Madara reached for the weapon and pulled it out, blood spilling forth from the wound. Steam enveloped the injury as it began to heal. Madara descended to the ground, standing several meters away from Naruto. You might be wondering what this place is. Let me give you a quick lesson. This realm was used for battles between dragon users. The type of dragon they wield determines the environment around them. When two dragon users confront each other and accept the challenge, they are transported here. You unknowingly challenged me to this battle, and I accepted. We will not leave until 2 days have passed. Once those 2 days are over, we can finally depart from this place, Madara said with a grin. So, Meme wasn't referring to the dragon user she mentioned. It was him. He is the dragon user. More specifically, the fire dragon user. Naruto and Madara stood facing each other, tension crackling in the air. Naruto was fully armored, while Madara held Naruto's sword in his hand. We shall settle this like the dragon users did, but with a twist. Come, Madara challenged. Naruto charged at Madara, throwing a punch. Madara swung the sword, but Naruto bent backward, balancing on his hands and kicking the weapon from Madara's grasp. In a swift motion, Naruto wrapped his legs around Madara's neck and pulled him down. He scooped up some water from a nearby pond and splashed it at Madara. Madara rolled away, quickly regaining his footing. With a fierce determination, Madara clenched his hands as if crushing something invisible, summoning a large ball of fire that split into 5 smaller orbs. He launched them at Naruto, who skillfully dodged each one and slid toward Madara. In retaliation, Madara slammed his foot down, but Naruto quickly wrapped water around Madara's foot, lifting him into the air. As Madara regained his balance, igniting flames on his feet, he summoned 5 shadow clones that dove toward Naruto. Thinking quickly, Naruto created a water platform beneath him, using it to kick off and soar past the clones, aiming a punch at Madara. Madara ducked and retaliated with a kick that sent Naruto sprawling. Naruto opened his eyes to see the shadow clones nearby, with Madara closing in. He realized his armor had vanished. "Not again," he exclaimed. Rolling to the side, he performed a handstand to regain his footing. Pulling out 2 kunai, he swiftly dispatched the shadow clones. Just as he finished, Madara struck from behind, sending Naruto tumbling. He managed to slow his fall and stand up. Madara smirked, raising his hands to perform hand signs. "Shadow clone jutsu," he declared, summoning numerous clones, some armed with katanas. With a confident grin, Madara commanded, "Reito Appu," igniting all the clones in flames. They charged at Naruto, who quickly surrounded himself with water for protection. As the clones closed in, Naruto seized one of their katanas and, in a fluid motion, dispatched 5 of them in a single strike. He continued his assault, slicing through the remaining clones as he advanced on Madara. "Interesting," Madara mused, noticing Naruto's sword. Both fighters leaped into the air, channeling the elements around them as they clashed, resulting in a massive explosion. Outside the realm, medical ninjas tended to the injured, gathering alongside Itachi and Obito. Kurama intervened, preventing the twins from attacking their older brother by recounting the events of that fateful day. Initially skeptical, the twins were convinced when Itachi placed them in a genjutsu to reveal the truth. Minato stopped Kakashi from attacking Obito, urging him to give another chance. With their resolve strengthened, they were ready to assist if Madara returned. As they reconciled, a sudden earthquake shook the ground. Once it subsided, everyone checked on each other. "What was that?" Minato asked. "It can only mean one thing," Kurama replied. The kages and the others looked at him in confusion. "Naruto and Madara are still fighting," Kurama explained. "How long have they been gone?" Shikamaru inquired. 18 hours, A answered. "So almost a day," Naruto added. "Shouldn't we be fighting him? Why are we just sitting here?" Menma exclaimed. "This isn't a battle we should interfere in, not even I," Kurama responded. "What do you mean?" Choji asked. "They both wield powers unlike any other. Naruto holds a similar strength to Harana, but it's different. All we can do is hope Naruto emerges victorious," Kurama concluded. Madara and Naruto. Naruto continued to battle Madara fiercely. Madara managed to kick Naruto's sword into the air, and they both leaped up to engage in mid-air combat. Madara kicked Naruto down, and as the smoke cleared, he stood with his sword ablaze. Naruto, undeterred, manipulated water and hurled it at Madara, who sliced through it effortlessly, causing an explosion as the water split apart. Naruto quickly got back on his feet and rushed at Madara, throwing water again, but this time, the Madara on the ground transformed into smoke. Turning slowly, Naruto found Madara behind him, battered, his shirt burned away and pants torn. It has officially been a day. It's time to end this, Madara declared, seizing Naruto's katana and charging forward. Naruto stood still as Madara approached, a look of confusion crossing Madara's face. Suddenly, he found himself unable to move. "What did you do to me?" Madara demanded. "You did this to yourself." When someone else holds the sword for more than 10 minutes, they become immobilized, Naruto explained. Realization dawned on Madara as he struggled to release the sword, but it wouldn't budge. Seeing his opportunity, Naruto charged and landed a punch on Madara's face, causing him to drop the sword. As Madara looked up, Naruto was already above him, delivering another powerful punch. Naruto continued to strike Madara relentlessly. In retaliation, Madara conjured flames and hurled them at Naruto, who leaped into the air. As he tumbled, the fire followed him. Reacting quickly, Naruto threw water at the flames, extinguishing them just in time. As he descended, he spotted 5 shadow clones of Madara waiting below. Naruto was about to call for his sword when he felt chains wrapping around his body, halting his fall. He glanced to the one area he hadn't yet looked and saw Madara grinning. "It was fun playing with you, but it's time for me to end this." With that, Madara snapped his fingers, and the shadow clones unleashed flames toward Naruto. He cried out, overwhelmed by the intense heat. Trapped by the chains, he couldn't move or perform any jutsu. The relentless heat took its toll, and soon he lost consciousness. Madara smirked as he dropped Naruto to the ground, approaching him to inspect the scars left by the chains and the kunai. Naruto looked as if he had been drained of life. "It was nice fighting you." Just as Madara prepared to deliver a final blow with his katana, a sudden explosion erupted from Naruto, sending Madara flying back. He plunged his sword into the ground to steady himself. As the dust settled, a glowing blue object appeared. Moments later, the light dimmed, revealing a yellow-haired boy with glowing blue eyes. Madara intended to attack but was caught off guard when Naruto stood right in front of him. With a swift flick of his finger against Madara's forehead, he sent him hurtling away. As Madara soared through the air, he caught sight of Naruto racing alongside him. In an instant, Naruto vanished, only to reappear and deliver a powerful kick that sent Madara spiraling upward. Naruto leaped into the sky, meeting Madara with a flurry of punches and kicks at incredible speed. He pinned Madara down, who struggled to remain conscious. As he attempted to manipulate the flames around him, Naruto acted first, using the remaining water to extinguish the fire surrounding them. Darkness enveloped the area, leaving Madara in disbelief. "No one has ever done that before," Nuri, the fire dragon, thought. "Is that even possible?" Madara scanned the darkness and spotted a pair of glowing blue eyes. "There he is," he thought, limping toward Naruto. Suddenly, he felt a hand slam him to the ground. Lying there, he looked up to see Naruto's glowing eyes close to his face. "Give up." But Madara refused, launching a fireball toward Naruto, who easily dodged it. Madara knew he wouldn't hit Naruto with that attack. He needed another source. "You may have extinguished my fire and your water, but you haven't completely taken mine," Madara declared, manipulating the flames and sending them toward Naruto. Naruto stood firm, allowing the flames to hit him. The fire illuminated him, revealing a fierce visage that sent shivers down Madara's spine. Naruto's eyes glowed, his hair shimmering with hues of blue and yellow, and he breathed heavily, almost like a dragon. He drew a kunai from his pocket and aimed it at Madara. With a swift motion, he struck down and Madara fell. Naruto walked away, his eyes returning to normal as he found a nearby rock to rest on. "It has been 40 hours. Just 8 more to go." As fatigue set in, he felt a surge of heat. Looking over, he saw Madara glowing red. Rising while clutching his shoulder, Naruto noticed Madara's hair and eyes were now glowing with a fierce intensity. "You really thought you could kill me that easily?" In a dark expanse, Naruto and Madara faced each other. "I knew that wouldn't have killed him. I have no choice but to do it," Naruto thought. He took a deep breath, his eyes glowing blue as he summoned a sword. Madara raised his hand, conjuring a staff adorned with knives. He charged at Naruto with incredible speed, catching him off guard. Naruto barely managed to react as Madara struck him across the face. Regaining his balance, he scanned the area, realizing he couldn't see any red lights. Hearing movement behind him, he jumped to the side just in time to avoid Madara's downward swing. Madara pursued, and Naruto ran, glancing back but seeing nothing. He leaped into the air, launching a water ball at Madara. He wasn't sure if it hit, but he felt the impact as Madara was pushed back and fell to the ground. What was that? He has the ring, Naruto thought, rising to his feet and spotting Madara standing a distance away. "Based on your expression, you know what I have," Madara taunted, his laughter echoing ominously. "Give up. You can't beat me. With this ring and the fire dragon at my side, you can't win. So surrender." He was abruptly cut off as Naruto struck him across the face, sending him flying back for several moments before he came to a stop. Naruto rushed forward, landing a series of punches on Madara. He leaped back, performing a backflip to distance himself. Madara sat up, spitting out a tooth. "Is that all you've got?" he sneered, a mischievous grin on his face. Naruto gripped his sword, holding it like Harana. Madara twirled his staff, ready for a real fight. They charged at each other, clashing with all their might. For the past 7 hours, they had battled fiercely, but Naruto sensed they were nearing the edge of the area, and he was determined to stay and fight. With the state of their battle, it seemed inevitable that a catastrophe would unfold on Earth. As much as Naruto wanted to end it, he couldn't, not with the ring still in Madara's possession. He had been trying to get close enough to the ring, but every time he approached, Madara would either swat him away or retreat. Naruto summoned multiple shadow clones and sent them towards Madara. This distraction gave him a moment to think about how to retrieve the ring. An idea formed in his mind, though he wasn't sure it would work or if he had enough time. Charging into the battlefield alongside his clones, Naruto engaged Madara. Madara managed to eliminate 2 of the clones, but he noticed there were still 4 remaining. Smirking, he raised his staff high and slammed it down, causing the ground to tremble as spikes erupted from below. All the shadow clones leaped into the air, and Madara jumped up with them, extending his staff to strike them down. "That was 3, where's the 4th? Madara wondered, scanning the area for any sign of Naruto. Just then, he felt a sudden weightlessness and realized he couldn't move. Turning around, he was met with a pair of determined blue eyes. Naruto advanced, reaching out toward Madara, but Madara swung his arm, knocking Naruto back. Breaking free from his hold, Madara charged at Naruto, staff in hand, and aimed a strike at him. "It's finally over," Madara declared. "No, it is not," Naruto replied defiantly. Before Madara could react, Naruto, wielding a blue sword, slashed at Madara's arm. Madara cried out in pain, glancing back at Naruto as he quickly crouched down, snatching the ring from Madara's finger and tossing it to the ground. The ring shattered, and the chakra of each tailed beast Madara had captured soared into the sky, disappearing into the ether. "No. My plan is ruined because of you. You will pay," Madara shouted, his body glowing a fierce red. Naruto leaped back, watching as Madara's glow intensified. Suddenly, an explosion erupted around Madara. When Naruto opened his eyes again, he saw Madara radiating red light, staff in hand. Madara twirled it and hurled it into the air. "You destroy my plan. I will take you down along with everyone on Earth," he bellowed, catching his staff and slamming it into the ground. The earth shook as a red dragon materialized behind him. Naruto couldn't believe his eyes. It was Nuri, the fire dragon. Madara looked up at Naruto, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "It's time." A blinding light enveloped them, obscuring their vision. Outside, Everyone began to set up camps near where Naruto and Madara had vanished, keeping a safe distance. As they settled in, a sudden tremor shook the ground. "What is that?" Naruto asked. "It seems like an earthquake," Minato replied. "No, it's more than that," Ino said, pointing toward a glowing sphere of light that was forming. The kages and ninjas watched in awe as the light expanded and then dimmed. When it finally faded, Naruto stood on one side, and Madara appeared on the other, a fire dragon looming behind him. "Naruto!" Kakashi called out. "What is that?" a ninja asked, bewildered. "I don't know," came the reply. Madara picked up his staff from the ground and laughed maniacally. "Isn't this wonderful, Naruto? Not only do I get to defeat you, but your family and friends will witness your downfall." "I won't let you do that," Naruto declared, determination shining in his eyes. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. "Use me." Naruto looked around, confused, until he heard it again. "Naruto, it's Mizuchi. Use me." Without hesitation, he closed his eyes, grasped his sword, and pointed it skyward. Rain began to pour, and a thunderstorm brewed. Waving his sword, a water dragon materialized behind him. "I'm not going down without a fight," he proclaimed. The ninjas watched in disbelief as an 11-year-old boy and the spirit of Uchiha summoned two different types of dragons. "Holy moly!" Menma exclaimed. "This fight is happening right in front of us. Is this the power of a god?" Gaara pondered. In a blur, Naruto and Madara clashed, exchanging blows with their weapons. Naruto kicked Madara in the chest, performed a backflip, and launched a massive water ball at him. Madara sliced through the water, countering with a fireball aimed at Naruto. Reacting quickly, Naruto formed a shield in the air with his sword, then charged at Madara. Their weapons collided, creating a shockwave. Madara twisted his staff, aiming for Naruto's head, but Naruto dropped to the ground, kicking Madara upward. Following him, Naruto leaped into the air. Mizuchi and Nuri faced off after many years. "It has been a while, Nuri," Mizuchi said. "I can say the same for you," Nuri replied. "You haven't changed one bit. Still manipulating others to create conflict." "I'm flattered you noticed my skills, and I won't stop," Nuri taunted. "I will make you stop by force," Mizuchi declared, charging at Nuri. Nuri smiled and countered with a fiery attack, their powers clashing in a spectacular display. The battle raged on for an hour as Naruto and Madara continued to exchange blows, their movements a blur. Each clash sent shockwaves through the air. Madara charged at Naruto, who blocked the attack and retaliated. Naruto leaped high, forming a massive water ball while Madara conjured a massive fireball. They unleashed their attacks simultaneously, creating a brilliant purple light at the center. As they poured their energy into the clash, Mizuchi added her power to Naruto's attack. The water began to engulf Madara's fire, inching closer until it finally made contact. An enormous explosion erupted where Madara stood, drawing Nuri's attention. Nuri turned, realizing that Naruto had not been the one hit. Seizing the opportunity, Mizuchi launched her own attack at Nuri. She flew to Nuri and knocked him back toward the mountain behind him. As the dust settled, a man with dark hair slowly fell to his knees. Naruto approached the man on the ground and noticed he began to flicker red. He kept his guard up while Mizuchi observed from a distance. Madara stopped flickering and sat there with his head bowed. Naruto lifted the end of his sword under Madara's chin, gently touching his neck. "Are you done?" Naruto asked. Madara didn't respond but coughed, blood spilling from his mouth. "I must say, kid, you're one strong little boy. I never thought this day would come. At least I get to go out doing what I love," Madara said. He raised his sword, making a decisive move. Nuri sensed his user had perished, and fury surged within him. "No, this can't be," Nuri thought. He moved from the mountain and charged toward Naruto and Mizuchi, a large red aura approaching them. Mizuchi raised one of her mini arms, forming a water trident. "It's time for you to rest," Mizuchi declared as she launched the trident at Nuri. He didn't realize the attack was coming until it struck him in the chest. He slowed down and fell to the ground, sliding to a stop in front of Naruto. With the last of his strength, he looked up at Naruto and said, I hope you suffer. I'll see you there, Naruto replied as Nuri's head fell to the ground. The ninjas erupted in cheers as the war officially came to an end. Some cried, while others shouted in joy. The rain ceased, and Mizuchi began to fade away. Naruto looked up at her and said, "Thank you." Mizuchi bowed her head toward Naruto before fully disappearing. Naruto turned to see Minato, Menma, and Naruto smiling at him, and he smiled back. He walked over to them, and Minato embraced him in a warm hug. Naruto, Menma, and the rest of the villagers soon joined in. Naruto wrapped his arms around his father and for the first time, felt truly happy. "Hey guys. I've thought about your offer," Naruto said. Minato's eyes widened as he pulled away to look at Naruto. "I've thought it over and I've made a decision. I would like to come back to you all," Naruto said. Minato shed a tear and hugged Naruto again. Naruto chuckled softly and looked down to see Kurama running toward him. He broke the hug and squatted down, allowing Kurama to leap into his hands. Naruto embraced Kurama tightly, as if it were the last time they would see each other. "I missed you, Kit," Kurama said. "I missed you too," Naruto replied. "I think it's time for us to go home," Ishikawa suggested. "That's a great idea," Naruto agreed. "Wait, what about the tailed beasts?" Mei asked. They all looked to Naruto for an answer when another earthquake interrupted them. They turned to see the 6-tailed beasts that had been captured. "We are right here," the 4-tailed beast said. "I'm glad you all are safe now," Kurama said. "Same goes for you," the 2-tailed beast added. "We actually came here to ask Naruto a favor," the 5-tailed beast said. All eyes turned to them. "We would like you, Naruto, to be our vessel," the 7-tailed beast requested. Naruto was taken aback by the sudden request and looked down. "I'm sorry, but I have to decline the offer. You all have been trapped inside many hosts for so long. You finally have your freedom, and I think it's time for you to enjoy it," Naruto said with a smile. The tailed beasts and the others were shocked by his response. While other ninjas might have accepted the offer, Naruto had his reasons, and they respected his decision. "Thank you for saving us," the tailed beasts said in unison. One by one, the tailed beasts went their separate ways, disappearing forever. After the war, Naruto returned home to a warm welcome from the little ones. He felt a surge of happiness to be back and to see those who had stood by him. He glanced over at Arthur and smiled. Arthur returned the smile, looking back at Naruto. "Hey Arthur, I thought about what you told me, and I've decided to go back," Naruto said. Arthur was surprised by Naruto's decision. He had expected him to decline the offer. "When are you leaving?" Arthur asked. "I'm about to leave in a couple of minutes, and I wanted you guys to come too," Naruto replied. Both Arthur and Mime smiled and agreed. "Great. Go ahead and pack your things," Naruto encouraged. They quickly packed their belongings and set off on their journey to the village. Mime and Kurama were enjoying each other's company, while Arthur engaged in their conversations. However, Naruto appeared troubled. Noticing this, Arthur approached Kurama. "Hey Kurama, do you know why Naruto seems sad?" Arthur asked. Kurama's expression turned serious, indicating that something significant had happened while they were away. "What happened?" Arthur pressed. "Naruto. He signed a contract with Mizuchi," Kurama replied. Arthur's eyes widened in shock. "He did what?" Flashback. Overwhelmed by the heat and damage from the battle, Naruto lost consciousness. Madara smirked as he dropped Naruto to the ground, inspecting the scars and burns left on him. "It was nice fighting you." Just as Madara was about to strike, Naruto found himself in a different place, where Mizuchi awaited him. "Mizuchi?" Naruto called out. She looked up, smiling at him. "Why did you bring me here?" he asked. "I saw you fighting Madara, and I couldn't let him kill you. I want to make you an offer," Mizuchi explained. "What kind of offer?" Naruto inquired. "This will give you a second chance. Once you accept, you'll gain strength that even he will have to reckon with," she said, as a piece of paper appeared before him. Naruto read the terms. Signing would grant him godlike abilities tied to a dragon, but it came with a heavy price: his lifespan would be halved. No wonder it sounds so familiar. It's a death contract, Naruto thought. This contract was offered by the dragon to those on the brink of death, providing a second chance at life but at a cost. He squeezed the paper tightly and looked back at Mizuchi. "What is it, Naruto?" she asked. "How long can I live without this contract?" he asked. Mizuchi replied, "You would live until if you take this contract, you'll only live until 24. With this knowledge, Naruto made his decision. He looked at Mizuchi with determination and agreed. He signed the paper, which then vanished into the water. "I, Mizuchi, the water dragon, grant you a second chance at life," she declared as Naruto was sent back to the present. Just as Madara's attack struck, Naruto opened his eyes. And a flashback. "How long will he live?" Arthur asked. "He'll live until he's 12, Kurama replied. "So he was supposed to live until he was 24, Arthur said. "No, he could have lived until he was 48, Kurama corrected. Arthur was taken aback by the realization that Naruto had made such a sacrifice, but he understood the weight of facing Madara. "Do the others know?" Arthur asked. "No, you're the second person to know," Kurama replied. Concern washed over Arthur as he looked at Naruto. "Oh, Naruto." As they walked, Naruto noticed a change in Arthur after his conversation with Kurama. He seemed more generous, calm, and less bossy. Naruto glanced at Kurama and Meme, who were still chatting, but he felt a shift in his own energy. "You told him," Naruto communicated with Kurama mentally. "That I did," Kurama replied. Naruto understood that this revelation had influenced Arthur's demeanor. He turned back to Arthur, who wore a puzzled expression. "What?" Arthur asked. "I know you're aware of the contract. You don't need to change how you treat me because of it. Just be yourself, and remember, I have 5 more months left, so Meme, it's time for you to train harder," Naruto said, looking at Meme. She turned to him with bright eyes, but her expression quickly shifted to concern. "What's wrong?" Naruto asked. "I don't want to hurt you," Meme admitted. "I know you don't, but it's a possibility. So let's focus on the positive. You don't want me to remember you being sad, do you?" Naruto encouraged. "Of course not," Meme replied. "All right then," Naruto said. Eventually, they arrived at the village, where they were greeted with open arms. The villagers lifted Naruto into the air, chanting his name. He felt a swell of pride, knowing they saw him as a hero. After the excitement settled, he spotted Irika standing at the end of the walkway. Without hesitation, Naruto dashed toward him and leaped into his arms. Irika caught him, and they both shed tears of joy, having longed for this moment. After a heartfelt embrace, Irika stepped aside to reveal his family waiting at the end of the walkway. "Welcome home, Naruto," Kushina said. "Thank you, everyone," Naruto replied. A month later. The past 4 months had been wonderful. Everyone was smiling, treating Naruto with kindness, and he participated in many joyful events with them. At first, everything felt foreign to him, but now it was amazing. Meme had been training during her free time, knowing that an important moment was approaching. Naruto could see her determination, and it made him happy. She reminded him a bit of Harana, always hardworking, never letting anyone sway her, and deeply caring for those she loved. Arthur had been writing in a book ever since he learned the news. One day, Naruto asked him what it was about, and Arthur explained that he wrote a book for every user he had cared for. 2 weeks later, Naruto had been spending more time with his family and friends than ever before. They noticed the change but didn't comment on it. One night, Kurama found Naruto sitting atop a building. "So this is where you've been," Kurama said as he settled beside him. Naruto didn't need to look to know it was Kurama. The fox noticed how quiet Naruto had been lately and understood why. "What's on your mind?" Kurama asked. "I've been thinking about you," Naruto replied. "But is it because I'm going to be gone?" "You don't need to dwell on that. I always knew this day would come, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. So stop worrying about time and spend these last few weeks with them," Kurama advised. "That's the thing. I don't want you to go yet," Naruto confessed. Kurama looked at him, puzzled. "What are you planning?" he asked. "I was thinking about freeing you from me. I found a place where we can do it," Naruto said. "No, absolutely not. Do you have any idea how many have perished trying this?" "Countless have, and I won't let you be the next," Kurama insisted. But I don't care that I will die. I've lived for thousands of years. It's just my time now. Naruto, you need to understand that not everyone is meant to live forever. Everyone has a limit, and you need to accept that. Just like you accepted your own mortality, you need to accept mine. Embrace it, Kurama said. Naruto desperately wanted to prevent Kurama's fate, but it was clear he wouldn't allow it. With a sigh of defeat, Naruto gazed up at the stars. An hour later, it was Naruto's birthday. They had spent the day enjoying various activities, eating, playing games, visiting Irika, and now they were back home. Naruto was opening the last of his presents. This one is from us, Naruto said as Minato handed him a gift. Inside, Naruto found pictures of their time together, some from when he was a baby and others from the past few months. Tears welled up in his eyes, and his family noticed. He rushed to them, enveloping them in a big hug. "Thank you, Mom, Dad, Hichin," he said. They were taken aback by his words, and tears streamed down their faces as they pulled away. "I'm glad you are our son," Minato said. "I'm glad that I am yours." "Too," Naruto replied, before suddenly collapsing. Panic filled the room as they rushed to him. Irika checked Naruto's pulse. "It's fading," he exclaimed. They prepared to take him to the hospital, but Kurama intervened. "Step back. Don't you see my brother is in trouble?" Naruto shouted. "I do, but there's no hope for him," Kurama replied. "What do you mean?" Minato asked, alarmed. "Please, lay him on the couch and I'll explain everything. Irika, go get Arthur and Meme." "It's time," Kurama instructed. Irika hesitated but then dashed out to find Arthur and Meme. Minutes passed and tension filled the air. Minato tried to push past Kurama, who stood firm. Arthur arrived with Irika and Meme. "Put him on the couch," Arthur said. "No!" Minato shouted. They struggled against Kurama, refusing to let Naruto be moved. Slowly, Naruto placed a hand on his father's shoulder. Minato looked down at his son, tears streaming down his face. "Please, let me down," Naruto said, his voice weak. Minato reluctantly complied, and they turned to Arthur and Kurama. "What's going on?" Kushina asked. "I don't know how much time we have, so I'll be quick," Arthur said. Arthur explained the dire situation, and they were all devastated. "How could this happen?" Kushina asked, resting her head on Naruto's hand. "It's because I wanted to see you all again. Despite everything that has happened, I still wanted to give you a chance. You might think I'm doing this out of revenge, but I just don't want to leave with a grudge in my heart," Naruto said, a smile on his face. Minato, Naruto, and Menma gathered around him. "This is all our fault. If we hadn't treated you differently, none of this would have happened," Naruto cried, tears flowing faster. Naruto gently wiped her tears away. "Everyone has a time to go, whether young or old. Everyone has a destiny. This is mine, and my time is now," Naruto said. He began to cough, realizing he was nearing the end. "Meme. It's time," Naruto said. Meme didn't move. He looked at her again, urging her to respond. "What is it?" she asked. "I don't want to do this. You've cared for me, taught me so much. You're like an older brother to me." "There's no point in taking the water dragon since there are no more users," Meme replied. "How do you know?" Naruto asked. "Did you forget? I've traveled through the realms for years. I've seen every nation and there's no one left. The water dragon and the fire dragon were the last. With the fire dragon gone, it's time for them to rest, along with you, Kurama and Arthur," Meme explained. Naruto's eyes widened as he turned to Arthur. "You too," he said. "I've lived for millions of years." "It's time for me to go as well," Arthur said. "What about Meme?" Naruto asked. "We can take care of her. We will watch over her, feed her, teach her, and provide her with a good life. We made a mistake once. We won't let it happen again," Kushina replied. Naruto looked at them, his expression filled with confusion as he sought their approval. They all nodded, and he felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. Naruto could feel his eyelids growing heavier by the second. He glanced around the room one last time before finally closing his eyes, his arms slipping from Naruto's face. Kurama on the ground began to emit steam before vanishing. Arthur started to glow with a brighter blue light. He quickly retrieved a book from his bag and approached Minato. Here, this is a book I've written about everything that has happened since I met him. Treasure it, Arthur said as he faded into blue sparkles. Minato looked down at the book in his hand, which was titled, The Tales of the Best Water Dragon User, Naruto Uzumaki. Dear Naruto, hey man, it has been a while since you have come over. Come over, would you? Everyone is here, and we need to have a talk. Don't think about not coming over. If you don't, we will come to you. Toby. Well, this is a first. What do you think he wants? Naruto asked. I don't know, but it seems like we don't have a choice, Kurama replied. Chapter end. The next morning marked the important day. The fight. Naruto had been up since 4 a.m., and Harana had risen at 4. They both trained for the last 2 hours, having agreed to face each other at 7 o'clock. Naruto was training with Kurama, while Harana was with Arthur. Arthur was helping Harana improve her swordsmanship, aiming, and combat skills. Meanwhile, Kurama was assisting Naruto with his jutsus, swordplay, aim, and overall combat techniques. Naruto was throwing punches at a wall while Kurama sat nearby. Come on, Naruto. You need to hit harder than that. You should be able to knock down that tree with just 2 punches by now. Kurama encouraged. Naruto didn't respond but focused on hitting harder. He practiced his movements, step to the right, punch, step to the left, punch, move to the center, and block. He repeated these motions, gradually increasing his speed. Within 5 seconds he managed to knock the tree down. That's 100. You can rest now, Kurama said. Naruto walked over to the fallen tree and sat down beside it. Get ready to do it again, but this time with your kunai in the next 5 minutes, Kurama instructed. Okay, Naruto replied, taking a sip of water.